10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello, hello, ladies and gents, people. This is the part where you wave and say hello back to me. Hello. To the 3 people that said hello back to me, thank you very much. For the rest of y'all, it'll take some time for y'all to wake up. Ladies and gents, please welcome. This is the ElasticRun Hackathon. This is Possibilities powered by Microsoft. Can y'all just give yourselves a big round of applause for being here? Just clap for yourselves, make some noise for yourselves. I like how everyone's being proper and nice this morning. We're going to change that in a little while. Can I ask everyone to just say ah? Okay, 3 people said ah, or 4 people, 5 maybe. Everyone just say ah. Okay, people are paying attention. This is a good thing. My name is Vineet Vincent. I'm going to be your host, your entertainer for the day. Would you like to start with a little bit of music, a little bit of a little something, or do you want to start on a serious note? One person said music. I was just waiting, hoping otherwise. Okay, so I'm a little bit of a beatboxer. Would you like to hear some beatboxing before we begin? Yeah? So finally, people are having one-on-one communication. Okay, so beatboxing is simple. You have speakers, you have a microphone, and you do this. And then you add some more, you go. Did you like that? Yes? No? Would you like me to teach you how to do this very quickly before we start? Yes? Okay, super. The first thing you need to know is just say the words beatbox. Very nice. Say beatbox. Now when you say beatbox, you stress on the b. You go beatbox. It's more like a sound that you make with your lips. You go beatbox. Yeah, some of you all are getting it. Very nice. And you go beat box. Very nice. Very, very nice. And then you add more sounds. For example, you go beat box, beat box, beat box, beat the box, beat the box, beat the box, and then you add a scratch. You go nom 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 nom. Alrighty, thank you. Okay, so a few things before we begin. Can you all very quickly pull out your phones? Just double check that your phones are on silent. I'll give you all a few seconds to do that. I can see myself. Look, I'm on TV, mother. All right, so people tuning in online, hello, welcome. We hope you're having a good time. You can leave a bunch of messages and we'll check it and we'll respond to you in a bit. Everyone's phone's on silent, yes? Just make sure you have a lot of fun today. Make sure you have a pleasant decorum. Can you all do me a favor? Just look to your left and right. Look across the table. Just smile at people. Just wave and say hello. Just turn around, wave, say hello to each other. Be nice, yeah? Hey, say hello to me also, man. Hey, hi. Okay, so just remember to have fun. I know stepping on stage can be very intimidating. The lights can be very intimidating. Don't worry about it. Just think like you're talking to your friends, right? And just have conversations. We're here to have an informative event, yet we're here to have an innovative event. And today, hopefully, is going to be filled with a lot of possibilities. Ladies and gents, boys and girls, we're here to celebrate the impact that technology can make. We're here to celebrate possibilities, can open up for rural India. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is the finale of the event that you have been doing for so long. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the finale. This is the ElasticRun Hackathon Possibilities. Once again, give yourselves a big round of applause for making it here. All the people online, also a big welcome to each and every one of you. ElasticRun, quite obviously, is been making a real impact at the grassroots level here in India and across the country. They're successfully using technology to connect brands from multiple industries to kirana stores in rural areas across India. They've made life and business easier for these stores that otherwise would have to use methods of procurement that are highly unfeasible. So Obviously, you know, today we have a lot of you in person. We have people joining us online. So whether it's virtual, whether it's offline, online, don't worry about it. Just remember, you're here to have fun. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the finale. May the best team win. And on that note, let the games begin. I'm going to hand over the mic. Can we get a mic, please? And I'm going to request Vishal Tingre, the ElasticRun representative, to join me on stage. Vishal, we're going to switch that mic on for you. Come up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, it's your job to make a lot of noise for him. Make some noise for him while he walks up on stage. I will give you a fist bump. Good morning.
Good morning.
This man's been running around, having conversations with people. He's the man you need to you know, just
Hello.
butter. Yes, they can hear you.
One. Yeah,
It's working. It's working. Hashtag. Okay, the mic is yours.
Hey, hello all. And first of all, congratulations to all the 14 finalists who have made through 3 rounds of exhaustive submissions and prototyping. So, and also a warm welcome to all the audiences, the ElasticRun employees and the juries. Thanks all for spending your Saturday holiday in ElasticRun office. Definitely it will be fruitful and you will see a lot of interesting things today. So quickly going to the hackathon. The hackathon we started in April, somewhere around in April. We have 3 themes, 3 different themes, and 3 different themes, like 3 different problems. So first theme was around data science and machine learning. So that was the first problem statement, basically to predict next order of a Kirana store. Basically, Kirana store is our customer, so we need to predict his next order based upon his previous history or any other factors. So we have got a lot of submissions over there. Then second problem was related to image analytics. That was based upon a store photo. We need to profile that store, like what is the size of that store and what kind of brand that store sells. Okay, just by clicking a photo. And these are very relevant because ElasticRun works in rural parts of India, so and remote places, parts of India where the sales executive, they'll just take a photo, and from that photo you need to predict or make out a lot of things. So which are very realistic problem for us as well. And the third problem was related to floor mapping or tagging. So that was like for a warehouse, for big warehouses, there are a lot of big softwares or tools which can be used to manage that warehouse. But here we have a small warehouse as a micro distributor which can range from a 5,000 square feet to maybe 4,000. So a micro distributor has a small warehouse, and there the problem was to map based upon a 2D layout. We needed an app which can used by the warehouse manager to place different SKUs, different items in a place, and then whenever we get a order, based on that order, he should know from which place that needs to be picked up. So quickly, these 3 problems were there, and we got around 60, okay, I'll go to the participants first. So there were around 4,500 participants that had registered, and from that, teams of 1 to 5, like a team with 1 person to 5 person were formed. And in the first round, we had around 60 teams that had successfully submitted the submissions or the approach submissions in the correct format. Okay, so a lot of teams got filtered out, and we got 60 teams over there. And these 60 teams, they are from, like, the participants from these teams are from around 134 cities across India. We had a couple of international entries as well. So, and like from Coimbatore to Chennai and from Kolkata to Ahmedabad, we have got participants or teams from almost each and every place from India. Like similar to ElasticRun, we have a network of possibilities, and here we got participants from each and every place in India. So out of that 60, based upon their understanding, so we had some criteria. So first thing is understanding of the problem, then your solution approach, and then technology choices and any novelty in the approach or the way the approach is articulated, and basically to understand what they want to solve and do they really have a solution for that. So that was more of a presentation round, and from that 60 we shortlisted around 40 teams for the second round, or you could say third round, because we had done one filtering before that itself. So on the third round we asked 40 people to develop a working prototype or a demo, anything. So basically they will, based upon whatever they have submitted, they will create that solution, a full solution or maybe a prototype or a demo, and they recorded those videos. So like almost each team has recorded the video of their working prototype and submitted us. Now we had a tech, hackathon tech panel of around 20 people who were working almost every day to go through the list of these participants, and eventually we shortlisted 14 teams. So a quick round of applause for the people who have made here. Okay, and so now the finale day, it is pretty simple. Each team will get 10 minutes of time to present their pitch, and with a Q&A. Okay, so there would be a question and answers. So, and the parameters which we are looking at this moment is like their presentation, of course, and their prototype, a working prototype demo, which can be a video recording as well, and overall relevance and completeness of the solution. And we have a grand jury, like they will be evaluating this, and these 4 juries will be evaluating all the problems. So based upon their previous scores and the scores which we get from the grand juries, we will be deciding a finalist of 3 different winners, and also there would be a couple of more winners based upon their submissions or the quality or the novelty they have used in their approach. Okay, so any questions from participants? Is it clear? I think I'm pretty clear.
Yeah.
Or they didn't understand anything.
Maybe a combination of both. So we'll find out very soon. Anyone have any questions? Do you have any questions? Maybe before we begin, we'll just walk them through the idea once again.
So at any point of time, if you have any questions, you can always reach me. I'll be running around.
Yes.
So these are the rules of the hackathon at a high level. So best of luck to all of you guys. And thank you. I'll hand over to MC.
Sure.
Stop talking.
Thank you, Vishal. Big round of applause. Like he said, if you have any questions, I will walk on stage for this. If you have any questions, feel free to walk up to him. You can come up to me. We'll try our level best to clear any questions. And those of you all, if you're tuning online, you can send a message, and we'll do our best to answer your questions right there. And on that note, we have a little audio-video presentation. I'm going to ask all of you all to pay attention to the screens. I'm going to step off stage. We're going to cue this for you.
India has 10 million Kirana stores in rural areas. Unattended and disconnected from traditional distribution networks. This leaves traditional store owners dependent on big city for procuring goods for their stores. Meet Suraj, a Kirana store owner in rural Maharashtra. Up until a couple of years back, his monthly routine demanded a day-long trip to Pune to procure goods for his store. For thousands other like him, the reality is not far different. This was both time and cost ineffective and restricted only to limited products.
जेवढं दिवसातून कमवतो ना तेवढं सामान घेऊन येण्यासाठीच ते खर्च होतात.
और किसी के भरोसे दुकान छोड़ के भी नहीं जा सकते.
ElasticRun has been changing the scenario for both. Through its asset-light logistics network and by aggregating multiple brands on its platform, ElasticRun has made doorstep delivery possible in rural villages. Store owners can order goods from the comfort of their store with direct pricing and discounts from brands.
ElasticRun is redefining the rural reach for FMCG brands in India. Most of the brands have been able to reach 1 or 2 million urban stores till now. ElasticRun has built a technology that extends this reach into the deepest parts of the country, and it would be able to cover almost 10 million stores across length and breadth of the country. This reach has been made possible through the aggregation and the shared economy technology developed by ElasticRun. Till date, we have been able to reach 100,000 plus villages in the country, covering a network of 500,000 plus stores.
ElasticRun Tech has found great technology partner in Microsoft Azure. Its technology deployment has become seamless and scalable. Over a period of time, ElasticRun has gathered an immense amount of data. Based on its data, ElasticRun's AI and ML engines are continuously learning and making the platform leaner, faster and smarter with every additional transaction.
ElasticRun's technology innovations are creating a positive impact on the lives of rural consumers by enabling access to life-enhancing products and services. We have increased the earning potential of rural stores by making the right products available at their doorstep. It has created livelihood opportunities for our partners, and they now have access to significant earning opportunities without moving away from their villages. ElasticRun is a network of opportunities, a network of possibilities.
This is the real freedom. Freedom of doing business. Freedom of growing business. Freedom of seeing a better tomorrow.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is the impact that this brand has. A bigger round of applause, come on. And on that note, I'm going to have to ask this gentleman to take stage. Back in 2011 to 2015, he was instrumental in setting up Amazon operations, but now he is the CEO and co-founder of ElasticRun. I'm going to request the man himself, Sandeep Deshmukh, to please take the stage. Big round of applause.
Wow, this is dazzling. Am I audible? Okay, good. So thank you everybody for coming in. I can't see most of you, the lights are too dazzling, but I'll just take a couple of minutes to walk you through where the idea of the whole hackathon started, as well as the whole concept of the company started, and where we see the hackathon fitting into the overall scheme. Friends, if you just give me a couple of minutes. Yeah, please. No, if you can please stop talking for a minute, I get distracted. Thank you. Okay, so friends, if we look at how the overall Indian consumption is spread today, and this consumption ecosystem got built, I don't know, maybe 1650 when British came to India first time. And every time we talk to any of the top brands, and then they say that we have tough time reaching some deep parts of the country. I still have this question, how did the tobacco and sugar made it to every corner of the country? I don't think any part of country you can go and they say, either tobacco nahi milta hai, ya sugar nahi milta hai. None of this is Indian commodity. The British introduced it here. And if they can make it happen like 500, 600 years ago, what's the challenge for us to get there? Are we looking at the problem differently? And suddenly when there was no vehicle, if it can reach, maybe it's the product pull that delivers it. But there is something missing that we are not been able to solve when we are not democratizing the access. Ideally, we should have killed the physical distance long time ago. It has not. And then that builds whole host of challenges, opportunities, everything, and inefficiencies. And I'm sure some people in this room are going to hate me here. But if you look at some of the very, very strong brands, of course, they bring a lot of value for the customer in table, but on table, but most of the brands have been able to rule the market because they have been there for decades, and it gets very, very difficult for a new entrant to challenge that brand and overcome the physical challenges that a new entrant will face. And then there are those brands that just continue to milk it for 40, 50, maybe they will continue to milk it for 100 years. There's no challenge in the brand winning the market, but what happens to the consumer? Are we limiting the consumer access somewhere? What happens to the country? Are we eliminating the choices for people? Is there a social impact of not having the access democratically available? And when you look at from those point of view, then you need to figure out, is there a way we can disrupt this? Can we think the problem differently and suddenly make access a no commodity? Or can we really democratize access for everyone? And I think that's where this whole technology thinking comes in, that if we continue to think the problem of reach in the same way that we have been doing it for last 300, 400 years, we'll continue to solve it incrementally, and we may never reach the destination that we want. So we may just want to dismantle the whole ecosystem of how we think we will reach different parts of the country or different geographies and rebuild the ecosystem. And I think that's when this whole shared economy concept, the whole Uberization of the world, when that came in, I think that has that opportunity, that it's fantastic that someone can build all of their fixed assets, put all of their capital expenditure, build a network and reach out to the customer, or some smart engineer comes in, builds an engine which can operate on the existing assets on the ground. People can start coming and working for you and Uberize the whole ecosystem and build that reach from the origin till destination. So essentially mimic what the East India Company did 500 years ago in today's ecosystem, and I still haven't figured out what they did that point of time to make that reach, but I'm sure the whole Uberization concept today allows us to build that reach and cross that chasm. And if you are able to do that, if you are able to make distance a no commodity and access availability, then just look at the immense opportunities that you open up. And those opportunities are on everything, on all sides. There's business side, there's social side, so on and so forth. On the business side, first of all, you unlock an consumption opportunity of, I don't know, 500 billion, 600 billion. It's anybody's guess, because that's a dormant ecosystem today. People say that that's a untapped demand, but my sense is if you open up accesses, that 600 might just jump to a trillion, I don't know. I mean, if I just look at the place where I come from, my village, the jeans was not available there. I mean, you would never see anyone jeans. Now in last 5-6 years, you will see, or maybe last 10 years, jeans is the staple product out there. I mean, everyone is in jeans, and it was not that they hated jeans earlier, but the moment the access was provided, it just did not open up the clothing market, it just multiplied it to some extent. So I think for what you guys have been working in this hackathon, or what we have been working on, that thinking by machine, execution by human, and the shared economy concept, if you are able to take it to the reality, if you are able to deliver all of that, this opens up a humongous market. I mean, we have no idea of how it will change the country. That's one. The second is definitely has a significant social impact. Social impact in the sense, the products which are not accessible, and I think we have some very good tangible examples for that in the whole health and personal hygiene space, where we could take products to the deep parts of the country which are not available. So tech can really make that social impact. I think the third major business disruption we can deliver through this whole Uberization is, you can, and to some extent, e-commerce has done that. That whole evolution of D2C brand is actually, it essentially is challenging the markets of established brand, that why should a particular brand having a particular market should continue to own that only because there is a customer brand recall. The D2C market or internet challenge that. I think if you are able to solve this access problem, we have that opportunity to create that whole D2C revolution on the ground in the physical infrastructure. So that creates a big business disruption. And even beyond that, if we just zoom out of all of this and see what are we building as such, what will ElasticRun end up building is, we'll end up building the railroads of the Indian consumption. You choose a location as your destination, you choose location as your origin, you should be able to configure every type of supply chain and the sales effort that you want to do on your dashboards. Essentially, you open up a platform, a physical platform for all sorts of innovations. You become, say, the AWS of the physical world. On top of that, if someone wants to build, someone wants to create their own brand, you can open up your network for them to be located in corner of Tamil Nadu and get your masala reach out to every country. From the product, you go to whole financial inclusion space, that you could be a bank in any corner of the country, and from Maharashtra, you might be dealing with a customer in Northeast without having your access there. You open up that opportunity. You open up a humongous data opportunity, because today the ecosystem is not on one platform. So the manufacturers are in their world, the consumers are in their world, and each piece along the supply chain is discrete, and everyone is just pushing data, pushing goods downstream, and each of them might have data about what their next leg is doing, what their previous leg is doing. But if we are able to stitch all of this together, then that entire data set becomes a massive opportunity. It's just not 1 + 1 2. It will open up tons of new opportunities to how products will change seasonally, how product bundling will work, cross-brand bundling will work, a whole host of opportunities. So I think what we are doing, and what are the intent of this hackathon, is to hear you guys, hear fresh theories and inputs onto this, to how can we build that AWS or the cloud, or the physical cloud of enabling infrastructure. And it's just a long journey. I think we have just started. It's just a positive start, a lot of positive traction, but a lot of things to be done. And this needs to be built as a community. I don't think we as individual company would be able to do full justice to the opportunity. We need that thinking, ideas, the technology disruption that can come from outside. And this needs to become, and then we'll put our effort there, this needs to become a routine exercise, community building, to where the ideas keep coming in. We keep building that Uberization, shared economy concepts, and the tech stack and the physical stack to service this. But yeah, I think we are sitting on a mammoth opportunity. And thank you everyone for taking time out of your day job routine works to find out those case studies, finding out your solutions, and helping all of us, helping the whole community together to reach to the destination. We are very excited about this and looking forward to your interaction. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Sandeep. Like the gentleman said, we are here today to find, make it concise, real-time solutions for real-time problems. Today, we are going to look at deploying technology to solve real-world problems, touch as many lives as possible, and make a profound impact in rural communities. That's what we're aiming to do today. And this, once again, ladies and gentlemen, is possibilities. And before we go into introducing the first team on stage, I'm going to divert all of your attention to the 4 gentlemen sitting up front. I'm going to give their quick introduction. You'll have to, by the way, put your hand up at the end of it so everyone knows who you are. We're going to start with Sachin Mane. Sachin, hand up in the air. Everyone make some noise for Sachin, please. Welcome him to the house. He's the Vice President Technology, ElasticRun. Yogesh Kulkarni. Clap for him, please. Senior Director, Data Science. Varij Saurabh. Did I say that right? Varij? Yes, perfect. Big round of applause for him, please. He's the Director, Products, ElasticRun. Last but not the least, we have Vikram in the house. Vikram, stand up. Everyone, big round of applause for him. Vikram Pense, Software Architect, Microsoft MVP, Cloud and AI Advocate. Welcome, gentlemen. We hope you have a lovely day ahead. A lot of eyes are going to be on you all today. You're going to be asking some of the most important questions. We're going to get each team on one by one. Try your level best not to intimidate them. But yeah, feel free to ask questions, relevant questions. The questions are very important from your end. All right, before we get the first team on stage, I'm going to just walk you all through some of the basic rules on stage. When you get on stage, just to let you all know, The lights are super bright. Don't let it intimidate you. Like I said before, it's just like you're having a conversation. Just look at someone, smile, crack a joke, just be yourself. Yeah? Are we good with that so far? Some smiling faces in the audience, that's a good thing. You have 10 minutes to present on stage. We are gonna give you a buzzer at what time? 7 minutes. Can we play that little sound so that they don't freak out on stage when they hear it? Yeah, that's going to be the first sound at 7 minutes. And at 10 minutes, we're going to play the same sound again. Yes, that's going to be the same sound again. Are we good with that? Yes, you're with me so far? If you're getting confused, feel free to walk to the side. That gentleman and me, we're going to be standing there. Feel free to ask us any questions. We'll try and answer as many as possible. Okay? So you have 10 minutes on stage. Vishal, we were telling them that give a lot of time to give the jury to ask them questions because a lot of weightage. Do you want to jump in here? Yeah.
So basically, just one thing. You guys have already submitted your presentation. We have seen your presentation demo n number of times. So what we would like is have more interaction with the juries and the audience who will have a lot of questions. So try to keep more time over there and try to focus on the important aspects of your presentation and the demo. Okay?
Couldn't have said it better myself. All right. Shall we begin with the first team? Yes? To the 6 people who said yes. All right. The first team stepping up on stage is Team Vaughan. Can we give them a big round of applause? The first team, ladies and gentlemen, this is Possibilities. A big round of applause. Welcome the first team to the stage. Your time starts now.
Okay, so good morning everyone present here. So today my team won. So in our team we have Jai and myself. So we'll be showing a presentation. Yeah. Okay, next slide. Okay, so the problem statement that we choose is to suggest relevant products for a store. So I'm sure that everyone has visited a Kirana store sometimes. And we all know that sometimes we face a situation wherein we want to buy XYZ thing and that's not available in that store, right? So if this happens once or twice, it's okay, we understand. But after, like if it happens frequently, then what we look for alternatives rather of that store, or like we switch to supermarket where we get what we want for sure, okay? So yeah, next slide. So these are the 3 problems that we saw. First is the space availability in the store. Second is the the sales data visualization, and third is like handling the unavailability of products. Okay, yeah. Next slide, please. Okay. So first is the space availability. So in supermarket, we all know that they have ample of space, so they can try out new things, and also if a particular thing is it has least sales, so they can rather like discard it or yeah. And talking about the Kirana store, so there the space is compact. The space is compact. So what happens over there is they can't try out new things, and the item that has least sales, they have to either reduce its quantity or to discard it. They have these options. Next slide. Second is sales visualization. So the big supermarkets, they have their they have the IT support team, they have their marketing team. So they have proper sales visualization, whereas Kirana store doesn't have that. Next slide. Next is the product unavailability. So this problem is related to the tags that we got in the problem statement. So I don't think you'll find a situation in supermarket where you find empty racks. Whereas in Kirana store, you can find that that product is not available, okay? So you can see that lady, she wants to buy something and it's not available. She names that store as inconvenience store. Next slide. Okay. So talking about the solution, so what we are doing is we are using an ML approach to predict the the next order of the customer, so that the shopkeeper can he can manage the quantity of product of that time, right? Yeah, he can arrange stocks at that time. Yeah, next slide. Okay.
Yeah. So talking about the working of a model, so this is the first step where we did the data analysis part. So as you can see, we have used like the data analysis diagram like count plot and distribution plot. So by this, we had around 360 products. So out of this, we took the top 100 products which were frequently used by the customers. So this will help the shopkeeper in selling those products as well as the customer to get those. So these were the visualizations which we used. And next, this is just an overview of a flow diagram which we used when we had the data set. Then we did the pre-processing part. Then we used mutual classifier, which I'll just show in the next slide. And then once we had the pre-processed part, we then carried out the training of a model on 3 different models: random forest, support vector machine, and naive-based classifier. And then we used the matrix like accuracy and score to predict the results. So next, yeah, talking about this mutual classifier, we used 4 categories, as you can see: customer, then we have transaction date, then service from city, and so on. So we just tried to figure out the dependencies on the output, which is product. So that gave around a good accuracy, a good prediction, or a good probability. So this is just what we use, like random forest classifier, which is based on decision trees. So as we all know, it is like an ensemble technique which uses multiple decision trees. So each decision tree gives an output, and then with the help of voting classifier, it gives the result. Yeah, so this is just a code snippet which we got around accuracy and score of 1. Next, this is the next support vector machine. So this is like another algorithm which we used. So as you can see, it prevents misclassification as it gives a good range of data to be sorted with the help of hyperplane and with the help of data points. So we got an accuracy of 85% with that. And then last we used was the Gaussian naive-based classifier. And as we know, it uses individual features. And those individual features, the probability is calculated on the basis of the output. And it gives, and this was the basic formula which was used. So this, again, we got an accuracy of around 84%. So yeah, over.
Okay, so now talking about the implementation, how this solution can be implemented. So like the solution that we built, ML solution, it can be implemented through a web application. Okay, so like the web application, it can be used by the shopkeeper for 2 tasks. First is to help him to find out the relevant products for his store, and second is to predict customer's next order. So the process works like this. The shopkeeper first uploads his sales data on the web app, and once that is done, he can get various sales visualization on that, and it would help him to make a call on which product to keep and to arrange stocks. Second is it would he would upload the previous transactions history of the customers, and he can predict the next order of the customer. Next slide. Okay, so these are the technologies that we used. So we used Python, NumPy, Pandas, Matplotlib, random forest, and like the 3 algorithms. Yeah, next slide. Okay, so now talking about the the benefits of our solution. So first benefit is that the shopkeeper gets the sales visualization. Okay, and second is, suppose if a shopkeeper, his business is going on good, now he wants to upscale his business. Okay, so now he would require a proper a marketing team and IT support for that. So for that, what the marketing team will do is they'll using a solution, they can predict the next order of the customers, and after that they can I'll give an example. Suppose if there is a shopkeeper and he comes to know that on this date this product would be it would have more sales. Okay, so what he can do is he can give discounts. I'm sure that we all have seen ads in newspapers where we see supermarkets giving discounts on particular products. Okay, so this could be the approach that they use. and by doing this, the shopkeeper, he can increase his sales. Yeah. So in this way, the shopkeeper and the customer both would be benefited. Yeah. Video, please.
Density, and so these are the products which are taken more. So, in order to prevent curse of dimensionality, we have selected only top 100 products from the output variable. As you know, like the output variable product had a lot of category features, like around 360. So that would affect our accuracy. So we have selected the top 100 products, as you can see here, and those we have appended it. Next is the working of our model. So this is where we have done with the help of random forest first. So as we know that random forest, it uses multiple decision trees. So as we know, like a sample of data set is given to each of the decision tree, and then whatever output it predicts, then with the help of voting classifier, we get the predicted output. So in this, as we have done X-train, Y-train, we got a good accuracy of 100%, and the score was also 1. So once the training was done, we went on to testing of the data set, where we have loaded the test.csv and predicted it. And then this is just we concatenated it, and then use the group by function to get the products, like the recommended products from 1 to 20.
That's it from
Yeah,
our side.
that's it. Thank you. We are open for questions.
So what is the level of prediction? Is it at a customer level or it is at an overall level?
Like for this hackathon, we were given data set, and the prediction is on which date the customer would buy what items. So maximum that we predicted is 20 items, but it's not that for every customer will buy 20 items. So ranging from 1 till 20, we predicted the items that
It's from the customer point of view.
Yeah. Like,
Okay.
yeah.
Is it customer point of view or from a shopkeeper point of view?
The shopkeeper will come to know what all products the customer will buy on that particular date, future date, you can say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Unfortunately, we don't have time for any more questions. Apologies for that. Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was Team Vong. Big round of applause for them, please. Clap for them. That was the first team on stage. This, ladies and gentlemen, is Possibilities. I'm going to request the second team, Team Pixels, to please take the stage. Also, keep in mind, you have a limited amount of time. We're going to cut you off. We're going to keep this equal for everybody. So keep in mind, you need time for the questions. The audience can also ask questions in case there is time on hand. Gentlemen, take center stage. You can use the monitors in front. You have 10 minutes in front of you. Your time starts now.
Hello everyone, my name is Shant, and we are now going to present our solution for the second problem statement of the ElasticRun hackathon. Okay, the name of our team is Pixels, and myself Shant, and Harishankar is with me here today, and the rest of us are joining online. So this is the flow diagram of our approach, and off the bat, when we first saw the second statement, we thought it was a classification problem and an object detection problem. So in addition to the object detection problem and using a deep learning based classification model, we wanted to use other factors as well, and we include them. And we wanted to compare we wanted to compare different approaches, and we want to evaluate both of them and see which one is better suitable for which approach. And in our approach, there are basically 10 steps that are involved. The first step is capturing the image, and the second step is uploading to a Django server. And in the third step, we have observed that some of the images are not up to the mark, or some of them are blurred, etc. So we did some image enhancement, we used some image enhancement techniques to improve that. And the fourth step is store size classification. So in addition to using a deep learning model or off the bat an open source image classification model, we included something else to do that, which will be discussed in later slides. And the next step is using OCR to identify the products and the product name and brand names. And the sixth one is the 6 and 7 are doing the same thing, but we wanted to compare those two. So the sixth step is called the region proposal algorithm. It's basically the back end, or what's the basic step that happens when we consider segmentation models. And object detection model, we wanted to use a single pass object detection model like YOLO. So we have compared these two, and for identifying the exact brand and the exact product, we have used embedding extraction, which is so once we have the regions, we'll be extracting an embedding for each region, and we'll be mapping it with something in our database, and we'll be getting which exact product and exact brand that is. And ninth step is matching the features, and 10th is displaying the results. So can we play this video?
Can you please play the video?
Okay, so this is the image that we are going to pass to the server, and here you can see there are cleaning products, and there are hand wash and other things that are present. So so here what we are going to do is we are going to pass to the server using an application called Postman. So here we are going to upload the image to that, and whatever happens, the Django is going to take care of it in the backend. Yeah, it's waiting for the result. All right, so here you can see the JSON response of the server, and you can see that there are two keys, main keys in there, approach 1 and approach 2. So approach 1 is our RPN, or region proposal algorithm, and approach 2 is YOLO. And OCR is same for both, and we are also classifying the store size. So which will be yeah, so this is the output of the region proposal algorithm. You can see there's that it has correctly identified that it's a cleaning, it's a hand wash product, and it's a Dettol, and it's Medimix, it's Lysol or Harpic, or whatever is present there, both from OCR and our image embeddings. And this is the output from the approach 1, which uses a object detection model. So here you can see that there are less number of boxes, so it's more accurate, and also it's able to correctly identify which exact product it is. And this is the output from the OCR that we are using, and here you can see there's a lot of additional text that is present along with the useful information, and we are going to discuss how we solve that. Yeah. Can we go to the next? All right. So we also have a mobile app. Can you play the demo? Okay, so here the first step, you can see that there's an alert that's being raised called too much blur. So when the user himself is capturing the image, he'll be immediately knowing whether his image is usable or unusable, or something else is happening with that. So here we can stop it before the image even arrives to the a faulty image before it even arrives to the server. So yeah, it's the same output that we got from the API, but we are just showing it in the mobile app. I think. All right, so these are the data sets that I have used. It's SKU 110K, which is used for object detection model. And Open Food Facts, it's a crowdsourced project that contains products from various brands across the world. And we used it for extracting the image embeddings. And we also used our own data set and the data set provided by ElasticRun. And the first step is capturing the image, and we observed that most of the images are blurred. So there are two broad classifications which we can use to solve this thing. And one is the traditional method, where we'll be deconvolving after estimating the point spread function. And the other one is deep learning methods. We have tried both, and we concluded that we cannot, no matter what we do, we cannot get satisfied results with the deep blurring exactly. So we thought of stopping it at the source itself, and that's what we saw in the demo, too much blur. And there's a Django server, and we created something called a pipeline, which will be developed separately to Django. So when there are multiple developers that are working on computer vision algorithms, it's scalable, and Django is built on top of this pipeline. And it can be run separately if we want to use it somewhere else. So image enhancement, we use something called super resolution, and we found out that this thing, super resolution, gives a better image. It's better than bicubic interpolation and similar stuff.
Gentlemen, you have 3 minutes for questions. Just letting you know.
Yeah, all right, so this is row size classification. We also used estimating rows to get the correct rows, and OCR. So this is the region proposal network, and we used NMS and another model to clip the models. And we used a depth estimation model to remove unwanted or unnecessary images from the background and only get the image of the store. So yeah, the comparison is region proposal network is more out of the box, and we don't need much data to get started. But the approach 2 gives much more accuracy, but we need a lot of data, and we need to correctly estimate it. So yeah, I think we got time for questions. Yes.
So your identification is predominantly on OCR?
No, it's not just on OCR. We also use something called embedding feature. So
could you just repeat the question, because everyone didn't hear it, please?
How do you, so you captured the image, you dissected it. How do you identify what was data out of Harpic? One was the OCR, I could understand. What's the other option?
Okay, the other option is, this is the same that we have used both for object detection as well as the region proposal. So once we have the object, there's something called embedding or feature vector that can be identified for each region. So we used MobileNet for that. We removed the head of the MobileNet, and we were able to extract the features. So those features will be mapped along with the features that are already present in the database. And we use
feature in the sense whatever is printed onto the box, is that what you're extracting?
No, there'll be a feature that's of dimension maybe 1024 vectors, like 1024 dimensional vector. That is from MobileNet, and it can vary. So we will map that vector to another vector in our database.
Did you try capturing the color schemes? Because most of these are
yes. When we are embedding,
so even if I see a green coming in, I know it's a particular green hue will be data all.
So all of that will be included in the embedding. So it will be based on the features and all the colors and what are the relative positions of the colors and everything. So we use simply.
I don't know if it was done or it is too much of work, but even for a color scheme based identification, if you can hit a 80% accuracy in identification the presence of a product and then an approximate quantity, that may give a lot of data. Of course, you can always keep making it 100% right, but because the designs are patented and you don't need the precise photograph of for getting the picking up the color code and the design patterns.
But we also thought of something like, because it is the FMCG application, that's where we are going to use, we realized that the product is going to keep upgrading and the colors will change and the other things will change.
But it's an easier problem to solve. You will have a stable model data set keep coming in. So every month if I update that these are the 100 products from RB every month, that's your model data sets. You have to keep comparing it with what images are coming in.
Yeah, but
gentlemen, unfortunately, I'm going to have to stop you. That is your time. This is why you should keep more time for the Q&A, because if the jury doesn't understand, you're left in the lurk. All right, please, a big round of applause. This was Team Pixels on stage. This was your second team. Before we bring on the next team, we have this gentleman who's going to be taking stage. He's an experienced developer, a coach, and a leader. This man has built many modern platforms using state-of-the-art techniques like microservices, domain-driven design. He's also the director of engineering, Deserve Labs. Please welcome Shripad to the stage, ladies and gentlemen. A big round of applause. He's going to talk to us about the pursuit of perfection. A big round of applause, please. Shripad Agassi will be taking stage in a bit. Until then, ladies and gentlemen, you are at Possibilities. We hope you're having a lovely start of the day. We're going to take a quick break in a little while, but before which we have this gentleman taking stage. Once again, to the teams, keep in mind you have that 7-minute buzzer is going to go off. You can stop your presentation even before. If your jury does not have time to ask you questions, and if they do not understand what is happening, it's really, really bad for you. So make sure you have time to clear up any doubts that the audience or the jury would have. So keep that in mind moving forward. Once again, people at Possibilities, a big round of applause. Please welcome Shripad to the stage.
Hello. Am I audible? Yes. Okay, awesome. Cool. Thanks everyone. On a Saturday morning, it's a pleasure for me to come here and talk about things I like. And even greater pleasure is have so many people listening to me. So today I'm going to talk about pursuit of perfection. And part of it I left out in the title itself is you can't plan for perfection. You have to pursue perfection. And we'll go through it, and that's the talk about. So about me, I am a director of backend engineering at Deserve Labs. So we are into credit card solutions. Previous to that, I worked as consultants and done many things, including building products. So I'm on Twitter, quite active. I still organize a distributed system meetup in Pune, and we used to organize a distributed system conference. After COVID, it stopped. Cool. So we'll get started with the main topic as to why I think we have to pursue perfection and not actually plan for it. So if you see, this is a city in Turkey. They planned it like a beautiful architecture, beautifully planned city. It's Burj Al Basra, which is in Turkey. And they couldn't sell anything. It basically became a ghost town because it wasn't habitable. It wasn't usable by humans. Although it was perfectly planned, it's very beautiful. You know, you can take a lot of photographs, but you can't live in there. And it is perfect. Like if you see perfection, that's the meaning of it. You'll see all the Disney-like structures, very clean street, neat streets, everything. But people don't like to stay there. And that became a failure. And if you look at any architectural, talks, or especially there's a great documentary and book called How Buildings Learn. The first line in that book is architecture is like a prediction of future use. And with all predictions, it's almost always wrong. So, that's the, manifestation of it in the real world. But if I look at how do I solve a problem, how do I plan, how do I achieve things, right? So we want certain outcomes for which we create plans and we actionize them and then, observe whatever we have trying to get is achieved or not. So this is a loop, right? You have outcomes, then you have plans, and you want certain outcomes, then you plan for it, actionize it, communicate that plan, then take action on it and achieve the outcome or the goal. But then there are gaps, like so the environment around it is so unpredictable that even though we plan what we know, even though we communicate what we plan, and even if we act on what we have communicated, the outcome may not match what we expect to be. And each of these three, there are gaps. I don't know if it's visible, but I can read out. So first is knowledge gap between your outcome that you want and the plan that you have. you and you will not know what all you want to know, because some bits of what you actually want to achieve, they are unknowable. So whenever we talk about, we always could have better requirements, we could always have better models, we could have better UI, whatever, right? That's the gap that we identify post-fact, not when we actually start trying to do things. And let's say even if we know completely what we want to achieve, okay? The communication, how do we communicate that plan to whoever is going to work on it, right? So if I speak something and you're listening to me something, saying something, the understanding gap, the way I'm meaning it to say and the way you understand it, there'll be a gap. And it's called communication gap or alignment gap. So if you are not aligned, if I say A and you understand A in a very, very different way, although we are saying the same thing in English, we'll not understand each other. So there is that gap creeps in, and that I've seen so many times happening. And even though you have perfect plan, perfect communication, you start action on it, and you perform it to the T, and still you don't achieve the outcome that you want, because by the time you go through all of these circles, the assumptions you have made to plan your actions and to execute what your actions are, those assumptions may be invalid by the time it comes to execution, right? And then you'll see the gap between the effects gap. That's called as effects gap. Like what you intend to happen, what actually happens. Even though everything is perfect, everything is done perfectly internally, externally, if the external environment, your competitors, they are very different, then you will always have a gap between what you want to achieve and what you can achieve. And this is from a book by Art of Action by Stephen Bunge. So he says, for this knowledge gap, right, what's our response? If I see a knowledge gap, we always want more information, not acknowledging the fact that some things are unknowable. We can't know in advance unless we practice it. Second part of it is, once you do alignment gap, right, and once you identify alignment gap, more detailed instructions are given to whoever is actually, then you say, oh, I could have communicated in more different way, more detail. I should have told you exactly what I want you to achieve, right? But then that actually makes it very, very brittle. Any things that you go in a very, very detailed level of steps, point A, B, C, D, and up to whatever, and anything changes from those instructions, the person who is going to follow those instructions now will have a conflict, whether to follow instructions or do the right thing. Right? If you don't balance that out, your alignment gap still would be there. So alignment gap does not mean specific instruction. There are remedies to it, and I'll talk about it in next slide. And the last one is very interesting, effects gap. Right? If you even want to achieve what you want to achieve and do everything that you want to do, still do not achieve the end outcome, you end up doing lot of control on QA. Okay, Q was not right, this was not right, that was not right. BA should write more and more, or everything was we messed it up. We almost think of it as a engineering, like in our brains there are two sides, left brain and right brain. Left is very analytical. See, if we start looking at it from an analytical perspective, and then we pretty much exclude the possibility that we may not have known what we would have wanted to know. And what this alignment gap is not a failure, but is information for us. See, how do you look at the achievement or thing that you want to achieve and do not achieve or may achieve, right? And that's an information. See, any thing that is unexpected is information for us, and then we can act on it. But if you do any of these things, more information, specific instructions, tighter controls, all you end up taking human agency out of the people involved and make them a very slow robot. Because if we can give a specific instruction, machines are much faster to do it than humans. The fact that you can't do it, that means it is not possible to automate it. So that's why we should also keep a role for human agency in all of this. And see, this is nothing, and all of these things, actually all of this principle, what I've talked about so far, was kind of documented by this person. He's Helmut von Moltke. He was a Prussian general in 1870. So all of these principles were identified like almost 150 years ago. He understood it because in a war, he observed that you can make elaborate plans, but the moment you meet your enemy, they fire a bullet, all your plans are like just scattered. Because they will also compensate for your actions, and you have to also compensate for their actions. And it is so dynamic that if you have a very static, elaborate, very brittle plan, things do not work out well. And with this thing, of all these gaps, what they worked on, this is a military organization, what they worked on, you will be surprised what they worked on. They didn't work on knowledge gap, they didn't work on actions gap. They worked on communications gap, because that's the only thing in your control. How do you communicate? Right? So they had very specific instruction about communications. A general should write one sentence and so on and so forth. Like it's at the top you could just write one, major could write paragraph, and down below the actually captain could write a full page of instructions. That's the hierarchy they actually managed all of this. But again, see, coming back to perfection, then this is like a very platitudinous statement. Everything is a state of mind. So similarly, perfection is also a state of mind, right? Because perfection is provisional. When I say provisional, meaning that it is correct at this point of time, and it will change tomorrow. It was different yesterday. So we cannot have a universal definition of perfection. See, what works for this current situation is what we should strive and achieve, not in future, not in past. Because if you do a lot of, if you rely a lot on data, you are actually tuning your system for the past, not for the future. But that means there has to be some role of intuition in this. And that's why perfection, and this is a very humbling thought. Like, I may not know I'm not right, but what I'm doing right now, is it perfect for current situation or not? I think that's the goal of it. I mean, see, all you can do is between expectation and, see, the gap that you see is a gap between expectations and reality. All you can do is minimize that gap, nothing else. Because there will always be gap, and that gaps will actually give you information, and you treat it as information because the thing is, a lot of times people see failures as, very negative light. But if you detect failure and correct it, you should know that your competitors do not know that this is a failure. This is a failed strategy. And that's the competitive advantage sometimes we can get. So how do you minimize these gaps of achieving what you want to do in a perfect sense and, do that? And this is a classical ODA loop. John Boyd, who actually led to development of F-16 and the whole, ethos of US Air Force. Because what they figured out is I cannot beat fastest MiG-21, but I can beat them by agility if I change so many times. So if you look at, I was reading for this preparation, I was looking at it, Leon Messi, right? On a straight line, he's not a very fast runner. But in a field of players, he's the fastest because he can switch his directions and dodge all the players. And that's why he's unstoppable on the field, because then on an open field, anybody can run fast. But between there are players, he has to observe, orient, decide and act at every time. And what his thing is, his ODA loop is very, very small. And that is what we strive for. But again, and that's the other part of it. And that is, I'll quickly cover all of this is, but if you want to execute those ODA loops, right, you have to survive. You can't get injured. Like if Messi gets injured, there's no play for him in the match. Right? So he has to control how much he can push and not push. And that's the classic balance between how much aggressively you can go and how much things you can talk about. And that's where I'll always like this example. In sense of perfection and in sense of survival as well. What would you prefer, Ambassador or a Ferrari? One is with brakes, one without brakes. Because from an ODA angle, Ambassador will perform very tight ODA angles. There's no scope of ODA for one maybe, and after that if it doesn't work, it will be a junk. So actually this is also very interesting one thing. So this is Otis performing elevator demonstration in Chicago. Till that time, nobody would ride elevators because there are no brakes on it. So if that elevator breaks, the chain breaks, you'll die. And people recognize it, saying, if I have to use this elevator, it has to be safe, for if, even in case there is an accident, I should survive. And he put all of the self-arresting brakes and all, and then he captured that market, because that is where he convinced people saying, yeah, you can use it and you will still be alive tomorrow. So I'll just keep over because I think we're running short of time, but if you look at this math, I mean, this player having 2 in 10 chance of winning a game and 2 in 10 chance of getting injured in a match. In a series, in a season of 10 matches, what is the probability of winning and actually completing all of these things? So if you compare, because probabilities are additive or combinatorial, so every match he has to see that I have to survive this match to play the next match. So that means he can complete a season only 10% of the time, most, without getting injured. And that means if you do competitive, this probability and computation, maximum number of wins he can have with this model is 1. If he survives all the entire season and then all of this. But then it means if you don't survive, there's no future. Right? So you can't take undue risks. So typically rock climbers just move one limb at a time, one hand, one leg, not all. So that's their limitation of rig. They can move, they can go fast, but they are mindful of the fact that if they fall down, there is no future. That's it. And this is where OODA and MTTR comes into play. MTTR is, we focus on mean time to recovery, not mean time between failures. See, mean time between failures is getting things right the first time, every time. That's your optimizing for mean time between failure. So, and then you pretty much made an assumption that you know what you want to know and everything is static, everything is there. But that is not even the case. So organizations like Google, Facebook, they are known to optimize for mean time to recovery, not for mean time between failures. They openly will say, I don't know what I'm going to do, but if I'm wrong, I will know first and I'll recover from it very fast. And if you do that way, you can run so many experiments and learn many things very, very quickly. And part of it is they are like automatable. Like, so for example, verification, release, remediation, they are kind of, you can automate them. And the big part they play is they focus on detection of errors. And all this is to not knowing what the perfection is, but to pursue perfection, because they iterate it very, very fast. Their OODA loops are very, very small, like very tight. I do one experiment, one push to production, get the feedback, do everything, do change direction if need be, and then move from it. And so basically what it means is if you want to win or actually have a perfect product in the market as compared to your competitors, your OODA loop, your entire MTTR loop, detection, remediation, and correctness and release has to be faster than that of your competitors and that of environment. So if you start doing this, and that is where psychologically we need to change. So in today's also this hackathon you guys did, you start with an elaborate solution, nothing will work. You start with small steps, and whoever does that, at least at the end of it, they'll have something to show. Otherwise, there is nothing to show. And in parlance of that rock climber I showed you, there are like software breaks you can build, like toggles, bulkhead, strangler. These are all the patterns which allow you to move to production one small release, without breaking anything, and then verify whether it works the way you want them to work and whether customers like it. Because if you build a beautiful feature, customers do not like it, that's a worthless feature. Although it's a correct feature, it's not being used, its value is 0. Even if a buggy feature, customer like it, the value is infinite. And that is the feedback you should start getting by isolating. So this bulkhead pattern is basically, I can take risk by isolating part of the system. So even if one system goes bad, I should not actually impact something else. And this strangler pattern is also very, very useful pattern for me, because when we are trying to migrate things within same system without a different system, the only way you can do it as smaller steps. And this pattern kind of allows you to take smaller steps and execute my OODA loops very, very tightly. and then move on to migration. Because we executed one, in our company, executed one migration from one AWS to other AWS, and the feedback we got from customers, nobody has done it, because everybody talks about it, but nobody does it, because it's so risky. So, and then do reconciliation. Like reconciliation is basically you need to also post-fact talk about what you want to do. Yeah, and that's pretty much my talk for today. Like, focus on MTTR, execute OODA loops, and just focus on tight OODA loops, because you will not know entirely what you want to know, and that's a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shripad. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to call for a very quick break. You have exactly 15 minutes. That's 5 minutes. As soon as you hear the sound of my voice, your job is to make your way back to your seats. And once again, can we have a big round of applause to Mr. Shripad on stage? Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. You can take your break, and once again, when you listen to the sound of my voice, please make your way back or put a timer. We'll see you back in 15 minutes. Thank you. People of ElasticRun, if you're listening to the sound of my voice, I'm going to ask you all to make your way to the front. Please take your seats as we'd like to move on to the next team presenting. People of the ElasticRun Hackathon, this is Possibilities. Gentlemen standing at the back, I'm going to request all of you all to make your way to the front. Please have a seat, please have a seat. People at the coffee machine, pick up a coffee, bring it to your table, have a seat. The gentleman and the lady standing at the back, I'm going to request you all to please sit down. Guys, can you please sit down? We would like to begin. Please sit down. Please move and take your seats. Check. Can I request all of you all standing at the back to please move in and take your seats? Those of you all standing at the back, can you please move in and take your seats? Okay, once again, I'm going to ask everyone standing at the back to please make your way inside the hall, make your way in front of the stage. Please sit down as we'd like to begin. Welcome back, everyone. Once again, welcome to the ElasticRun Hackathon. This is Possibilities powered by Microsoft. At this point in time, I'm going to say shh to everyone. Shh. Okay, it's very good. People are paying attention. Okay, give yourselves a big round of applause. Clap for yourselves. Make some noise for all the teams that have stepped on stage so far. We have a lot more teams to step on stage. The next guy is a little nervous there. We were just talking to him, and we're going to get him on stage. But just a reminder once again to all the teams and obviously to the judges, if you do not give time for the judges to ask their questions, and if they don't understand what you're presenting at the end, you've lost half your battle right there. So keep that in mind when you come on stage to present. Remember that buzzer goes off at 7 minutes, and the next buzzer goes off at 10 minutes. And at 10, we're going to do a hard stop. I'm going to be the bad guy, step in and say, hey, your time is up. Okay, are we good with that so far? Nobody responded. Marvelous, darling, marvelous. Okay, we're going to get the next team on stage. Give them a big round of applause. They're standing right there. We're going to give them their microphones. Can we have their microphones? I'm just going to double check. This is the strangers, correct? Yeah, but unfortunately, there's just one stranger on stage. Clap for him. Make some noise for him. This is Possibilities.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. This is Dad. And yeah, happy to be here. And yeah, my problem statement is like 3, which is like for planning and tagging utility. Like it itself has 3 use cases. Like whenever the user uploads a 2D flow map, you need to mark that area and categorize, sketch it and tag it with particular category, respective category. So this is done with JSON, like JavaScript. So next use case is like, next use case is like whenever the SKU dimensions are given, like when a particular area will be there, so it will be having some width and height of the SKU dimensions. Based on the dimensions and safety stacking limit will be there. Like they will be considering it as 3 feet as stacking height or something. So if they are overstacking it, we need to say that it is overstacked or something. So that is a second use case. And third use case is nothing but like whenever you upload a invoice or something, so we need to generate a heat map based on the quantity and the products which are present in that. So that is 3 major use cases in this problem. Solution overview which we have which approach which we have taken is like using JavaScript, we'll be able to mark the areas with respect to like drop down, like we'll be saving those coordinates with using JavaScript. So after that, like we'll be tagging that with a particular category, and with relevant data like height, width, and quantity which they are providing to that particular area. If you are considering it as a warehouse and consider that like you are having particular category, some biscuits or something like. So they will be having some particular dimensions of that particular area. So we will be having height and width of that area dimensions. So based on that, like each quantity, like if you take each unit, like biscuit box is having of units something around like 1 by 1. So that will be storing it in using JavaScript, like using JSON, like in JSON format. So after this, this is saved. So this is sent to the Python backend actually. So there the data analysis is done. So whatever like data we need to require and we need to show it to the user. So that will be done by the Python backend. So after that, like I am using the image processing for generating the heat map, like OpenCV library. So where we will be getting the like whenever they mark the area, so we'll be having the coordinates of x and y axis. So those coordinates will be considered, and with OpenCV you can able to like get those coordinates, and you can able to like mark with like how much proportion of quantity is present. Like invoice, think that biscuits they have given of around 400 quantity. In warehouse they are having around 5,000 of quantity. So this proportion is nothing but around like kind of 5 to 6%. Based on the this percentage, we will be plotting a heat map. So that is the main concept, like approach we are going with that. Yeah, steps in this approach is nothing but like this is the web page which we have designed. So where we'll be having two options where you can upload a 2D floor map and floor plan invoice. This is invoice nothing but like you can upload the invoice. What are the products you can able to upload it over there. And whenever the user selects this add floor, so it will be redirected to this this page. So where they will be having a particular, like this is a option, like they can able to choose the file, and upload it this 2D sketch. So based on that, they can able to drag and drop of it. So whenever they add those things, like drag and drop, so they will be having a category, like they will be displaying some options, where will be like like category, and with this kind of data will be collected from them, input data. So based on this, so yeah, after saving these things, we'll be saving it, like we can display whatever they have marked and sketched and sideways, like we can see over like biscuits and chips, chocolates, and these are the categories which they have yeah, entered or something, marked. Yeah, after entering that, whenever the user uploads a invoice or something, like when selects a floor, like a particular floor you will be selecting. So based on the floor, you will be like in warehouses, we'll be having different floors. So for each floor, we'll be having different sketches. So each sketch, like will be whatever the products are there, will be displaying whenever he selects it. So it will be contained. Some products will be contained in one floor, and some other products in some other floor. So based on that, we'll be like displaying those products which are in which specific floor will be displaying, and total quantity which it is having. So and which they can which they want to generate a heat map or something. Yeah, this is the final like heat map which they can able to generate it whenever they submit the invoice of it. So yeah, if you go with the video, I will show you the demo of it. Yeah. Yeah, this is the home page where we'll be having three options. So like add floor, view areas. Whatever the floors they have added, they can able to like show it over there. Like they can show in there. So this is the dimensions which you can give it to the like you can consider it in square feet or whatever it is. So this will be height and width, like width and length of the thing, and floor, whichever floor it is. These are the categories. So can you please pause it over there, like somewhat backward. So whenever they can play. Whenever they mark it, so we'll be having particular categories, like one small string. Yeah, here they will be having it. So here they will be giving categories, area, width. So this is area and width is nothing but the particular specific SKU unit area and dimensions. So this is the quantity which they are giving, and quantity dimensions also will be given. Calculating based on the area of the SKU unit and the area of the each unit of particular like product. So you will be saying that how many products it can be able to fit in that particular area. So based on that, yeah, fit in the particular area, and you can based on this you can able to say that like exceeding stacking height. Like if it is think that if we are giving unit height of something of 3 feet and a safety limit of stacking of 12 feet or something, so if there will be some limit of products. I've calculated this in maths or something. Like based on that, we will be displaying like whenever he exceeds the limit, it will be saying that it is exceeding the stack limit. So you can't overstack it. So based on that, you can able to say that it is like that. So yeah, I can fast forward. This is the main use case of it. We will be sketching every categories and these things. Fast forward. Yeah, 1 minute back, one frame back. Yeah, after sketching the area, like somewhat backward. Yeah, this is the like viewing point of the area. So we will be having different floors. So with different floors, they will be having the maximum stack limit. They will be provided if they can able to edit it over there by seeing the maximum quantity which they can accommodate in that particular area. So that is something. This is the invoice which they can upload. With respect to flow 1, you can see this kind of categories over there. So yeah, we'll be entering, see the, like, this is the quantity which it is having in the warehouse already. So this is the quantity which they have received as an input or something. So based on that, we'll be generating a heat map, like bigger circle anything, but they have selected more quantity or something. So based on the relevant circles will be generated. This is purely done based on the OpenSea and image processing. Yeah, this is the final output of the application.
You have approximately 2 minutes for questions.
So So, nice, Siddharth. So, how do we, my question is, how do we basically carve out those areas and save those areas? Like, what is the data structure in which you are saving those areas?
We are saving it in JSON format. Whenever they mark it, so respective coordinates in Canvas, we will be getting the coordinates of that particular.
Coordinates yours.
Yeah, coordinates
Okay.
I am saying. Yeah. So I will be getting x1 and y1 and x2. Based on that, we will be plotting those.
Okay.
And you're expecting the invoice to be scanned. Is it a paper invoice that the picker is scanning?
Yes, that is a future scope of project. Like right now, we can give the details of it. So in future, like if you can upload a slide or something, we will be applying OCR, and based on that, we will be applying NLP. So based on these things, we will be automatically generating invoice of it.
What's the size of OpenCV library that you're using?
Size of it?
Yeah.
I mean, like image size or?
The library size.
Like it will be minute only. So it's just library, so.
Okay. Well, the question comes with the aspect that can this solution work on a mobile device, a mobile phone?
Yeah, it will be worked. So yeah.
Okay.
And those are the questions. Audience, any questions from the audience?
Are you doing anything to identify the exact location of the person while he is walking around in the warehouse? So if you are giving this map,
if we want to go to that, like we need to have a video analytics of it. So where we can able to sketch the area, and we can convert the image into a 2D format, like where the person is present and which area is in the particular position is present. So based on that, we will be saying that this person is over here or here in particular area 1, 2 or something.
Okay.
And that is the time for questions. Can I request the person with the phone ringing to please put it on silent? It's happened twice already. Can we have a big round of applause for the stranger on stage? Congratulations to you, sir. Judges, note that the next team coming up on stage is Tiki Taka. The next team coming up on stage is Tiki Taka. We're going to give you a couple of minutes to set up, and I'm going to request the next team, which is Transforms, to please come to the console and be good to go. Once again, judges, we're going to have Team Tiki Taka to come up on stage. And this is a reminder to the audience once again, please keep your phones on silent. We've requested it once before. Team Tiki Taka, the stage is yours. As soon as you begin, your time will start.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. So I'm from Team Tiki Taka, and my name is Rohit. So the problem statement that I've chosen is on image analytics. That is, we already know the problem statement, right? We have to tell what sort of category the shop sells, category of product the shop sells, and along with predicting the size of the shop. So when I first pick up this problem statement, I live by the principle of Occam's razor, like how to make it as simple as possible, right? Simplicity beats complexity, but along with making it as efficient as possible. So my solution is not super flashy. It's a very simple one. So for the first sub-problem, that is predicting the category of products, what I did was I manually hand-labeled about 300 images. I ran them through a YOLO V5, got the object detection done, and so that basically gives you whatever sort of products that the company sells or the shop sells. And for the second subcategory, that is the size of the store, I was like, how do you knowledge transfer it? Like, how do you hit 2 birds in 1 shot, right? Why do you have to do something? Why do you have to run another model on top of it? How can you make it even more simpler by using whatever stuff has been learned in the first subcategory? So it's very simple. That is, now you have some predictions that is given by a model, right? So now what if we take the unique counts of the products that the model has predicted? I repeat, unique and not the total number of objects. So this is sort of a ballpark threshold that we will have to manually set. So let's say that it is 4. So if you have like 4 or 5 unique products that your model has picked up, let's say that it's small. And let's say if it's in the range of 5 to 10, it might be a medium one, and anything that shoots above 10, it's going to be large scale, right? And few other factors that you have a trolley, that means the shop has to be big, right? And if you have any sort of boards which tells you that, oh, this is like fruits and vegetable section, or this is some other sections. That means people need help in navigating throughout the mall. So it doesn't make sense if you have a very small outlet. So all of these will push or add extra weight towards, making a prediction that it is a mall. It's probably large. So this is a simple block diagram. And the same goes for here. You can see that any sort of boards or trolleys, they add more weight towards saying that it is a larger shop. Yeah, so the first problem was all of those images, dimensions were all over the place. So I had to sort of, manually resize them. So I resized them to a size of 512 cross 512. And manual annotation was very, very hard. It was very annoying. So I manually annotated like around 300 images. And you pass them through a media model because for scalability purposes, like let's say it gets deployed, it should not be too large, right? And the performance was very good, actually. I had a precision of about 0.7 and a recall of about 0.1. So the possible assumption is that it is not able to pick all of the products, but whatever products that it picks, it's able to detect correctly. So these were the results. You can see all of those images. It's predicted yada, 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 saying that this is this, and all of these metrics were tracked. Yeah, so I've already explained about this. You fix a sort of ballpark threshold for predicting the size of the shop, the small, large, and medium. Video pitch, can you? So this is just a simple code walkthrough. Oops. Is it playing? All right. So very, very simple stuff. I manually annotated about 300 images, put them into a split 80-20, had a YAML file. I decided on the number of classes. I think I had about 13. Can you keep? Yeah, and then training, I ran it for about 20 epochs, batch size of 32, medium-sized YOLO model, blah, blah, blah. And then can you run it through? And then comes the inferencing part. Run. Yeah, and the last, yeah, just go down. Keep going. Can you skip to the end? The last section of the video. Yeah, the size of the shop. This was the logic. This threshold has to be manually set, but when you see like a large variety of different pictures, you can sort of come very close to approximating this threshold that, this T can be set like that when you see a large number of images and variety of images. Future prospects is that we should be giving it diversity of images for it to generalize really well, and a large number of annotations should also be required. Yes, I think that marks my presentation. Thank you so much.
So one question.
Yep.
Which tool you use for annotation?
Yes, so this is awesome tool called Label Image, so that is what I used.
Okay, got it. And how many features you were annotating while you annotated those images? In a typical image, how many features you had to manually
Right. Features in the sense categories of products, yeah. Right? I think they were averaging about 5. There was always chips hanging around, biscuits and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it was averaging about 5.
Got it. And did you use any auto labeling technique afterwards? Because once you created few sets with some categories, any auto labeling thing that you tried out?
No.
How many annotations would you suggest one should have to get a decent model per class? So you did 300 and you had 13 classes, right?
Right.
In an ideal scenario, how many annotations do you think would be needed per class to have a decent model?
Right. Again, this is also has to be a very ballpark estimate. There can never be an ideal scenario, but the more the data, the more fun your model has, right? So I would say that you feed it diversity, a huge diversity. You feed it different scenarios. You give it like different instances of different type of models, and I think anything above 800 to 1000 should do the job, given that it is, diversified.
And did you try to identify the logo as well, or just the category?
Just the categories.
One small question.
Yes.
What is the standard distance I should be as a user to take the pictures?
Yes, that is not necessary. Even if the image is blurry, or even if you're far apart, YOLO is very smart. It'll make sure that it picks up all the subcategories of objects. Yep.
Did you run any kind of classification to understand the size of the store, or was it purely threshold based?
Yes, it is purely threshold based.
Okay.
We do have time for more questions, just in case there are any. The audience, if any of you all have questions, this is your time to ask said questions. Giving you all a few more seconds to get over your shyness, just in case. That's a no? All right. Big round of applause for the gentleman on stage, please.
Thank you so much.
That was Team Tiki Taka. Up next, we have Team Transform going to take stage. Whenever is good for you, sir, you can take the stage, and your timer will start when you begin. Your presentation is in front of you. Your timer is in front of you.
Hello everyone, my name is Tushar, and our team is Transform. I'm the only one like handling this team. And the problem statement we chose is like floor planning and tagging utility. Okay. So the problem statement was like for the shopkeeper or the Kirana stores, suppose they want, they'll be having the floor plan, and they'll be like marking those with the categories, like for this area I'll be storing the biscuits, for this area I'll be storing the like soaps, like that. And those marking will be, after that marking will be done, they'll be like given the SKU units size, like height, width, and you can say length. And once SKU is given, they can like see like how many quantities will be stacked over in that particular area. Okay. And once they get the invoice, they can see like if this much quantity can be stacked in that area. Okay. So this is the particular JSON format which will be stored at the back end. So it will be storing the category name like biscuits, soaps, shampoos, and it will be storing the X coordinates, Y coordinates of that particular area. Then length, width, area, volume, and we are assuming height of that area as a 3 feet. Okay. Then we'll be storing the SKU length, SKU width, and SKU height, and we'll be calculating the SKU volume. Okay. Then we'll be calculating the total capacity of that particular area. And okay, and after we add the invoice, we'll be storing the like what will be the remaining quantity in that particular area. Okay. So so we are assuming that 1000 units are equal to 1 feet. You can assume that 1 unit is equal to 1 pixel. Okay. Then we are calculating the category volume by calculating the simple formula, length, width, and height. So we are assuming height as a 3 feet, and we are multiplying it by units. So this will be 3000 units. Okay. So and the how much quantity will be stacked in that particular area. So suppose this is the box of your SKU, and suppose you want to stack this box inside that cabin. So you'll be calculating volume of that cabin and volume of this SKU, and then we'll be dividing that particular volume by its volume. So we'll be getting the quantity, how much quantity will be stacked in that particular area. Okay. And once that quantity is we identified the quantity, once we get the invoice, we can show them like this much quantity can be stacked in that particular area. Okay. So if you see, we can tag particular category by just dragging and dropping a particular category. So biscuit, soaps, it will be like identified by the colors. Okay. Once we identify the quantity, we can show them the heat map by calculating the area, because volume is 3D, but we have to show this heat map as a 2D. So we have to calculate the area, and based on this formula, we'll be calculating the heat map. So category area divided by total capacity of quantity into SKU quantity. Okay, and like in future, like we'll be storing the each invoice items like historically, and we'll be getting the what is the remaining quantity in that particular area. Okay, and we'll be giving the drag and drop functionality to add particular you can say SKU in the particular area. And suppose there are two places where we are having the same category. So we'll be identifying that particular area, like where we want to put by using the shortest path algorithm like Dijkstra or Floyd-Warshall algorithm. Okay, so what technologies we have used? We have used the HTML5 canvas for drawing and tagging category storage area. And for images and icons, we have used SVG. And for drag and drop, we have used like JavaScript drag and drop like utility. And for the canvas drawing, I have used Fabric.js. And for the web application, single page web application, I have used Angular, and we are coding in JavaScript ES6. Okay, and for styling, we have used CSS3. And for backend, we are using Node.js, Express.js, and MongoDB. Yeah, demo, please. Yeah, can you please pause it? Can you please go back? Yeah, this is the single page application which I have developed. So on the single page, user will be able to add the floor plan, add the SKUs, and add the invoice. Okay, and it is responsive enough, so it will be visible on all the like devices, like mobile devices, tab devices. So yeah, can you please start it? So yeah, first of all, they need to add the floor plan. Okay. Yeah. They will add the floor plan, then they will mark it. Like in this image, this much is the floor plan, because image can be like different. If they mark it wrong, they can remove it and they can mark it again. They will upload it and they will mark it. So after marking, it will be locked. They cannot change it afterwards. If they want to change it, they can remove it and they can like mark it again. So these are the different layers I am drawing on canvas. Yeah, once you save it, you can add the area where, like, if you want to put the biscuits in this area, you can mark this area. Similarly, you can mark different, like shampoo. For shampoo, you are marking this area. Similarly, for soap, you are marking this area. And for chips, if you marked it as in the wrong area, you can remove it and you can mark it again. Once you mark all the areas, you can put like what is the SKU dimensions you are putting there. So you can write like what is the width, what is the height, what is the length of that particular SKU. Okay, once you save this, all the SKU details, it will show you how much quantity that particular area will occupy. Okay, and once, suppose I have got an invoice and I have got this much quantity. Suppose, for example, I am getting like half quantity for first. For second, I'm getting somewhat like big quantity. For third one, I'm getting like more quantity. And for fourth, like it will be full, like I'm adding as a whole quantity. So it will show the heat map based on the area.
Just a reminder about your questions towards the end.
Yeah, so yeah, I think I'm up for the questions.
Judges, over to you.
So let's say there is a multi-stack available now, right? So
Yeah.
what you are currently representing is a kind of a rectangle onto a floor.
Yeah.
But if you have to extend this solution to a rack solution, how would you go about it? So there will be, assume that there is a biscuit and on top of that there is a, say, shampoo category. We can stack one above another using the shelves.
Okay. I think for now we have considered one category for one area, but if suppose there are different layers, we can put different 2D image of that layer and we can mark it.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Did you design anything for the picker to help him guide and give him a heat map of where he should go to pick the items? What you showed us was stacking, but after stacking, how would the system help with picking?
Yeah, that is not developed because that was not in the problem statement, but yeah, this solution can be extended, yeah, for that.
Okay.
How about using this on a mobile device? Or
Yeah, it can be because it is a responsive. It can be used on tab and mobile devices.
And all the controls like drawing on the canvas and all that.
Yeah, that will work. Yeah.
Okay. And what would be the size of the page? Like if I have this loaded without any drawing, what would be the size of the page in terms of kilobytes or something like that?
Sorry, I didn't get your question.
If I don't draw anything on the page, if I just load your solution on a browser web page, what would be the size of the web page?
Yeah, it is not much. It's in like a few MBs. It's not much.
Few MBs.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank
Thanks,
you, gentlemen. That
Thank
was
you.
Team Transform. Big round of applause for him, please. We have this gentleman joining us digitally. Is he on call right now? Can we just double check? Is he with us? Yes. Can we bring him up on screen? Okay. Mr. Hari Shankar, can you hear us? If yes, you'll need to turn your camera on. We're waiting for you to turn your camera on. While he's turning his camera on, I'm just going to give you a quick introduction. We have the VP Digital Transformation of Kimberly-Clark, Mr. Hari Shankar K, joining us virtually to address all of us. Mr. Hari Shankar is a business IT leader with experience in consumer goods industry, digital transformation, and global business services. He's led IT applications globally for Unilever and also held the position of CIO of Hindustan Unilever, leading all aspects of IT and digital initiatives. Is he with us? And camera on. Can we bring him up on screen?
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon, Mr. Hari. Yes, we can hear you and we can see you. Can you see us or me?
I'm not able to see you, but yeah, but I can see. Yes, I can see you.
Okay, but thank you so much for joining us. We're going to hand the stage and the screen over to you. Thank you so much once again. Can we hear a big round of applause for him? Welcome him. That's us clapping for you. There you go. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we can. We can see you. Is there a presentation that's also coming up?
Yeah, I had a presentation that I shared. Is it not coming through?
We are just checking on that. You will have to just make sure it's shareable at this point in time. We're just double checking on that. Give us a few moments. You'll have to share your screen from your side. Could you kindly just double check on that? Yes, we can see it now.
Okay. I will see.
Yes. Just give us a moment, please. Just give us a moment while we resize your screen. Yes, we're good to go. Over to you, Mr. Hari.
Okay, good afternoon. It's really my pleasure to be here this evening. Really interesting hackathon, and there are some amazing entries as I listened in this morning. Truly opening up possibilities. Thank you for inviting me. I'm happy to join this brief session, and as I wanted to share some thoughts on digital transformation from an FMCG perspective. First, a bit of self-introduction about myself. I'm currently leading digital core transformation for Kimberly-Clark. We are a US-based global corporation present in more than 100 countries, operating in consumer product goods. In the past, I've been with Unilever for long, held multiple roles, including CIO for HUL and handling applications and supply chain technology for Unilever globally. Now I'm a BTech from computer science from IIT Bombay, did my MBA from IIM Bangalore, been in the industry for very long now, right? And it's really great to meet this young audience and the young presenters. It kind of takes you back on what you did many, many years ago. But obviously, there is amazing talent, and what we heard this morning has been really inspiring. So thank you for inviting me again. What I wanted to share is very briefly a little bit of a perspective on what we see happening on digital transformation in the consumer goods industry. Right now, consumer goods industry is something which all of us are intimately aware of as consumers, no doubt. Right? It's an industry which touches millions of consumers every day. We buy these products day in and day out. It is also an industry which has seen some really big shifts. Like now, clearly, it's driven by consumer habits, and I think all of us can see how that is changing, not just across generations, but frankly, every year as consumers, how our habits are changing, and how that is impacting the industry and how companies are responding to that. We see clearly emergence of new channels, right? So, we saw, e-commerce coming in a big way in the last several years, now going beyond e-commerce into so many different formats which are available today. This industry is, on the one hand, very global, because if you look at the brands out there, the global multinationals command a big presence and a big share. But at the same time, it is an industry which is very local, right? Because everyone recognizes that consumer tastes are very local, and everybody really looks to develop very relevant products and operate in a very local manner. And to me, this is a very interesting dichotomy of this business, to look at it more globally, at the same time, make sure it is absolutely relevant locally. And last but not the least, which is clearly the topic of relevance for today, is about the impact of technology on this business, right? Technology and what we do to develop our products, but also about digital technology impacting every process within the FMCG industry. What I thought would be interesting to look at is obviously every industry, every company within an industry has its own unique operating models, and these could be quite complex, right? But then sometimes it's interesting to look at it very simplistically, right? So if you look at an FMCG business model, fundamentally all FMCG companies do three things. So there is something about having deep consumer insight, which then leads to developing products on technology formats that the companies are really good at, and then bringing them to market as strong, iconic brands. So that is all that you see on the top right of it, right? Which is everything about consumer insight, product innovation, and brand building. Once you have innovated or formulated a product, then it is about manufacturing at scale efficiently. FMCG companies run large, complex supply chains, so manufacturing facilities which are across the world. Complex procurement, right? Because a lot of our materials are indeed have to be bought very efficiently in a very agile manner. And it is also about running complex logistics to make sure that our projects are indeed distributed across the length and breadth of countries that we operate in. And then, of course, effective distribution and selling and market activation. And I think a lot of that is what we heard today in some of the presentations. The other, really good thing and is about all FMCG companies have a very strong sense of purpose and which is well articulated, and clearly a focus on sustainability, right? Because people recognize that we are in a business which needs to be sustainable in how we consume, what we do for the planet, and also how do we impact livelihoods. And you'll see that in the operation of most FMCG companies. This is to just give a very simplistic view of what is inside an FMCG company. Because when we look at digital transformation, it's really about looking at how technology can impact each one of these areas. Let's start with the first one, which is about digitizing sales and distribution, because that's the one probably which is most relevant for the audience and the team that is assembled in today. And we heard some really amazing case studies of that and in the presentations. So the first is about digitizing front-end sales, right? And it is about leveraging the technologies which are really ubiquitous today, mobile, imaging, all of that, driving execution excellence, right? Because front-end sales has always been about people. It is about having, feet on street, tens of thousands of people, really passionate, hardworking people who are interacting with stores, with customers, with consumers day in and day out. But what really technology does is to provide that multiplier so that you really drive execution excellence on the ground. So how do you get the best of both, people and relationships at the same time, analytics and data and technology? When it comes to more evolved trade, right, it is also about leveraging analytics in revenue growth management, pricing, using price elasticity studies, all of that, so that we are able to win along with retailers in making sure that we are able to price our products well for consumers. And the last one is about winning with new and emerging channels, right? Clearly, we have seen e-commerce coming in a big way, but even going beyond e-commerce, how do you go direct to marketplace, which is becoming very prevalent in so many countries? It is also about going direct to consumer for products and formats which make sense, and also leveraging a rapidly evolving ecosystem. And then for all of us in India, we have seen how quickly this has evolved, right? Now, UPI is such a fantastic thing, and we have leapfrogged several countries, including the West, on this. And all the things which are happening today, what we read about of ONDC, and we had some good interactions. There's so many things happening in the country, all of which will be really transforming how we handle front-end sales and distribution. I wanted to bring to life, two examples, right? And I deliberately chosen examples which are from the distant past, right? Because this is not about, the business process itself. It's not about new technology or about the specific use cases. What I wanted to share was, some of the business aspects of it in terms of change management, adoption, and really the impact that this has on the business. What you see on the left is, again, an example from Hindustan Unilever very long ago, right? Or more than 10 years ago, right? And like I said, it's the example is dated, but the lessons and learnings from that are quite relevant even today, right? And this was a use case very similar to one of the case studies in the hackathon. It is about how do we make sure you provide the capabilities of mobile in the hands of tens of thousands of field force, so that you transform selling in the front end, leverage the power of analytics, so that you are really able to provide recommendations on what is the most appropriate thing and to be sold in the shop, and how do we incentivize for that, right? Now that's well known, and today this is widely adopted in the industry, and that's not what I wanted to talk about. What I wanted to talk about is about the how of going about it, which I believe could be relevant for the audience here as we go about deploying more sophisticated technologies going forward, right? And again, I was kind of going down memory lane, and incidentally, this was piloted in the city of Pune, where all of you are assembled, right? So it is indeed quite interesting when I kind of jog back on what we did at that point in time. This is more than 10 years ago, right? I think the two facets of it which really strike out. One is about rapid iteration and refinement, right? Because on the one hand, we had what we thought was a good model of how we could go about making recommendations. But when we actually piloted in the field, there were so many interesting learnings which came up, right? And we actually brought the tech teams, the developers and some of the the IT leads, etc. Predominantly in Bangalore. We had some very interesting days of market visit in the city of Pune, going shop to shop along with the the salespeople, the sales management there, and just trying to understand what is it that we have built as a solution and what does it do to the market, right? And there was so much good and positive feedback, right? People said, this recommendation makes sense, but frankly, this doesn't work. And how would you give a recommendation of selling, this SKU in this outlet? And then we were actually sitting in the outlet, and then we realized it doesn't make sense, right? This is not an SKU which is relevant for this outlet. So then we go back, we tweak the algorithm and see, what could have gone wrong, and then we come back with saying, yeah, we got it. This is what we should do differently. But equally, there were insights on the other side, right? When someone said, we never sold this SKU, but then we kind of dug into the data and said, remember, there is another outlet not too far from where you are, which seems to be selling this SKUs, right? And therefore, it's probably relevant for you. And then, there was an aha moment for the field force to say, yeah, I think what you're suggesting, does make sense, right? So there are some very interesting examples as we actually walked the streets of Pune when we were deploying this. The second part is about change management, right? And this is all about belief. You have a field force who have been working on this, very passionate, strong relationships. How do we get them to adopt technology, at the same time recognize the power of their relationships and what they have? So because that needs to be continued. And I think in that process, we did some amazing things on change management and adoption. The example you see on the right is again interesting, right? And this is about the Shakti channel. I'm sure many of you have heard or read about it. This is about women entrepreneurs in villages who are a very good selling channel. It also transforms livelihoods, and something which as a company we're very proud of what we have done to transform livelihoods. From a tech perspective, this was about how do you use very appropriate technology. And I use the word appropriate in quotes because, in today's world, you'd say, what is there? I mean, there's a smartphone available everywhere. But this is, maybe 15 years ago, right? So this was about how do you use feature phones at that point in time to a user base who is, not literate, has never used, mobile phones in that sense, right? They would have used mobile phones for making a call, but not for an application. More importantly, how do you build an application on this, right? So, we ran the equivalent of a hackathon at that point in time, got some, tech startups. The startup ecosystem wasn't really evolved at that point in time to say, a feature phone is quite sophisticated, right? In fact, I remember one of the campaigns we ran was to say that the feature phone has got as much memory and processing power as, probably the first moon lander of Apollo, right? I remember some banners we created around that. And we got some good applications built, which are very simple applications, right? We just record sales, record stock, and we were able to link up with, the Shakti channel using this technology. And the reason I recount that, even though both of these are extremely dated, and from today's tech perspective, it would almost sound primitive, right? But the change management aspect of it, and more importantly, what does it do to a tech team to work closely with business, are some timeless lessons which I thought would be relevant to share in this forum. So that was about what happens in FMCG in the front end, right? But if you again traverse the business model of FMCG, the next part is about digitizing consumer insight, right? Like we said, consumer insight is something which is the bedrock of any FMCG company. And one of the challenges in consumer insight, when you look at it from a data lens, is that we really don't have first-party data, right? And that might sound strange because today every industry is flooded with data and everyone talks about trillions of records of data. But if you look at the FMCG industry, because we are a business to consumer model, right? So we don't sell directly to consumers, and therefore we have very limited direct consumer data. And that is both a limitation, but equally it's an opportunity, right? Because then it allows us to look at very creatively what could we do to mine different data sets to together draw insights, right? which in other industries like telecom or banking, etc., could be more straightforward, where you have so much of direct data. So this is an interesting challenge, and every FMCG continues to work through this. Again, an area we are actively involved in every country that we operate in, working with academia, working with startups to kind of look at what is the best way of approaching consumer data, right? It's also an area where we are acutely mindful about, privacy. We really respect consumer data, making sure that not just are we complying with legislation, but also making sure that we are respecting what consumers are, wanting us to do and not do. The last part here is about digitizing product development, right? And like I said, every FMCG companies has got deep technology platforms, right? There are companies who are really good in, beverages, really good in, beauty care, right? In detergent technology, right? In paper technology, right? Now, it's about how do you use those core technologies that you have built in to develop, great products as desired by consumers. Now, the traditional approach to product development has always been about, scientists in labs coming out with new products, testing them in the field. But now with digital technology, we are doing more and more of these in silico, right? So how much of it can you really model as, digital twins so that you do a lot of that without actually building products physically, and then you do only the last bit of it, right? That really drives speed to market. And there have been some interesting stuff, right? We have been working in the past with a startup in Bangalore on testing packaging, right? The packaging of our products, which otherwise would have involved a lot of field trials, right? How do you build a packaging solution and then, look at stress tests on it so that you don't have to really simulate, transit trials, which take a lot of time. Product lifecycle management is about how do you build robust formulations for your products, which can then be deployed at scale globally. How do we make sure you use the right ingredients, look at sustainable sourcing, all of that in very robust ingredient and formulation management. The last part, if you look at it from the business process perspective, is about digitizing end-to-end supply chain, right? Now, this is a huge area for every FMCG company, right? Now, there is something about the digital core, which, many decades back started off as ERP, the world of SAP and Oracle and package solutions. That has gone beyond the traditional back office to now say, how can we really have sophisticated digital core solutions? These are typically deployed globally, but at the same time, the promises of local agility for every one of the markets that we operate in. And then once you have a digital core, it is also about having surround systems around it, right? For example, procurement, right? How do you buy efficiently? How do you use blockchain, right? There are so many interesting blockchain pilots happening in the industry, especially where we source agricultural produce, right? Palm oil, tea, paper, right? These are areas which are amenable for blockchain, especially if you kind of approach it as an industry consortium. Supply chain planning has always been the holy grail for any FMCG, right? And how do we go for rapid response planning, look at demand sensing from multiple data sets and signals that are coming in? How do you look at sentiment analysis from social media? Because all of these are good predictors for demand, right? When it comes to manufacturing, especially when you look at sophisticated manufacturing, which are very capital intensive, how do we have digital twin for your machine, which can predict maintenance, predict failures, and really optimize the use of our assets, right? And then in the world of logistics, like I said, every FMCG is a logistic intensive business, right? So how do you have control towers which are able to get every transaction, right, every blip that is happening in the supply chain, and then be able to respond in a very autonomous manner to events, right? So it's an exciting space, and the reason what I wanted to share here is almost a kaleidoscopic view of what is happening on digital transformation across the FMCG industry. Lastly, what I covered thus far was all about slicing the FMCG processes and looking at how do you digitize that, right? But digital transformation is more than digitization, right? Because it has to be more than the sum of the parts. And some of the common themes that we are working on, and some of these I'm sure will resonate with this audience, right? So how do we build digital foundations, right? So, cloud, API, automation, these are things I'm sure everyone in this industry and in this audience does in day in and day out. But I think the challenge for us is how do we look at each of these beyond technology, right? So for example, when we say API, obviously it's great technology, but more than technology, it is about how do we enable our business to say, this gives you an agile way of working with partners, working with the larger ecosystem, right? So get people to look at each of these as enablers for agility rather than pure technology components, right? Looking at data and analytics in a holistic way beyond functional silos. Partnerships and ecosystems, right? And I think this is something the FMCG industry has really evolved and working well, right? Working with partners, working with platforms, working with startups. I think leveraging the ecosystem in a very, very open manner. And last but not the least, right? And probably this is the most important one, is about talent, right? Because all of digital transformation is about talent. Like the talent who is assembled here today and the people whom we saw presenting, some really, really interesting stuff. So clearly it is about tech excellence, without doubt. But beyond technology, it's also about creativity. It's about curiosity, right? The keenness to understand every domain, to be passionate about that domain, and the keenness to make a difference in that domain. So again, just to summarize, every FMCG digital transformation is really a big theme. It is not just a buzzword, right? It is kind of happening on the ground. There is significant acceleration ahead. There is clear belief that this is going to be driving growth and efficiency and value. And it is an area where, again, all of us as practitioners in this industry are very passionate about. And I thought, let me just share a short synopsis of what is happening here. Again, open for any questions or conversations on this. Sorry, are there any questions?
Anyone in the audience, if you have any questions, you can come forward. We can give you a mic, or even the jury. Just introduce yourself, if you don't mind, while you ask your question.
Hi, Hari. Dheeraj here. Can you hear
Hi,
us?
Dheeraj. Yes, Dheeraj.
Hey.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you so much, Hari, for first, coming and sharing this with us. And it's always lovely to hear from you. It's always insightful. For the benefit of the people in audience, we are some of the people who have benefited from Hari's knowledge. I've almost worked under his umbrella for years, and it was very heartening and very touching to see the two examples he shared. Both of those we have worked under Hari while deploying. So while he was doing all the designing, we were the ones going to the outlets asking those questions and convincing every store to adopt that. But Hari, you spoke about, and that's where my question comes. One, at times, when we are designing some of these things, we get overwhelmed, and we are, a lot of times I've realized we are maybe either ahead of curve, or you touched upon it, the change management part. Those are the two places where a lot of things failed when we were working together, or it tend to fail or fall apart. Your inputs, your guidance on what should we do better in that space? That's my first question. And second, you spoke about the talent. All of us have been seeing around us the big resignation, especially in the tech world. And how do you deal with it day in and day out?
No, thanks, Dheeraj. Sir, very kind words. Again, really appreciate the partnership and friendship, right? That, we have worked together on really some exciting stuff, and, really great to connect back with you in this forum, right? On your first question, I think this is a key dilemma, right? Because, I read somewhere, and I've tried, I've also seen it kind of practiced well, and I also try to do that. How do we take almost a bifocal approach to this, right? And when I say bifocal approach, there is something about the reality on the ground, which it's important people don't miss out, including the tech enthusiasts who are, otherwise they could be so much, dazzled by technology that they miss out on what is happening on the ground, right? And that's very important. How do we make sure that our teams, our developers, our architects are very rooted in what is happening on the ground, right? And in some ways, in a CPG industry, that is a bit easier because, when people come back home, they are a consumer and they are able to relate to that, right? In some other industries, it could be a little bit more difficult, right? But to me, how do we encourage our people to stay rooted in the reality of it? And they must draw inspiration from real business success, not just tech success, right? And that is, to my mind, a leadership challenge, an opportunity, so that we tell our teams that, it's not just about tech success, but it is also about really delivering value on the ground. And I think people start, resonating with that. Now, having said that, right, sometimes we risk dialing it too much to the other side and get everyone focused on the ops of today and the challenges of today, right? And in that process, we may miss out the bigger opportunities which are out there, right? And that is where the bifocal approach to say, let's at the same time look at what is the art of the possible, right? And I think what is happening in India today with companies like yours, I mean, you're really cracking the scene on the art of the possible, right? And how do we make sure that everyone around looks at that vision to say and believes in nothing is impossible, right? And I think that to be able to bring both of these in, it may sound a little bit schizophrenic that we are saying, you must do both, but I think this bifocal approach is indeed possible. And it's a great leadership opportunity for all of us to make sure that we drive both at the same time. I think the point you mentioned on talent is really, really important one, right? On the one hand, it worries all of us, right? Because we've got all these fantastic projects, there is a lot of funding, and it's all good. But if you don't get the talent, then frankly, we'll all fail, right? I think this whole great resignation is a big challenge, and we all hope, and from a more traditional industry, every day we think that the dust will settle down, but it doesn't seem to, right? And they say the war for talent is actually being won by talent, right? Which is not bad, right? But I would say a couple of things that we could and should be doing. One is to look at more diverse pools of talent, right? Because while pure tech talent is important, right, and all of us have benefit from that. But frankly, I've seen, and this is actually, in some ways, I feel maybe as a country in India, we may be a little bit behind the curve, right? Because there are diverse talent pools who can come in and do things equally well, right? And they bring in a different perspective, right? And maybe something for all of us in the country to see what we can do to tap, talent pools which are more diverse than what we have done in the past. That's one. Second is, I think this sense of purpose, right? Because today, if you really talk to the young people of today, like many who are assembled in the audience, right? I mean, they're obviously motivated by the success of the company, by what they do on the ground, the technology, but they're also motivated by a keen sense of purpose, right? What are we trying to achieve, right? They are really, really thinking hard about it. And companies which have a strong sense of purpose, which are making an impact to consumers' lives, etc., I think have a strong proposition to be able to attract and retain talent. And if we stay true to that, I think we will be able to handle this much better.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, I can.
Yeah, so this is Dr. Amar from IIT Hyderabad. I'm one of the participants of Hackathon. So as you did mention about the data quality in your talk, so generating data is one concern, like we have to put a lot effort to generate the data and then to maintain the quality. On top of that, also the data privacy thing is one of the major concerns in nowadays. So how do we ensure the data privacy in any industries? Because to generate the data, we have to put a lot of effort, and then again, on top of that, we need to have the data privacy concerns. So how do we ensure that we have the good amount of data which is being generated, maintained, and then without any concerns or privacy concerns, it's being, transferred to one to another.
And just adding to his point, Mr. Harishankar, if you could keep your answer a little concise, because we're running out of time and we have one more question, we would truly, truly appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, sure, thanks. So I think data privacy clearly a really, really important one, right? Because frankly, the whole industry and our companies are built on trust, right? And we can't afford a single kind of violation of this. Acutely conscious of it. I think we do it from many perspectives. One is bringing more and more technology solution. How do we have data governance, right? How do we mask data? Be really careful about PII information. Even be very conservative about it, right? Sometimes, marketers may want more things, but we are very conservative to say, this is the kind of things we do. I think the tech solutions in this space are getting much better. What can we do with better masking and be able to work with data sets? But again, to your question, I don't think anyone has fully solved it, right? There are more risks coming up every day as we speak. But to me, the first and foremost is the company ethos to say that we respect privacy 100%, and we will be really kind of even conservative about it, which is what many of our companies really do.
Front, sir, go ahead with your question.
Hi. If you see, right, the Indian ecosystem now as basically transforming a lot because of all the mobile penetration, then the digital economy that UPI and everything is bringing in. So how do you see the entire rural side of consumption that is going to impact or that is going to change for the FMCG companies?
Yeah, no, I think it's very interesting, and again, I would be presumptive if I try to say that we have answers to this, right? I think there are many aspects of it. One is purely the consumption side of it. Obviously, with the boom in rural, that's all looking good, right? Which is a good thing for the country, which is good for the economy. So that's one side of it. Second is access, right? In the past, access was, and for many of the companies, this was built 40, 50 years ago, and that was a huge distinctive competitive advantage, right? Now that is becoming more of a leveler, right? So everyone has access, right? So the question is, how do companies build the next source of competitive advantage? I think it is about deeper engagement with consumers in rural, right? Not look at it purely as a market, right? But how do we kind of look at deeper levels of engagement? How do we leverage tech in a new and innovative way, right? Because in some ways, tech has leapfrogged the rural and urban divide, right? I mean, today, mobile, etc., is as prevalent. So how do we kind of engage with rural consumers in a much more richer and meaningful way beyond just looking at availability, right? And then, when it, the whole payment ecosystem, the credit availability, what's happening with government funding and transfers, etc. So, I mean, suddenly I would say the kind of level of money and liquidity and affluence which is there is transforming. And it's important for companies to kind of recognize that very quickly, right? And not look at, rural consumer from the old paradigm. But I'm sure everyone is kind of doing that, right? So I would say making sure we build bridges very quickly, start looking at engagement with rural consumers at a depth and more than what we have done in the past, and not just look at it from a transactional and availability lens.
Yeah. So apparently there are 2 or 3 more questions. Would you have the time for 2 or 3 more questions, if you don't mind?
I'm good.
All right, super.
Yeah,
Over
we'll
to
go
you,
with the
sir.
questions first. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a question with the gentleman at the back. Please do introduce yourself and then begin. Yeah.
Okay, hello sir. My name is Harshal Verma. I'm a master student from IIT Hyderabad. So you talked about the digital twin concept. So how do you cope up with the dynamic versatility that Indian market especially holds in the digital twin?
Sorry, you are looking at it from a manufacturing digital twin or?
Tech-wise, sir.
Yeah, okay. So, the examples which I'm aware of, which we have seen, is more on digital twin for manufacturing and digital twin for product development, right? These are, but I'm sure digital twin as a concept is applicable more widely, right? Now, when it comes to manufacturing, you're right? Because of our assets are so heterogeneous, right? It is difficult to model and code a digital twin if a company has got very, very different types of assets, right? So one of the things that we try to do today, and both in Kimberly-Clark and Unilever, is how do we look at more asset standardization, right? Rather than have hundreds of different types of assets, which then doesn't lend itself to this kind of more sophisticated modeling. Obviously, it has to be relevant for the market, right? So you can't have assets which are so out of tune with the market. But I think today a lot of that is possible, and the gains from digital twin sometimes far override the gains that you get from unnecessary heterogeneity and complexity.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sir, hello. Sir, I am Kiran Kumar from FIN Global, Bangalore. So, can we make use of Providis? That's a framework which is related with that of vectorized and as well as distributed data analytics for upscaling and enhancing the features of supply chain management as such.
I'm sorry, I'm out of my depth on this.
With the enhancing capability of AI and ML as well into this.
No, again, like I said, I mean, I'm sure it will be something which is applicable and relevant, but I'm sorry, I don't know enough of this, right? Like I said, I find myself out of depth and not close enough to be able to answer what you just said.
So Hari, this is Sachin. So as Hari mentioned, like AI and ML are basically transforming the way the supply chain is happening today. And Hari, thanks a lot for joining us here today and walking us through the memory lane, like right from your journey where the feature phone was there and the team was working. The tech team, you mentioned that you were working on ground with the sales team to identify the ground challenges and try to come back and implement that with the recommendations and the ML technology, whatever is the form and shape that the technology was available at that point of time. The entire journey from that point onwards to the modern technology like AI, ML. You also mentioned about crypto. So the journey is really exciting, and we at ElasticRun also are trying to do that. We are on ground. Our technology team is working shoulder to shoulder with the ground team and trying to understand. So I think when you are walking us through that journey, I kind of went back to our early days in 2016, where the entire tech team was on field and working with the sales team, gathering requirements, going back, doing whiteboarding, and that's how the tech evolution has happened. And I think to answer your question also, I think this AI and ML definitely has revolutionized the way the things were working earlier. If you see the screenshot that Hari had put, the first screenshot, there were a lot of items coming in the feature phone. It's very difficult for anyone to go through all those items and pitch the products. That has changed now. I mean, instead of going through all the entire list of items, that machine is gonna tell what are the items which are relevant to the outlet, what are the items which are relevant to the sales executives, and that is definitely changing the way the supply chain is working today. Not only that, there are many other applications that Hari mentioned, where there is a constant innovation happening in terms of adapting to the new technology trends and applying that into the supply chain domain.
Yes, since it's a state-of-the-art technology,
yes,
it has got that.
And that journey will continue. There will be new technologies, there will be newer opportunities which will be there, and it's a constant journey, I would say. Yes. So thanks a lot, Hari, for your time here today. It was great in hearing your journey at HUL and Kimberly-Clark. Thanks a lot.
No, thank you. My pleasure. Thanks, Sachin. And I appreciate your having me.
Thank you, Mr. Hari Shankar. Can we have a bigger round of applause for him, please? Thank you so much for joining us. Also, I just want to add, we've been doing these gigs for the last 2.5 years, where people have been joining us digitally. That is the first time we've had such high quality audio and video without it being cut off with a really good background. So 100 points to that gentleman. A bigger round of applause for that, please. Yeah. So we have another team that's going to join us in a moment. They're going to join us digitally. We're going to get them up and running. And until then, I thought I'd just do a very quick beatbox. Would that be fine with you all? Finally, super. Good response on here. A bigger yes if you don't mind. We'll work on that. We'll work on that. Actually, I'm going to teach you how to beatbox. Have you all seen a drum kit? Have you all seen a drum kit? Yes? No? No? Okay, if you haven't seen a drum kit, I think you're just messing with me by saying no. But there's a big kick on the floor. You play it with your foot. It sounds like this. You basically say the word two. Can you all say two? Now when you say two, you forget that you're saying the word. You just go. Exactly. You're not saying the word anymore, you're just making the sound with your tongue and your lips. You're going. That's sound number one. When you do it on the mic, it'll sound like this. That you play with your foot. The second sound is the hi-hat on the side. It sounds like this. What? Okay. Yeah, it's simple, right? Like a hiss. It's as simple as that. Now you shorten it, you go. Very nice, children. Very nice. Sound number three is the snare in the middle. It sounds like this. It's a click. You go. That everyone can do. I wonder why. Okay, that's sound number three. What was sound number one? Sound number two was. Sound number three was. Three sounds, you put them together, you get. And you get. So that's how I learned how to beatbox. I use words, sounds, and syllables. And for example, like I taught you all the beatbox before. You can also use other words. For example, can you all say boot? Like boot, like you. Boot, say it loudly, boot. This. Cut. This. Boot this, cut this. Simple enough? And again, there's no response. Okay, we'll work on this communication bit. Okay, so when you say boot this, cut this, you stress on the burr. So you go boot. And you stress on the this. Cut. This. Now when you say it very quickly, and when you stress on the burr and the s, it'll start sounding like this. You'll say boot this, cut this, boot this, cut this, boot this, cut this, boot this, cut this, and then you start. Yeah, you can clap for me, man. I'm very egoistic. It's fine. Okay, and then you start speeding it up, and then it starts sounding like a beatbox. So the boot this, cut this will start sounding like. Right? And then you can also add other sounds. For example, I'm going to teach you my favorite sound. Can everyone hit the lowest note you can? Can everyone go? Oh, sounds like a room of very sad people. Okay, when you go, when you do that, you're basically hitting the lowest note you can, like the lowest note you possibly can. And when you do that, you sort of squish your throat together and you get a sound. Can you all try it? Very nice. That's actually the sound that you need to get. Now what you do is, when you hit that note, you close your mouth. So you go, sounds like something else which we shall not talk about right now because I'll get fired. Oh, thank God I don't work and have a HR behind me. Okay, so when you hit that sound, you're sending the sound out through your nose. It'll sound like this after a lot of practice. By the way, don't try it when you don't have water in front of you. It'll sound like this. And comes up from your nose. And then you add beatbox sounds to it. So you go. And that's how you kill a lot of time until we get everything sorted on this side. So you can clap and make some noise then. Yeah? All right, ladies and gents. This is, what is this event called? Possibilities. We're breaking possibilities this day. We have the next team joining us virtually. Team SVS, are you with us? Can unmute yourself and say hello. Mr. Team SVS.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, yes, yes.
Where are you tuning in from, sir? Where are you calling us from?
Sir, I am from Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu.
வணக்கம் சார், எப்படி இருக்கீங்க? நல்லா இருக்கிறேன், சௌக்கியமா?
நல்லா இருக்கேன் சார். நீங்க எப்படி இருக்கீங்க? நல்லா இருக்கீங்களா?
நல்லா இருக்கிறேன் சார். So we are having a
வீட்ல
South
அனைவரும்
Indian moment.
yes.
He's very happy. All right. So can you see the clock? So can you see the 10 minutes? Is that visible to you? Yes?
No, sir.
It's not going to be visible? Okay. What we're going to do is we're going to press a buzzer sound. Can you make that buzzer noise? Did you hear that buzzer?
Hearing. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
So when you hear that buzzer, it means that you're finished with 7 minutes, and which means you have only 3 minutes. The judges are here. The jury is here. There's 4 of them. You'll basically have to stop around your 7-minute period, and then we'll hand over the questions to them. Is that fine?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So the 7 minutes, you'll hear the buzzer. Once again, we're going to play that buzzer sound for you. Can we play the buzzer sound? That means you'll have to wrap up your presentation, and then we will go on to the questions. Everything clear? Okay. All the best, sir. The stage is yours. We're going to start your timer now.
Could you able to see my screen, sir?
Share it.
Yes. And my title
Can
is
you full
Smart
screen
Predict-
that, please? Can you full screen that, please?
Yes, yes.
Presentation? Yes, perfect.
Yes, and myself, I'm Sriram, and my team member, Kalyatain Moli. And my topic is smart prediction for store product. And my problem statement is suggest relevant product for a store. And the sales prediction is an important part of modern business intelligence. It can be a complex problem, and in case of lack of data missing and presence of outliers, sales can be considered as a time series. And my solutions and how to find out the product item which sells frequently in a store, then analyze the product which is in demand state at present, then compare the present data with the historical data, and we can get the predicted data which sales which needed by the customer. And for that, almost our prediction model were on the customer level only. Then time series forecasting is one major building blocks of machine learning. We are applying machine learning to start out the process. Then a new topic is a long short-term memory method is going to implement to execute a better result. Before that, we are implementing process data wrangling. We have 3 steps. One by one we will show. We will go through it. Data wrangling and data transform, then building LSTM model and evaluation. And in the data wrangling, that the daily represents the daily sales. Our task is to forecast monthly total sales. For that, we need to aggregate our data. After applying our code, we can visible the data through date wise. The sales will be given here, and this is the summarizing of the total sales per day, so that we have given. And then second one is data transform. This transform model will forecast easier and more accurate. Will do the transformation. We have to convert the data into a stationary one, and if not stationary, we have to show some difference to make it data as stationary, and converting from time series to supervised for having the future set of LSTM model. Then after that, last one, scale the data, and we have to show the difference in the sales per date wise, and how to compare in the previous historical data. Sample one we have shown you. This is the monthly sales difference chart. And building LSTM model. And in this LSTM model, we can implementing the process to improve itself and reduce the error while error in a to reshape the predicted test set. And finally, we have getting LSTM model output and the predicted data. Here we have given predicted data and have given the test results. After that, we have to implement in the data set. This is the predicted value rate wise, and after that we can previously design the data in a range way. Can apply, can predicted our result. It is in a highlight manner they are showing in the screen, and this is we are getting the final result. And but the difference is very one side, and the difference is more. The shopkeeper need to change the purchase item for the customer, and if the slight difference is happened means the no need to change in the purchase tariff of the shopkeeper. This is our models.
So I understand that you have done this model at a customer level, but
Yes,
what
sir.
all thing you will have to do to take it to a customer and a SKU level? How do you plan to do that?
Sir, we have to find out the product items which daily sales. Daily sales, we have to get the data. After that, analyze the product which is in demand state. So then we have to compare the present data with the historical data.
Got it. And second question I have is, so you are basically using the time series or near to time series forecasting
Yes, sir.
approach. So any specific reason you have chosen the LSTM over say ETS or Sarima kind of a model?
Sir, it is an effective way to give the better results, sir. So that I have choose that LSTM.
Okay, good.
What's the accuracy that you were able to achieve with this algorithm based on the test data?
Accuracy and we have a linear regression model I've given. By inverse, we have so many implementing the data set in the model, and we have finally getting the output predicted one. And after that predicted one, we can analyze the daily purchase, whether it is a good or not for the salesperson.
Okay, so how do you rate your model? What is the accuracy of the model that you have created? How do you test it?
Through this mode only, sir, machine learning mode only, we have to implement this.
Okay, thanks.
And application have to design for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We do have 3 more minutes left. So in case there's anyone with questions in the audience or even the jury, you can go ahead and ask any more questions if you want more clarity. No? That's a no? Thank you, Team SVS. Can we give him a big round of applause? Thank you, sir, for that wonderful presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
On that note, ladies and gentlemen, this once again is Possibilities. I am going to ask everyone to sort of work with me on this. We're going to break for lunch, but we'll have to do it in segments or like slots of sorts. We're going to ask the participants and the jury to head up to the 6th floor first, and the rest of us will follow, let's say, 15 minutes after. Is that okay? Yeah, that way we can try and bring back the event on time and keep things running. Can we ask the jury and the participants to make your way to the 6th floor, please? Also, give yourselves a big round of applause for being a fantastic audience this afternoon. We're going to come back. We're going to come back stronger with a lot more fun. This is the time where the DJ pushes the music and everything goes dick chick dick chick dick chick dick chick dick chick. There you go. See you all in a bit. We're coming back in 45 minutes. People of possibilities, please take your seats. If you have any colleagues or friends who are not here yet, please give them a call, send them a message, ask them to come here right away, as we'd like to begin. Just double checking, if you know anyone who isn't here yet, please give them a call. Please send them a message, ask them to come in right away, because we'd like to begin. Thank you. Bless you. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any friends or your colleagues who aren't here yet, please give them a call, send them a message. We'd like to begin right away. Good afternoon, welcome back from your break. How was lunch? Lunch was good? A few nods, I will take the few nods. It's better than before. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome back. This is the ElasticRun Hackathon. This is Possibilities, brought to you by Microsoft. Thank you all so much for showing up. Can we just put our hands together and make some noise for ourselves for being here? Yeah. It's been a fun morning. It's been an intense morning. We have a bunch of teams who are going to be taking stage, but I'm going to keep this short and simple. We have two gentlemen sitting here. They're going to be getting on stage. I'm going to give you their introductions. Your job is to scream and make a lot of noise for them. Firstly, we're going to have Mr. Dheeraj Arora, who's going to be taking stage. He's a man with over 2 decades worth of experience. I will walk away while you take the stage, sir. And he's worked with companies like Unilever and Britannia, and he's one among the top 50 most influential people in this space. So give him a huge round of applause. Welcome him to the stage. He's going to essentially be doing my job in the next, 15 to 20 minutes. It's your call since you're going to be handling the stage. While I invite the next gentleman, Srinandan Sundaram. Sir, if you could please come up on stage, give him a big round of applause. He's the Executive Director, Foods and Refreshments for Hindustan Unilever Limited and VP F&R for Unilever South Asia. We're here for TAN Talks. I'm going to give you the honor of explaining that. Gentlemen, the stage is yours. Huge round of applause for them. Make some noise for them.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. And why TAN Talks? This man is called Srinandan Sundaram. And what does TAN mean? And since all of you are here, let me start by asking a question. How many of you have bosses? Yeah? A lot of us? Yeah? It's a very common breed, yeah. Very common breed. Take my word, it's a very common breed. Yeah? But there's a rarer breed within bosses. Yeah? Who are your friends, who are your guides, who are people who are really wish you well and really handhold you in that journey. And Srinandan is one of those rare breeds. He has been my boss for years and one of my best friends. So, Srinandan, warm welcome to you. But we don't call him Srinandan. It's just not coming out of my mouth. We call him TAN. And in a place like this, to have that word means something. He is called TAN because he was so good with maths and data. And since his college days, he's only been known as Tan. You go and ask his alumni bunch and say, Sri Nandan, nobody will even recall. Yeah, so Tan, for you, yeah, a data geek here. But why is he here? Yeah, he's in Pune for a reason. Today is the women's IPL, and Boost, which is one of the Unilever brands, is sponsoring it, and he's there as one of the, this thing of the ceremony. So he will be going there in the evening. And if anybody wants some free passes, I have another friend, Mukesh, who's the director of marketing for the malted food drinks. Yeah, see, free passes always get more claps than the introduction of the great man. Yeah, but that's how it is. Yeah, but we'll move to a Q&A session very quickly, which we put together for Tan, and that's why Tan talks. Tan is not only a data, but he's also a tech geek. So Tan, my first and foremost question, how do you keep yourself abreast with technology all the time, always?
Yeah, I think it's become a bit easier nowadays with a whole host of aggregator apps. So I do try and ensure that part of my time is not spent chasing what we're already doing, but just surfing the net on just putting the keywords. Like when we were in sales, I would always look at 3 themes on which I would look at data. One is follow the cash. Second, follow the investments, particularly in last mile. And every day, I had then an assistant who was not one of those who would fill your expense statements and your visits and reports, but her only job was to suck out this data from wherever and share it to me. So while going back to home or coming to office, that's all I would read. So it's a painful way to keep updated, but there is no alternative. It's become a bit easier with news, etc., being digital, but overall, it's the hard yard of reading. And I'm just very fascinated by the number of things that are repetitive that we still use people for when it can be far more productive and efficient using technology. And that's really been a kick for me. I must give you the lighter side of this. I've spent a lot of time in marketing, and when I came back to sales, this was the profile of typically what sales was. You know, you've got this really outgoing set of people who love traveling, would be proud of the fact that they've traveled from one end of the country to the other. I have travel sickness. So any hilly part, I can't travel. B, this is because Dheeraj is such a dear friend. Otherwise, maximum you will hear my voice if there are 8-9 people. The moment it crosses 15, I'm looking for the first reason to get out of that meeting. So it's completely an opposite profile to what sales was, and what helped me through that was actually not play to that weakness of mine, but play through data. And one area that I found very interesting and that technology can do is it can convert or prove beliefs wrong and expose it with facts. And Dheeraj has heard this a lot of times. We've done this a lot of times together. Sales system tends to be one of those systems which is full of beliefs. We believe our people start off at 9 o'clock. We believe they open our app and they read out every line. We believe they close the call, calling out the one that has got the incentive. And we believe that every inch of the sale is being done in the right way. When you put data to it, then you start looking at patterns on where corners are cut. And I think that's something that we were very mindful as both of us were instrumental in creating a tech-enabled sales system. So that's really been the thinking on tech.
Great. And since you spoke so much about being high-tech, yeah, Tan is also known as a leader with high-tech, high-touch. And Tan, how do you, A, balance that out for yourself, for your team, and for the organization at large?
Okay, at a personal level, I spend a lot of time with the same people in the same restaurant ordering the same thing every day. So there is always a relatively inexpensive place. Otherwise, every day the cost can be very high. But there is always an inexpensive place next to office, and there's always a set of few close friends who would catch up and jam on everything under the sun. So when we were working together, he and me sitting there meant it would be late nights and jamming. So it was enormously deeply invested in few people. And I think biologically, if you look at us, we've been given 5 fingers in one hand. It does give you a signal that you can do justice to few things. So it's not the world of 5,000 friends on LinkedIn, etc. It's basically transactional. I prefer having 5 deep friends with whom I can share and discuss a lot. And through them, then hopefully they see the value and it just cascades as a network. So that's how I've lived personally. I think professionally, we think technology requires process, touch also requires process. And the fact that one of the things we wanted to do, and this I learned from a boss of mine, both of our bosses in the East, where none of us ever liked to go to the east of India. We felt the place was slow, there's not much to do, and the branch therefore would do things very differently to make sure you felt special. And each one of our birthdays, there would be a cake, there would be flowers, there would be a write-up. Each of it can be ordered from Ferns and Petals, and you can look at it that way. This was in a time when there was no Ferns and Petals, but it was really special and how that was done. And it was done by my boss, who would have the names, family names, the key dates, and meticulously ensure something came home during that time. And to all of us as employees, it felt incredible amount of touch, but there was a process behind it. And I think when a large setup like you have, it's worth looking at breaking down processes for effectiveness and efficiency and breaking down processes to say we will maintain the high touch. The individual needs to feel the high touch, but there's a process running behind to ensure the experience is consistent across everybody. Otherwise, it can backfire big time. So that's the simple thing that we tried to do to make sure it's high tech and high touch.
And that's how Dan brought it alive with us and in our teams. But Dan, you, in the middle, you touched about large organizations, large teams. And invariably, it is believed that large organizations tend to be slow. They're not as agile. At the same time, HUL in India has always been touted as one of the most innovative FMCG organizations. How, as an organization, have we been able to create that secret sauce, or what's the DNA that brings that alive every time?
I think it's credit to the company. And the reason I say credit to the company is one of the things unique about HUL is right from the first day you join the company, you're given responsibilities which are far above what your peers get anywhere else. So somebody who's 23, 24 comes in to handle an area is typically handling 200, 250 crores. So you're pushed into the deep end and made accountable for it very early. And once you get used to the system, then by design, you come with the confidence that I can handle a large plate. And typically, we are very lean. So if you have an idea and you're passionate about it, frankly, you don't have to convince 5 and 10 and 15 people. Because each one has his or her plate full, so they're able to say, "Tum bahut passionate ho, is pe karke dekho." And I think the one thing the organization has gotten better in the last 5-6 years is we are okay with failure as long as there is a one-pager writing very deeply and clearly why we failed. And I think that is a culture change that came up. And there's also a realization in large companies that their breakfast, lunch, and dinner is being eaten by many small companies. So there is the overall understanding that there are many technology-enabled companies that are running faster, and therefore, you know the writing is on the wall. And therefore, there is no choice but to move faster. So a lot of the lethargy that you see of multinationals of the past, you'll see that vanish because all of us know that across the world, it's not A multinational who wins against B multinational. It's A and B lose to 10 locals. And the secret sauce everywhere is better understanding of local market and much higher speed of execution. So we picked that up early and forced it into our DNA. And that, along with a culture of handling high accountability early on, allows us to be natural at risk. So some of the risks the two of us together took, while it costed 50 or 100 crores, we were never too stressed about ye gaya to kya hoga. We were only obsessed about if it doesn't work, what are the 2-3 things that we made assumptions that got wrong. And if you're fixed, no one held you accountable against it. People recognized it and moved on. So it's also culture.
Thanks, Dan. And in the morning, we heard Hari share some examples. If you recall that slide, on the right-hand side was a Shakti DMS. It was one of those projects which Hari and I had worked together on. And in the first phase, it failed miserably. And we had gotten those feature phones. We'd worked with Nokia to create those specific devices because that was not the time of smartphones. Those are feature phones which had specific RAM, which had specific size of screen with numeric codes, and it failed miserably because eventually those women in rural did not adopt that technology. But yes, I survived despite that, and that's what Chan is talking about. I think after that big fall of what I did, maybe the culture of white pages, one pages was brought in. Because I was only interrogated, no white page or one pager asked from me, but I think that's where the process came in. But Chan, you spoke about the big responsibility which is given in early on, and it's large sizes across the country that we are talking about. And we are here very deeply involved in the rural distribution. The brands of virtual reach so deep, so wide. But as per you, what are the biggest challenges in rural, whether it is from consumer lens or distribution lens, that you see, and how do you see them, getting overcome in near future?
Yeah, I think let me divide it into two parts. One is the consumer lens, and then I'll come to the distribution lens. I think the consumer lens, the single biggest insight I have over the years is the consumers of rural are far, far faster and move much far ahead of what marketers think of them. Because the practical reality is a lot of guys in marketing have visited a city a couple of years back, 10, 11 months back, have a statistically invalid conversation with one consumer and form the view. But if one looks at aggregate data, rural is moving much faster than what we think. And I think consumers are ready to experiment. They also don't have the hassles we have in the large cities of too much travel, stuck in traffic, crazy busy lifestyle. So they have time to experiment. And they also have practical constraints because of which they're getting digitized much faster. I mean, all of us have faced summer. This summer has been hotter than any of the other summers before. But if you look at a lot of rural towns, they've had 8 and 10 hours of power shortages. Now, when you have 8, 10 hours of power shortages, their ability to move on to the phone, to find a way of keeping it charged, keeping phone as the means of knowing everything, it is designed by the situation they're in. So as a consumer, I think my biggest fear is that the rural consumer moves much faster. And as brands, we tend to move much slower. Even our storytelling is oversimplified. But where the consumers are, they are able to appreciate. And you can see that from serials, from programs that rural consumers are watching. They're not watching a very simple view of life. They are watching programs like Nagin, they're watching stuff like Anupama, where the characters have many shades of grey and they're able to understand it. So I think consumers move much faster. As far as distribution goes, I think I have two things to offer everyone. One is, by design, rural is a slow burn. And it's a slow burn because to make sure your order to cash and fulfillment, the entire process is digitized and there's no corners being cut, is difficult to do. And therefore, very fast, explosive jump in rural without strong back-end governance process has tended to be very risky. It's been something that we've learned the hard way in HUL when you really went behind saying we'll go and cover many million stores. The data was brilliant, but the governance on ground was not up to the mark to make it sustainable. That, I think, is number one. Number two is what we were discussing in your room, is the golden prize in rural is that one store, or in our case, one Shakti Amma, who has the trust of people in the town and therefore can cross-sell. But the problem is, how do you mix the data to make it very simple? Because it is easy for her to sell a bar of chocolate, a bar of soap, because she knows that it's very simple, the awareness is there, there's very little selling to do. Or when she sells, most of the companies are teaching demos so that she's able to replicate it. It doesn't involve too much mental calculations, too much cost and what's the deal today, what's the deal tomorrow. It's a very stable pattern of products, price is stable, knowledge of how to use and what's the benefit is the only thing that she has to focus on, including the retailer. Over the years, the basket has a set of products where he had at best says, ye acha brand hai, ya ye ₹2 sasta hai, but decent quality. That is the level of trust. So cross-selling will require a lot of our ability, whether it's ElasticRun or HUL, to be able to simplify adjacent categories to that basic 2-3 vectors of language. And I think that's the golden, in a way, the challenge, but it's also an opportunity given that so much data is now coming out of a rural town. And the second is that there are two parts to the rural. The easy win is indirect in rural, which is basically the 1 or 2 big stores that can really do, but you never know whether the store is selling in the village or to the neighboring village. So it's always easy top line, difficult governance. And I think the most sustainable is the 10 small stores. They make sure that your cash recovery is better. It is your percentage NPS come down because you're distributing your risk, but you're also capturing true potential because the smaller guys sell. Therefore, I think it's a slow burn. It's a patience game and can be done. Like Dheeraj mentioned, we started Shakti in 2000. It remained very small for the first 10 years. And today we are sitting at over 150,000 Shakti entrepreneurs and really contributing sizable part, about 3,000 crores to our company, which is not small. But it does take that time because that is the amount of time it takes for 2 things to happen. For consumers to recognize this brand and believe it, and for stores to be confident to sell, and for you to make sure the sale is sustainable, not 1 year high and another year low. I think that's the challenge in the rural distribution system.
Thanks, Tan. And let me go back to what you said on the consumers and what they are consuming now, right from Nagin to Anupama. But how do you see the content evolving, not just in rural, but even otherwise, between conventional media like TV, radio, print, and now the advent of OTT, etc., both in terms of the mediums, the channels, and the content?
I think the direction is clear. Mobile phone is the most viable television screen in rural, and therefore content on mobile is something that will explode. We also know that data in India is the cheapest anywhere in the world, so it allows consumers to afford 1 GB of data where very many parts of the world you can't. So combination of low-cost data, and if you see the Sasta phones, the 4,000 and 5,000 rupee phones, they're also cleverly designed for India. If you look at it, the screens are much bigger, so they're able to sit next to it and watch programs. So I think content on the phone is definitely going to be critical and move by, because even if you take today and you go beyond Patna and Bihar, the TV reach is at best 30%, the mobile reach is 90%. So there is a device already available which can play content, and it's just many companies getting the content right. And they are getting it right. It's just that all of us staying in urban towns are, within us, the conversation is Netflix pe kya dekha or Prime pe kya dekha. If you move that conversation to saying MX Player pe kya dekha, MX Player is really doing amazingly well with content that is close to rural towns and is doing well. So I think TV will remain. It will be one medium, but it will really be given a push by mobile phones, and particularly mobile phones for reasons of electricity, already devices being there, so many financial transactions now becoming mandatory. The phone is becoming an inherent part of rural as much as it is urban. So content on phone will win big.
And since we leave the thought on phone, phone is also becoming one of the biggest medium of purchase. Yeah. And with that, the lines of online and offline are blurring rapidly, both from the path to purchase, the journeys, and even the buying itself. How do you, as an organization, keep at pace with this and really leverage this entire omnipresent channels that are evolving?
I think the first bit is what is the data you're generating? And one of the things when we saw a lot of apps coming through in the country is that we recognize this is an area that we can go very fast. And we're quite happy with the pace at which we've reached on our own B2B app. Now, it's not, while it is a sizable part of our sale, the important thing is in many ways the path to purchase we're able to read from how the retailers are navigating through the app. Whether it is different kinds of banners and what they're clicking through, how do you present a basket to them? Do they even know what the real landed rate is and how much margin they make? A lot of discovery is happening through it. And like we said, brands and DTC allow you data across. We are seeing the world of app and its ability to throw back data to actually do this path to purchase that Dheeraj talked about, but do it mathematically. Otherwise, path to purchase is a great term. We can spend hours on it, but it is a person's view versus another person's view. But when you're able to put data on saying these kind of banners, they click more, this kind of product portfolio, they spend more time, and you're actually taking real-time usage data from your app, you're then able to blend offline world mein kaise order kar rahe hain, online world how are they doing it, and what's the difference between the two. And that I think is at the heart of, I think it comes back to where we started. We do have rich quality data and we need to convert it into moments from a shopper's point of view. A lot of times the data we use very quickly to say what should the brand do. But the store is giving you enough signals, and that when we harness, we're able to realize what to push, when to push, and how much to push. And all three are coming together very, very well as our app is scaling up.
Great.
Yeah. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah.
So we see that the discovery is happening more and more online, and the purchase actually tends to happen offline. And within the online discovery as well, there are multiple screens now which are coming into play. So has that been like stitched, the online to offline journeys, have they been stitched, and how is HUL doing it?
I don't think anyone anywhere in the world can say it has been stitched, because that's why Amazon says invest in lower funnel. Facebook and Google say we can give you conversion, invest in upper funnel. But I find this because you get a lot of points of view which are not necessarily backed by data, because they don't share the entire conversion data with you. So to me, the simple thing is that the role of anything pre-purchase is, it is only to build awareness. And awareness can be measured on a brand to say whether my spontaneous awareness is going up or my total awareness is going up. And if you restrict the role of upper funnel for this, and then use the lower funnel purely to do performance marketing, so that when she's looking for that basket you're present, over a period of time we'll be able to build the ratios. Has anyone built it? The answer is no. Everyone's doing it on a belief. Clear split for about 90% of the money that one would spend, there's a clear split. There is a 10% where a lower funnel is trying to do upper funnel. And there is also a 10% where, on YouTube, you tag, link it to purchase. But as long as the first 90% is based on first principles, the 10 can be experimented. And again, as long as you're getting a signal of she purchased a new product, how, you can move your monies in the line with where she's really clicking from. So the effectiveness, in many ways, we are trying to, one of the things we stopped doing is use the same metric to measure upper and lower. As long as you're using the upper funnel to say, is she aware of my brand, you're sorted, and is she aware at the lowest possible cost? So that's the role of the upper funnel. The bottom funnel is then saying, across each, what is my return on ad spend? And we use ROAS as a measure, because we've seen across new brands, established brands, some work that he and the team only did, that it is the most consistent, and we can compare different brands very easily to it. So I'm deliberately pushing this argument to say keep it discreet, because what is hidden behind my argument is the fact that when you try and combine, you get organizations' points of view and belief. There is a Facebook belief, a Google belief, and an Amazon belief. But I haven't seen data that corroborates with their belief to the T. So we'll have to create the data and then work on it ourselves.
And beliefs is what he doesn't go by. And since Rohit already started and I'm cognizant of time, let me open this up for questions from the audience to Tan.
So thanks a lot, Tam, for those insights. Before I ask my question, Dheeraj, you mentioned the full form of TAM to me, but if you can just elaborate for the rest of the audience, what does TAM mean?
He was a geek in trigonometry and maths, and that's why he was called Tan right from college days, and that's how we all know.
Great. So, Tam, my question is that you mentioned that you have been instrumental in doing high touch and high tech systems, right? So when we talk about the systems like AI, ML, which is basically taking out a lot of job, the manual work, right? It's eliminating the people touch, right? So can you tell us a couple of 2 or 3 examples of what are the initiatives that HUL as an organization took for keeping that high touch intact with the people?
Yeah, I think there's a lot being spoken about AI and ML taking away jobs. I think the first thing is to clarify where it will and where it won't. And as a company, our point of view on every tech we are introducing in front end on sales is, it is to help the salesperson achieve the numbers. So it is going to be complementary to the salesperson. It is not going to replace the salesperson. That's a worldview, and there is a cost attached to it, which we as a company were clear we will take the cost. And once you establish this, then it's quite clear where we needed the high touch. Because when the world of Swiggy, Zomato, all of these start taking off, what they want is people with familiarity of a geography. Who better than a salesperson of any of the FMCG who's worked in that market for a long time? So the number one high touch variable that we had, where we put a process together, was to halve the attrition. So I think the answer to you is, there is a role of AI and any of these practices. If we are clear where the job is so repetitive that it can be automated and you don't need a person, then you can deploy it to the full. I think my only learning is there's nothing called 80% AI and 20% Jugaad. Because that 20% destroys the 80%. Ya to it is a no-touch tech, or it is 100% touch. Beach wala nahi chalta hai.
Yes.
Because then the human being feels, dabba to gadbad hai, I will do better than it. Then suddenly there's this mysterious testosterone and ego to prove this tech wrong. So it's either 100% tech or 100% touch. But if you're clear where you're not going to, what role the tech is going to play, then the touch complements itself. So for us, our number one thing was attrition. And there were 2 routes to attrition. One was, of course, the basic in terms of percentile salary, etc. The other was capability building, seeing salespersons move up the ladder. And we had a process for each of those to make sure that the touch was not dependent on his touch in his branch and Mukesh's touch in his branch, but it was a system that all of us ran. But it was very clear KPIs that we wanted to get. So we had a high touch. Let me give you an example of high tech, where anything that the salesperson saw on his handheld, it was completely done by algorithm. There was no human intervention at all. So that was the extreme of high tech. The high touch bit was across the board, we wanted every branch to have attrition at half the industry. And that was the specific outcome. And there were 3 or 4 leads that we knew, and then each of the units had to find their local nuances and manage it. But that's how we defined the KPIs at 2 different levels, to make sure the teams were clear what is the role. But I think we managed the tech well, because very early on we clarified the role of tech and said, this is not about replacing, it's not an efficiency exercise, it's an effectiveness exercise. And then the teams buy it easier. They buy it much easier.
Thank you, Tam.
We have a question there.
Not a question, but just to understand, like our.
Can you just introduce yourself for the benefit of the group and people who joined us?
I'm Dr. Amar from IIT Hyderabad. I'm one of the participants of Hackathon. So it's not a question. I just want to understand, are self-driving cars are good for next generations?
I mean, IKEA should be able to answer that, right? more than us being able to answer.
No, because we are discussing about AI and ML, right? So where to use, where not to use, but it's completely automated. There's, I mean, no human interventions, right? If you talk about, level 5 cars, which are completely automated.
Look, at the end of the day, there is a trade-off between what's the cost of 100% automation and what's the services available. So in a country like India, where, you're going to have maximum speed 15 kilometers per hour, and then as long as Bajaj and my dear friend Samardeep generates auto rickshaws, they are going to break the rule and force you to be wide awake every time. It's not designed for any system. I mean, we've made a jugaad on the road. So in the right countries, in the right environment, where the cost of driver exorbitant, maintenance of a car another big problem, and tech can solve it, should surely do. Some place like Germany, I see Germany, Switzerland, Monaco, go completely EV route. What possibly will work for us here is hybrid, where there is the best of both worlds, but I don't see 100% pure no touch. I can't even visualize how the damn thing will work on our expressway when you have the 10-tonner driving on the wrong side, you have autos cutting in, wo technology mar jayega. So I think it is about expressway outside big city, less traffic, there it will work. For us, it is more about you feel strongly about saving fuel, etc. We might come in from the climate angle and adopt, but otherwise it's going to be slow.
What we see, like most of the OEMs, they are working on these self-driving cars.
No, they are. But if you talk to them, there are many hoops that have to be closed. And I think there's a good example in FMCG that all of us know. I mean, today we see a pan shop comfortable where you take do chai le liya and you're able to Paytm it. That thing has taken millions of dollars from many players to be able to reach a humble QR code that the shopkeeper can understand and we can understand and your phone can read, and in real time it will come through. If you adapt the same thing to saying EV or all of these which are going to be electric run, where's the infra and how many years is it going to take for that infra to get to the last mile? So it is going to be a slow burn in a country where road itself is the first infra. Now after road you need a charging point, then you need multiple charging points. Then there are geopolitical issues which don't come to the surface. And the biggest one is the more EV, the more is dependence on China, because they are the ones who make the batteries. Right. And you don't have a solution beyond lithium. So I don't think it's a linear answer. There will be affordability, there will be geopolitical tension, and through that it will evolve. So it's going to be very long before we are able to enjoy it.
At least 20 years from now.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, I'm Kiran Kumar from FIN Global. I'm one of the hackathon participants. So I just want to ask you, what are the compliance and regulatory issues that you are facing regarding that data for enhancing capabilities as such?
I think
you're talking about the first party data and data privacy, etc. And how the team at HUL manages it.
Yeah, I think two parts to it. One, it is a moving goalpost because the laws they're being framed as you speak, but I think the 2-3 principles we are operating with is, what is the purpose for which you took the data and you're using the data only for that purpose? I'm not using legal jargon, but just really simplifying it, because we found one of the things that happens with data is, ye bhi mang lo, wo bhi pooch lo. Just ask, if the consumer is giving time, take 10 things of information. We've said no. If it's for a promotion, for a brand boost, then ask only those questions and stop. The second precaution is, how long has that data been dormant? And I think a lot of effort we are trying to do is to ensure that dormant data is either removed or it is repurposed within 5-6 months. Because otherwise the data may not be relevant. So the big thrust of us as a company and what we are facing troubles in data, the trouble is that the laws are not cast in stone. They are evolving for the right reasons as the country gets used to more data. The specific effort we are doing is personal data and privacy. And that's the specific angle, and the specific route we've chosen to take is be very clear why you're asking for that data. And we have enough governances to limit the amount of personal data that can identify back to you as an individual. That we don't want. We don't need that in our industry. What we need is a pattern of behavior of 5 of you, which may be different from the pattern of behavior of 5 of them. So we don't want personal identifiable information that moves around. If we do, then we use it only for the purpose for which the consumer is given information. And we are doing a lot of systems backend beyond the simple complicated agreement and ek jagah tick karo so you can do. We feel it's unethical, so we are doing a lot of our process close to how Apple does, where it tells you, do you want to use for this service, and you can choose to reject it. So that's what we are doing. So enormous thrust on personal data, and a lot of struggle with even available information. How do I reuse it within 2 months, 3 months so that it remains live? And that, I think, is the heart of the challenge that we are facing as a company.
Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you so much. I'm cognizant that we are running out of time, but more importantly, there are a lot of people at the stadium waiting to pose and shoot with our friends Mukesh and Tan, and hence we'll have to wrap this up. Tan, thank you so much. It's always an honor, and it's
Thanks
such a
lot.
pleasure to have you.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming in.
You can leave the microphones on the seats, gentlemen. You can leave the microphones right there. A bigger round of applause for them, please. Could we do a little something before you all leave, if you don't mind, gentlemen? Could you come to the front, if you don't mind, just a little something? We're going to do this with the rest of y'all. It's a little something that I do, that I kind of like to do with the audience. We're going to play a very 30-second game of Follow the Leader. You can face that way. Just imagine that you're like shouting out like to someone who's really, really far away, and you're saying "Oi." Like, how would you shout and call them? Just do that to the audience. Okay, that's actually not bad. Could you give it a shot? Okay, you have to shout like. It has to be like that, like the person is really far away. Like, hey, come here. Very nice. Can you all do it with us? Just in 3, 2, 1. Very nice. Now what you have to do is you have to say "Oi" and clap at the same time. Okay? You have to say "Oi" and clap at the same time. So 3, 2, 1. Little delay. Oh, tuck, tuck, tuck. And he was last. He's like, he woke up. Okay, we're going to try this once again. 3, 2, 1. Very nice. Now you're going to say "Oi" and clap above your head at the same time. Gentlemen, they're going to follow you. Could you rise to your feet for this one, if you don't mind? Just rise up to your feet very quickly. You're going to get a little bit of the food digested. You have to clap above your head. Watch for the AC, for all the tall people. 3, 2, 1. Very nice. 3, 2, 1. Now I'm going to go and you're going to go "Oi." Okay? You with us on this? Give them a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That was a fantastic session. Thank you, gentlemen, very much. We're going to have the chairs cleared very quickly, if you all don't mind. Can we have the chairs cleared? While we're doing that, I'm going to just double check. We have team 7th benchers. 7th benchers. Are you joining us in person? Yes, there you all are. Weren't you all the first ones to show up in the morning? You all were the first ones to show up in the morning. Can you give them a huge round of applause? Because we entered at, I think, 7:30-ish in the morning, and they were the first people to show up, so massive amount of respect. A big round of applause for them, please. All right, 7th benchers, you know all the rules, you know everything. You've been here from the start. I don't think I need to tell you. We're going to let you all take the stage. The microphones are yours. We're going to cue the timer. Can we reset that to 10 minutes, please? We're going to double check all of these things. Just reset that to 10 minutes. Are you all doing good? Yes? All right, super. Everyone else doing good here? Yes? Come on, a little bigger yes would be nice. Very nice. 7th benchers, the stage is yours. The timer is on. Your time starts now.
Happy afternoon, everyone. This is Shruti and this is Vidya, representing the team 7 benches. here we go with the second problem statement. Profile a store based on its photo. And here we have a problem statement.
So we've approached this problem statement based on object detection. So basically we have an image of a store, and then we identify the products or the objects in that particular store, and using classification of those products, we categorize the store based on its profile.
The user interface is a prototype, has an image interface where the user uploads an image and the system uses image detection to provide the store's profile. And the core ideas are is the use of TensorFlow, which is a tool to predict the characteristics of the store. And the basic concepts is object classification in machine learning. And the language is used is Python.
Okay, so basically we've used the concept of supervised learning and classification under supervised learning to implement our prototype.
And here is our architecture diagram in which an image is given as an input and the pre-processing is done using two ways. The one is the decision tree and the other one is region based, and then the results are combined, and then the multi-object detection is done, and then labeling, and then the final output is given. And here we go with the flow chart where the same image is an input and image pre-processing and then key point detection and description, and then if the key point matches, the output of the store's profile will be the output. And we use NumPy concept here, where each pixel of the object is considered as a matrix, and the average of the prediction is taken as validated and taken as an output. And here are the core snippets of our project.
Okay, so the technology stack that we've used is, for the programming language, we've used Python, and for the tool, we've used TensorFlow, and Python libraries that we've used are NumPy and Matplotlib. Basically, the algorithm that we've used is support vector machine, and yeah, the demo.
And here we go with the demo video.
So basically, we've developed a basic prototype for our image classifier. So we upload an image. Is it playing? Okay. So we've taken different categories such as dress stores, snack shops, medical shops, and such in both local and urban shops. So our prototype basically detects the objects using support vector machine algorithm, which basically is a binary classifier which separates the background and the object. And then it classifies the objects. As such, in this, it separates the dress and the background, and it identifies the profile of the store.
And we use supervised learning concept in which there are two categories. The one is classifier and then the other one is regression. And for this, we have used classification method.
Okay, yeah, so basically, we're using support vector machine algorithm because it can predict the data with minimal data training. And even with minimal data, it is more, it is very efficient and it gives very accurate output. So we've also done this for rural shops. Okay.
The next comes the pharmacy here.
Yeah.
Thank
That's
you.
it.
Any other information does it give besides just it's a fruit shop or pharmacy? I mean,
Come again, sir?
any other metadata it gives besides the type of shop?
Yeah, it determines the type of the shop based on the...
Only?
Yeah.
Okay.
Were these images part of the set of pictures that were given along with
No,
the
no,
problem
no.
statement?
The data set and the training set, I had to train them manually, and they're separate.
As in, a set of pictures were given along with the problem statement, right?
Yeah, 100 each.
So
for
many
each
of
category.
at least the pictures you showed, and none of them looked to be part of that set. Did you end up augmenting the image set from the internet, or did you go out and collect the picture? For example, the medical store does not look
We got that
We
from
got
the
them from
internet.
yeah.
Okay. And from profiling wise, you could do fruit, medical, dress,
And snacks, yeah.
snacks. And did you try anything else like the size of the store, or the variety of products that they're carrying? Is it a general store or a medical store, which are more Indian images? Did you try with those?
Yeah, we tried with those. I had a separate test data training set for different shops. I just wanted to show varied shops, like both like rural and urban in the demo.
Got it. And the second part was detecting the brands or detecting the categories. Did you try anything along those lines?
Yeah, we were working on it. Actually, for the second module of the problem statement, we were planning on using YOLO algorithm to detect the number of objects in a particular image to detect the scale of the shop.
Okay. You weren't able to finish that? Or-
Yeah.
Okay, no problem.
How many models are working in the behind here? Because you talked about binary classification and SVM. So is there a single model for each category, or there is a combined model that you could create?
It's a single model.
Okay.
So as Varish asked, did you run your algorithm with the set of images provided along with the problem statement? And what was the accuracy of the algorithm?
Around 70%.
Around 70. With the images provided as part of the problem?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, great. Thanks.
So I have a question. Why is it Seventh Benchers? Why is the name of the team Seventh Benchers?
Basically, we're backbenchers in college, so we just thought it would be, fun to name ourselves seventh benchers.
All right. Anyone else has any questions for them, or can we call it a wrap? I guess we shall call it a wrap. A big round of applause to the ladies on stage, please. Thank you all very much. We're going to quickly move on to the next team. We have Team Eagles that are going to come up. Team Eagles, can we have you move and pick up your microphones? We're keeping things quick here, being cognizant of the delay and the time we have ahead of us. Gentlemen, the screens in front of you all have the time. We're going to start your time as soon as you begin. Your time starts now.
Hey everyone, we are Team Eagles. I am Srivatsa Hegde. He is my teammate Varun Hegde. We are final year engineering students from Karnataka. And today we are here to present a solution to the problem. Next slide. Yeah, floor planning and utility. So, coming to the overview of the problem, we have designed a system to allow the warehouse manager to design and upload the outer warehouse structure and also the SKU units. And also the another feature which we have implemented is to upload the invoice. So whenever a new set of items come to the warehouse manager can upload those invoice and the current state of the warehouse is shown in the design. Yeah, so basically there are two flows. One is for the warehouse manager to design the warehouse and draw the SKU units. He can drag those and place those in the allotted slots. The other flow is to upload the invoice and get the state of the warehouse.
Hello. Yeah. So we used for this application we used React.js to build this application. As we all know, React is basically always whatever the UI that we show on the page is basically a function of state that we keep. So we divided our application into a couple of parts, components, if you want to call. So our app component is divided into the modal and menu and canvas component. The canvas component is the place where the magic happens, where the warehouse manager will be able to see all the shapes and he'll be able to place all the shapes in a proper area and he'll be able to design and he'll be able to view the warehouse design. And menu is a component where he'll be able to create shapes, or he'll be able to create different shapes and such kind of things. He'll be able to upload the invoice. Those are actually the menu component. And modal is a component where basically he'll enter the input while creating the shape. And basically the canvas also consists of another component called shape. So we used conva.js library for creating the shapes. So we created another component as well there. So our model was basically we divided we had two models. So we saw the problem statement and we thought that there'll be two models. One is for shape models and another is for state model. Shape model is where currently we only support rectangle and circle as of now. And those are the model that are behind it. Whatever we show in this thing, the model is there. And we could easily add the other model as well to this. State model, as I told React, we keep state. And one is the outer warehouse object state. That basically is the, that will be shown on the screen. That is the main state. And it also contains a list of stock keeping unit. So that will also be shown in the screen.
Yeah, this is the screen which the warehouse manager will initially see. He can enter the details of the warehouse. And then the structure of the warehouse is generated. As of now, we just have rectangle and circle, but yeah, we can extend it. And then this is for entering the items. For example, like he can enter this unit of this much dimension is for biscuit or soaps. Such things he can enter. And yeah, this is the state of the warehouse after these items are added. As of now, we can see the color in green, which indicates that most of the volume is available for usage. And in the demo, we'll be showing when we hover, we can also see the percentage of volume which is available for usage. This is the state after the invoice is uploaded and the latest state of the database. So in order to make it easier for the warehouse manager to visualize the things, we have added the color schema from green to red. Green indicates that most of the space is available for use, and as we move towards the other end of the spectrum, the space remaining will be less.
If we talk about challenges faced, so to understand the whole business perspective of the problem statement and to translate the whole thing into the models and the technical requirements was a great challenge for us. And we learned a new technology as well on this hackathon, so that was very challenging. We learned React and we coded from scratch. That was interesting as well as a challenge. And to schedule a task in accordance with, to set the deadlines in 10 days was also one of the challenges that we faced. So there are many scope for improvements as well here. Like the shapes that we see, we can easily add more shapes, as we know that warehouse will not be just rectangle and square and circle. We can add the more shapes in the future. And the user interface we can always make better. And currently, we don't have a collision detection between the two space or between the SKUs. We can introduce that as well. And we are planning to, to improve it. We can also use visualization like 3D or whatever so that it gives a realistic feel. Can you just show the demo?
This is the main screen which the warehouse manager will initially see. Yeah, he can enter all these details about the outer warehouse structure. This is for the individual stock keeping units. You can drag and drop these stock keeping units, and yeah, there we can see the volume available is 100% as of now initially. If he hovers over that unit, he will get to see what is the available volume.
Three minutes remaining for your questions.
There were two parts to the question, right? First one is creating the layout, and the second one was creating the heat map. So were you guys able to do the second part as well?
Right. Actually, since we used Conma.js for our project, so to generate the shape basically. So there was not exactly the heat map which we had, which was shown in the the problem. But instead of it, we choose to show it in a more interactive way, like green to the red, and even we try to show the actual real numbers as well. What is the volume that is remaining instead of showing the heat map.
Okay, so for the heat map, the input was the orders, that not the inventory value.
Okay.
Okay. Anyways, good. Any questions from the audience? So apart from Conma.js, any other library you guys used?
No, actually we just saw the Convo.js in the first and we jumped right into the code.
Okay.
But after interacting with the other participant, we got to know that there are other useful libraries like other Fabric.js, etc. as well. We would like to see those as well after the competition.
Did you think of any ways to actually make sure that what the store manager is drawing reflects the warehouse floor?
Sorry, can you once again repeat the question?
So the warehouse manager might draw something. It could be a human error, and he does not draw your, the polygons on your canvas correctly. So did you think of any ways that you could cross-check of where the things really are, what does the warehouse really look like, and is the canvas matching what is expected to be there?
Yeah, right now, as you told, as we told, basically there is no way of manually creating the SKU. He has to actually create the shape by either circle, rectangle, or this thing. So the only way that can go wrong is if they give the input wrong. Currently we're not exactly calculating whether all the included SKUs are going out of the outer warehouse design or not. But that is one of the future enhancements that we would like to do.
Okay.
One question from here. Have you built a separate backend using any other framework, or you have built it on the front end only?
No, actually, on a backend, basically the application is persisting as well. Like basically, if they put a save button of all the shapes that they have, it will basically exist in the same state. Like even after they close it and refresh it, they'll open the application. Whatever they have designed will be in the same place. For that, we did not use any backend framework. We just used, in the React itself, we used, local storage, web local storage, that's all.
Okay, thanks.
And that is their time. A big round of
Thank you.
applause to
Thank
this
you.
gentleman
Thank
on
you.
stage. We're going to move to an online team. We have Demon Deadscape who's going to join us. Demon Deadscape, can you hear me? Can you hear the sound of my voice? Check, check. Hello, hello.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Super. People call me sir. All right, we're going to pull you up. Hi there. How are you all doing?
So, graph.
To put them in touch with Mr. Hari.
We team
That's what
Demand
we need.
Escape, and I'm Shweta, and here are my team
Wait,
members.
wait, wait.
Shankar Narayanan
Shweta,
and
hold on.
Suryayam.
Shweta, wait, please, if you don't mind. Yeah, okay. Hi, by the way. Good afternoon. We're going to play a little sound for you. If you hear this sound, it means that you have a remaining 3 minutes to perform. The sound will be played at exactly 7 minutes, and the sound sounds like this. Could you hear that?
Sir, yes.
Okay, super. So
Yes, sir.
when you hear that sound, it means that you only have 3 more minutes remaining. And that's sort of the time we throw the questions over to the jury. The judges are here, the 4 of them. I don't know if you can see them. Can you see them?
Sir, yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, super. So do you understand so far? Yes? And they're frozen. All right, we're going to try and figure this out. Yeah. Shweta, is there any way you can get to a better internet connection? Because this one is a little iffy.
So,
Is there any way you can get to a better internet connection? Because even what... Say again?
Sir, can you give 2 minutes, sir, so that you can move on
Sure
to
thing. Can we move on to another team and come back to them in a bit?
என்னடா இதுக்கு தான் ஜியோ
With them? Oh, they're here. Should we check this out? Should we give this a shot? Shweta, can you hear me?
Sir, yes, sir. So, can you
This
hear
is
us,
super.
sir?
Yes, loud and clear. All right, I'm going to hand the stage over to you. Y'all will have to wait 10 more minutes, yeah? All right, this is Possibilities, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a big round of applause. Welcome them. Here we go. Over to you, Shweta.
So, good afternoon to one and all present here. So, I'm Shweta. So, here are our team, Demand Escape. Here are my team members, Shankar Narayanan and Suryayam. So, now the introduction will be taken over by Shankar.
Morning to one and all. Here is the intro of our project. In recent days, more number of shopping malls and retail stores will be increased. Many customers are visiting often, and the store owner find it difficult to fulfill the customer's exact needs online. In order to overcome this, it uses a system based on ML model, which suggests the relevant products for the customer based on the past transaction history and enhances the expectations of the customer on time. The software will be useful for store vendors, and it also acts as PDA, personal digital assistant, to sales agents. Here is the description of our idea. In order to determine the most relevant products, we have to determine the most selling products in the past transactions of the store. This can be found by finding the most scanned RFID tag of the product and the product that belongs to that tab. The software provided by us develops a graphical representation in order to display the most sold product easily to the user, that is the owner of the store. The user will have an option to update the availability of the stock in the beginning of every month or in a regular interval. After every sale, the sold product will be deducted from the stock availability. If the product availability of the most sold products, that is the relevant products, becomes lesser than certain limit, our machine learning system will automatically intimate the store owner and also sends the order quotation to the respective company. The self-order system will be predefined by the base per week in the store. The average sale of the product in the past 1 week will be determined, and based on the average value, the product is automatically ordered by the ML system developed by us. It will also intimate the store owner of the quotation. Thus, this software also works as a sales agent PDA, that is personal digital assistant. This is the implementation of our idea. The big market sale data is taken as a CSV file, and it is imported to the model, which will be explained later by Sweta. It is imported using Python file using pandas. The missing values in the data set is cleaned by replacing the mean and mode values, after which the data analysis part is done. Distribution plot is done for feature variables versus target variables. Here the target variables is sales value, count plot done for all the categorical data, and based on the insights of those data, the conclusions are made. Over to Sweta.
So this is the source code of a project. Here, for implementing a machine learning model, we have used the Python libraries such as NumPy, Pandas, Matplotlib, Seaborn, sklearn preprocessing that to import the label encoder. For testing, we have used XGB regressor from XGBoost and metrics from sklearn. So we read the dataset using Pandas, identifying what is the shape of our dataset. So getting insights from the datasets and finding the missing values. Our dataset has both categorical as well as numerical data. For all the null values in the categorical data, we replace null values with mode of our data. Next is for data cleaning, we have used this, and thus the data cleaning has been done. So coming to the data analysis part. So here is our data analysis part. Here we are using dist plot to find out the item weight and density of our project. So here is the next graph, which represents the number of items present in the shop at present. So this is the graph which gives the information about the count of the item that is present in the store, and based on the count, we can find the availability of the particular product in the store. So next comes the model training part. Here, so this is our model training part. Here, XGBoost regressor algorithm is used to train the model. It can also be used for predictive modeling. The values here are real and continuous values. They are basically linear regression and decision trees. Hence, this algorithm is used in our model. It trains the model, tests the model, and fits our model in the X and Y train. So after which the evaluation process is done. So here the regressor predicts the trained value and the test value. Here the results of the trained value is close to the test value. So therefore we can conclude that the model of our test is good and it is fit for implementation.
And finally, the conclusion of this is finally we conclude that our project will be very much useful to store vendors to find the most relevant product. It would be user-friendly and interface. It would be more features and maintains the availability of stocks on every day accurately. Thank you.
We're going to open this to the judges. Judges, do you have any questions?
Hi team, did you explore any other algorithms apart from what you had considered? Why did you choose the algorithms that you have tried out?
Sir, we can't get you, sir.
Am I audible?
So now it's okay, sir.
Okay. My question is, you basically tried out 2-3 algorithms, right? XGBoost and other thing. Any other algorithm you considered and discarded?
Sir, we have used the linear regression method, sir, but compared to that, this is more advanced. So we have came with XGBoost regressor.
Okay, got it.
What's the accuracy percentage based on the test data that was provided? What's the percentage of accuracy you could achieve?
So based on the test, sir, it is around 68%, sir.
Okay, and
So the trained data is almost nearby to 50%, sir, and the test data is almost near to 60%, sir.
okay,
So both
50%
are
and
approximately close to
68%.
each other.
Okay.
So at the end, are you able to get a list of products that the store should buy?
So yes, sir, by using count plot, we can get those data, sir.
Did you get to that point, or is that something that would require extension to what you have done so far?
So your voice is breaking, sir.
Did
So
you?
can you repeat it again?
Sure. Did you get to that point? Does your system throw out a list of products that the store should buy, which they would most likely be able to sell?
So it will display the most sold products from the store, which is most necessary for the store, which will give more revenue to the stores. Based on the relevant product, it will display, and if it's less than the stock, it will order automatically sell to the respective company.
Okay, then why getting the top selling products is a fairly simple task. Why do we need an XGBoost classification to get there?
Oh, sorry, a particular store will have some products as a top selling, sir. Other store will have some other products as a top selling, sir. Based on
Okay, got it. That's it from me.
Any other questions from the other judges? No? All right, so we're going to call it a wrap. Thank you very much, team. Congratulations. Thank you for joining us online. A big round of applause for them. That was Team Demon Deadscape.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. It's a very extreme name right there, Demon Deadscape. From that, we're moving to Nukkadwale, requesting you all to please take the stage. Once again, you have monitors in front of you for your reference. One will show you the time, the other will show you your presentation. You don't have to look backwards. Feel free to go pick up a microphone, say hello, check, check, and you're good to go. Judges, this is Team Nukkadwale.
Hello, am I audible? Yes, okay. Yes, okay. So hello everyone, we are Team Nukkadwale. So starting with the fast introduction, we have Dr. Amar Verma here. He holds a PhD from BITS Pilani and currently a postdoctorate fellow at IIT Hyderabad, and mainly the work is in computer vision for autonomous vehicles. Then we have Prerna Saurabh, CSE from VIT Vellore, Master CSE from VIT Vellore, and currently a doctor student at BITS Pilani Hyderabad campus. Main work in multimodal MNL edge computing. Then it's me. Hi everyone, Harshal Verma. I'm a master student in artificial intelligence at IIT Hyderabad. My main work include deployable AI for autonomous vehicles. So moving forward for the hackathon. So the topic that we choose is that to suggest relevant products for a store. So what we understood from the problem statement is India holds a very different kind of people. Like if we see the kind of plethora or the versatility that we get from the market, that is very effortful for a supply chain to fulfill. Now, what makes India very special is that the people here, generally, they want the product cheap, they want it to be the best, they want it to be readily available, and they want it now. which again just changes the dynamics of the system one and all. So as we move to the rural areas, the crowd that we deal with is not that much interacted. And the low purchase power of the crowd, the customer base again increases the complexity of the situation. So the solution that we incorporate is actually a recommendations of product in such a way that can preserve the cost and the quality effectiveness of the system in such a way a two-way recommendation pipeline could be maintained, creating a win-win situation on both the ends. So again, this can be incorporated as a further extension to social events like Vocal for Local, Atmanirbhar Bharat, and these things just help in strengthening this kind of thing, which will take the ruler, which will strengthen the capabilities of the ruler customer. So moving forward, what we proposed for this, to counter this problem is, for the database will be divided, as we was given between train and test, and we'll be segregating the data in the basis of bifold rating, and then the monetary-based personalized recommendation, and frequently bought together products. In this way, we will be taking the data, and then a database will be created, which will be given to a content-based recommender. From that, a multimodality will be generated, which will be again given to an ML-based approach, and then a MVP would be recommended from that whole system. So we propose to use a collaborative and content-based recommendation system to identify the MVP at the end of the process. So moving forward, technology choices. Yes, in in our approach, we use the ML-based methodology to identify the MVP-based product on a database, and the platform that we use is basically the Google Collaboratory and our local Anaconda servers. And according to what literature survey that we went through, this thing can be further taken to deep learning based systems such as GAN, in which even if a system is semi-visible, like even if you have not the full data of the whole system, just some part of the system, you can use GAN's technique to extract that data, and then you can predict it for whole of the system. And the data is provided in such a way, if you see the patterns in it, this data can even be deployed on edge devices with the use of barcode scanners on edge devices like Raspberry Pi, NVIDIA Jetson Nano on some real-time application. These were the technology choices that we use. So moving forward, so how we can come up to the end MVP. And what is the advantage that we get? So the end MVP is based in such a way that it will leverage the product selection process on a multiple level, creating the modalities on a deep learning based recommendation system. It also helps making the FMCG system in such a way that the supply chain from the starting to the end is more flexible, and it can be real time using the edge devices, making all over system effective from the starting to the very end on a multiple levels. Again, the model can be scaled up to deployment on edge devices, as we previously discussed, and can be worked upon on real time. So from now, so can you please? That second.
Yeah, hi everyone. Can we have the PDF on the screen? Yeah. Can you please zoom it out? Yeah, zoom in, yes. I think you can use Control plus.
You can do.
Is it visible to everyone? All right.
Is it having a pointer or something?
Yeah. Yeah, so what we see on the screen is the library which we have used for the deep learning models. If you can scroll it down a bit. Yeah, so these are classified into 3 different parts. If you see the recommendation system part 1, 2, and 3. So now coming to the recommendation system part 1. Scroll it down, scroll it down. Yeah, so these are the data which we have received from the hackathon, this testing data. So these are the trained data which we have used. So we can see the shape of the data set is around 93 lakhs, and which has 11 attributes. If you scroll it down a little further. Yeah, so we tried out different pre-processing technique to find out the more correlated attributes among themselves. So we found out the linkage value and the ordered quantity are more correlated to each other. So we have taken up these two input features for the multi-model system. Yeah, so this is what we have attained from this pre-processing models. So what we see on the screen is the histogram plot, wherein we can see the linkage value and the ordered quantities are more correlated to each other. Scroll it down, scroll it down. Yeah, more. Yeah, so again we have used one more technique wherein we can use the correlation matrix to map all those data sets into lower shape data, because right now what we have seen is around 90,000 data sets with 13 attributes. So we tried out mapping these techniques into a lower matrix using some correlation value. So if you see this screen, we have one user wherein you can see the correlation matrix. Can you scroll it up? Scroll it up.
Up or down?
Up. I think I should have taken.
I think that it didn't came.
Yeah, it did not come. No. Scroll it up. Because we use basically the correlation matrix to have the correlation between the different products. So what we see is basically the input feature as the linkage value and the ordered quantity. So based on these two input parameters, we basically created a different clusters. So there are like 20 clusters based on the k-means value, and they are very correlated to based on the correlation matrix. So like that we have 20 correlation matrix. If you scroll it down and then see, there are like 20 clusters based on the correlation matrix. And then finally, once we train the model, we can see we are showing the recommendation based on the product ID. So what we see here is we have given the should have taken the slides. So what we see here is that when we say that show recommendation for the shampoo, we can see this cluster is coming from the cluster 2, and the most relevant product or the recommended product will be Head and Shoulder, and then basic clean shoulders, like that we have in the cluster 2. So we invested more of time in deploying this in the real time, and we found out the model is more closer to 0.7 or 0.75 correlation. So they are more correlated in that way. So instead of investing more time in the software platform, we invested more time in the deployment part, wherein we can see these are being deployed in the real time, and then the accuracy was around 0.7%, like in terms of correlation value.
When you say being deployed in real time, are you building the matrix in real time?
Sorry, sir?
Are you building the collaborative filtering matrix in real time?
Yes. So we basically use the Jetson nanobot to deploy this machine learning model in this. And we have tested in the real time.
And how much data is it able to take?
Yeah, that's all. So we use the collaborative filtering system, wherein we are just mapping, instead of taking the whole data sets, we are mapping them into a lower matrix using the correlation value. So let's say we have somewhere around 100 data sets. So are we really need to take all those 100 data points? So instead of taking 100 data points, we are creating a correlation between these data points. Data points as in terms of product. So if they are very correlated to each other, we'll be mapping only, instead of 100, we'll map, let's say, somewhere around 5 data points, because they are more correlated. So based on this correlation matrix, again, we are going to have clusters based on this k-means algorithm.
Also, sir, apart from like Raspberry Pi, this is GPU based. So it's having the GPU capabilities in it.
Just one question here. So this looks like a content-based collaborative filtering that you have reached there, right?
Yes.
So let's say my salesperson is at the store, right? How this model will start predicting the things for him? What will be the starting point?
So the input will be that the order which we are getting from the customer. So let's say customer is going to take shampoo. So based on this input parameter, as we have shown in the last slides, when we keep show recommendation for the shampoo, it will show the list of shampoo which we have already in the store.
But it is simple search problem, right?
Right.
If I'm searching for shampoo, it's a like clause and it will give me the shampoo related things, right? How the model is adding value?
Adding as in terms of we can have more supply chain from the distributor sides. So let's say we want to have only Head and Shoulder shampoo because the requirement is more for only the Head and Shoulder. So why we should go and invest more in the other products? So in that way, it can be benefited to the distributor as well as the retailers and eventually the customers.
Okay.
Gentlemen, to be fair to the other teams, we will have to call it at this one.
One question.
Okay.
What is cheaper in this situation? I mean, running it on Raspberry Pi or on a mobile device? And second question is, does it manage the real-time data ingest?
Yes, it can be implemented in the real time as well. But as the data was very high in terms of number of rows, so we thought of implementing in the GPU. So this Jetson Nanoboard supports the GPU as well, wherein the processing will be much faster. But eventually, once we have the trained model, once we have the weight matrix, we can deploy in the real time, even in the Raspberry Pi, which does not support even GPU.
And being an edge device, like data privacy can be handled in a much better way.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
One question from my side. Excuse me. Can you help me that how do you collect this data points? Like what is the data set? Let's say in future a new item is getting introduced in the supply chain or in the market. So how you'll add that new item into the data set and how you can generate recommendations upon that?
There could be some sort of database management system wherein the moment we sell something, it will be logged into the database and then we can have those data sets for the machine learning models.
So that ultimate will be a manual task, isn't it? You need to discover it and then you need to push into the system.
It's not the manual task. We can make it automated using some database management system.
Semi-supervised learning.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Some internal questions going on in the back. All right. Big round of applause to that team, please. We're going to quickly move on. We're half an hour behind schedule at this point in time. I'm going to request Data Possibility to quickly jump up on stage. Please provide him with a mic. Data Possibility, you have 2 monitors in front of you. Please pick up your clicker. There's a monitor to your left which will show you your time. Monitor on your right which will show you your presentation. Your time starts now.
Good evening, one and all. I am Kiran Kumar from FIN Global, working as a data scientist. So today we are going to deal with smart kirana, making things easier for shopkeepers by predicting the products which customers are looking out for. This is my team composition. We are 4 members, and growth of kirana stores, especially in India, is phenomenal as such, and the landscape keeps increasing with Forrester research and as well as from Gartner research. So it will be in trillions as well. So problems that we are...
Kiran, I'm just going to cut you off. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to request you all to please take your volumes down. This won't come from me time. I'm going to request you all to please take your volumes down. It's very difficult to hear the speaker on stage. Yeah? Thank you. Over to you, Kiran.
Problems with the current system is varying requirements, as there is a change in requirement of products every month or even the season. Pertaining to the season, the storekeeper has to change according to the customers as well. So this can be done with the help of, how to overcome this problem with the help of our system will be dealt as such. Dynamic change in interest as well. With the customers' interest keeps changing frequently according to the current marketplace as such. So clothing is the best example for it, and fashion has got huge demand as such. Exploitation, market giants always tends to make money out of our weaknesses and as such. So as to keep a track of it and not to create any issues with that, we are giving it. So the solution we will try to provide is a storekeeper which what we are trying to suggest is not only for storekeeper, we are trying to predict and forecast for the marketplace, entire marketplace of retail industry, so that we can able to, we can able to act according to the storekeeper as such. We'll also, by also considering the demographics and as well as geographic locations as well. We'll also keep a dynamic suggester which will inform storekeeper items whose demand increased suddenly, that is the items which are bought in large number from the stores as such, and varying according to that as well. Our solution would not be based on the past history, but it will be on the prediction and forecasting of the market trends and as well as marketplace as well. So, business benefits. So, we are trying to create a portal as such. So, with analyzing data, and shopkeepers can get to know about the items with which people wants to, rather than the items which shop owns as well. I mean, according to the customer recommendation, the shopkeeper will be able to update his stock according to that as well. Analyzing data of past 10 to 20 years is difficult to do manually, but what we are trying to come up with is ML model. ML model will keep enhancing as such, and what we are trying to use the state-of-the-art technology, which is of Providis framework for vectorized and as well as distributed data analytics. So it would be ideal solution so as to come up with for this as well. So our revenue model will be, the portal can either work in a freeware upselling model or a SaaS-based subscription model as such. As our focus to help small sellers as such, we aim to maximize profits as much as possible by use of some of the supercomputer as such.
Can we jump to the solution? Like, can we look at the demo of it?
Okay. Okay. Yeah. By use of actually Aurora itself is a supercomputer which supports the Providis and as well as the Python and Bash SkyKit as such. The solution that we are using, that's an upscaling feature, so it will phenomenally increase the capabilities and explore all the possibilities of how it goes. I mean, the data set here, it's just an example data set, how the parameters have been considered as such from Mercury price session challenge as well. So this is the technology stack. As I said earlier, Python, Bash, SkyKit, Learn, ARIMA model with framework of vectorized and distributed data analytics we have used. And the performance analysis with the graphs in the project is projected over here. So the key findings and observation made in before and are phenomenally increased is there. So just by the CPU process only, we can able to get attain 80 times as such. I mean, the performance of the model is around 80% has been increased. So results with that of Python code as such and Providis model, and these are all use of supercomputer. I mean, normal price prediction data set takes more than 20 minutes to process SkyKit. But at the same time, what we are trying to achieve is a comprehensive model from an end-to-end system where in which it will help the retailers and as well as the customers and even the suppliers as such. So, and the upscaling feature will have the supercomputer which will increase by 80 times as such. I mean, on top of our efficiency, and the efficacy of the model will be more.
So this is our demo for the hackathon possibilities. So first of all, we will start by loading the dependencies. We are initializing with importing pandas. Then we are loading the dataset. This is the example of our dataset, which contain attributes like invoice number, stock code, quantity, etc. So the next step would be data processing in order to refine the data which we are using. We will start with eliminating data with negative quantity because it is not possible. Quantity is always positive. And then we are identifying the null components. After this, we are handling the NA and customer IDs as it can cause problem later. And finally, we are creating the customer item matrix. So the customer item matrix looks like this. Now we are performing the collaborative filtering. There are two types of filtering we are performing. First one is user-based collaborative filtering. In this, we are creating user sim matrix. This is how a user sim matrix look like. Now we are sorting the values in the user sim matrix and making recommendation using that. First, these are the recommendation for items brought by customer A, and these are the recommendations for items brought by customer B. The second filtering method is item based collaborative filtering. In this, we are creating item sim matrix. This is how our item sim matrix look like. Now we are combining the filtering methods, both filtering methods, and making recommendation. On the basis of that, we are recommending top 10 items brought for a Kirana store. So these are the recommendations for a Kirana store which can help them in order to increase their productivity, and also the items, if they keep in their store, it will help them in the future.
I am free to answer the questions.
So how did you tested this?
With the help of the data set that you have provided to us.
Yeah, but what was your metrics to test the accuracy of the model?
I mean, we are coming with that of recommendations and as well as item based input and as well as value according to that, and we are trying to accumulate as well.
So my question is, let me be more specific. So what data you have got is the previous order data with line items. Now when you are predicting certain line items. How did you test it? What kind of metrics that you got that next time when you had predicted what customer will buy, he might buy 5 products or he might buy 10 products, and whether those products were actually bought or not? Did you try to find it out?
Yes. Actually, we have done those analysis as well.
Okay. So what was the accuracy that you could get there?
It is around 75%.
Okay.
Anyone? Marish? Yeah, we are good.
Okay, thank you very much. Big round of applause to Data Possibility. Thank you so much. We're going to move to an online presenter right now. We have Ada Grad joining us. Ada Grad, can you hear the sound of my voice? Hi there. Is that Jay?
Hi. Yeah, I'm Jay.
Hi, Jay. Just a little reminder of sorts. I don't know if someone's communicated this to you, but there will be a sound that you hear at exactly 7 minutes. Can we play that sound for him, please, Mr. VJ? That's the sound, and on that sound, just keep in mind you have only 3 minutes remaining. Okay? So those 3 minutes are technically for your questions. Okay?
Yeah.
All right, Super J, we're going to hand this over to you. This is Ada Grad. Judges? Your time starts now, Jay. Jay, can you hear me?
Yeah, is my screen? Can you see my screen?
Yes, we're just pulling it up for you. There we go.
Yeah, okay. So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Team Adagrade's presentation. Our team is a group of exemplary developers, which include Piyush Nagpal, Sarvesh Jaiswal, and myself, Jay Devde, presenting on the theme of demand prediction. So the problem statement that our team has decided to choose is suggest relevant product for store. The reason behind choosing the topic is to help sales executive approaching the store to provide appropriate suggestions for product purchases to the store owner, like Suraj, whom we just saw in the video presentation today, and help him or her to grow their business by providing the information which can help them to gain more trust and engagement from the customer. Traditional techniques rely on transactional data. What we are trying to do is to categorize the customers into few sections like champions, loyal customers, big spenders, about to sleep or lost customers, and then we are planning to predict the products that each and every customer will buy in the next few days, so that the store owners can have filled their stock of products which can then which they can him or her to increase the profits. So the problem most retailers face, like making demand planning system, is that they take a fixed rule-based approach to forecast order. But the demand of given day depends on a lot of factors, like day of the week, like it's weekend or not weekdays, weather. If it's cold, then we tend to buy more sweaters and all. So, and even in macroeconomic factors like stock markets. So solution that we are trying to provide is to use XGB classifier to suggest products for the store. This is done by using predictors, product type categories, time frame, cost, among other things to create a model. The next problem came is storing stock related issue and how find the solution over it. For that, our ML model needs to predict the customer's next purchase so that the stores can already have only that product in stock and can utilize the stock space.
Let's understand the methodology now. Uh, these are the steps that we use to create a model. So the first one is data pre-processing, in which we basically clean the data and then we did some visualizations to understand the data more. We then in this problem statement, we got the data set split into test and train. So we didn't require to split the data set. The next thing we did was RFM. It's basically a marketing tool that is used to rank a group of customers to identify the best customers and perform targeted marketing campaigns. So we did that, and then the next is like feature selection. Basically, it is to reduce the noise from the input data and to select the only relevant data for our model. The next two steps then is to build the model and to predict and to create the matrices. So we have used XGB boost model, and now let's see the details of it. So XGB stands for extreme gradient boosting. So it provides parallel tree boosting, and currently it is the leading machine learning library for classification and ranking problems. The term gradient boosting simply means improving a single weak model by combining it with num number of other weak models. So like collectively it can become a single strong model. Now the big question comes, why XGBoost? Boost? So like firstly, it is the largest growing open source model that is used for regression and classification problems. Secondly, it considers gain of a node as the difference between the similarity score of the node and the similarity score of this children. So like if the gain of node is found to be minimal, then it stops constructing the trees to a greater depth, which can which overcomes the challenge of overfitting. One of the most important features of XGBoost is that it always gives more importance to the functional space of the uh, like to the functional space that reduce the cost of model, while the other models like some random forest and stuff, they tries to give more preference to the hyperparameter to optimize the model. So and one of the reasons is also that it have some additional features like cross validations, and it like for the finding of important variables like accuracy, F1 score, and precision, etc. Next is the architecture of XGBoost. It is basically an iterative decision tree algorithm which with multiple decision trees. So like each and every tree is learning from the residual of previous trees. Rather than adopting most voting output results, the predicted output of XGBoost is sum of all the results. So as you can see the formula here on the screen, the F simply means the space of regression trees. F of k corresponds to the tree. F of k with x of I is the result of the tree, and yi cap is basically the predictive value. So this was the general architecture. Now let's see the flowchart. This flowchart is basically we got the training and testing data separately, right? So we started with the pre-processing, we did some visualizations, some analysis based on the data set, and then the model, like it does some feature selection, then the model builds, and then the prediction part.
So that was a lot of talking. Let's show you some observations that in the dataset we have made a chart of how much customer are there in each cities. So we can observe here that the blue one has the highest. So the next graph is about the monthly revenue of each month of year, from April 2021 to August 22, based on the given dataset. Here we can observe that the monthly revenue is increasing after the November 2021, maybe lockdown lifting effect. So the next graph is about the revenue of each city making on the basis of the online retail shop. Here we can observe that the blue one has the highest revenue. So setting up shop in there is going to be a profitable one. Here we are observing the resistancy of customer, basically how loyal a customer is to you. Next is clustering. So here we are observing the clustering. Clustering is an unsupervised machine learning method of identifying and grouping similar data point in a larger dataset without consent in a specific outcomes. Here we have analyzed how frequently a customer buy between a group of day. So our customer are loyal and they are generating money. So, but how much? So here we are observing that the customer purchase behavior based on revenue they generated. Here we are observing the clustering by summing up all the customer features
If
in
you
two
don't mind me
values.
cutting you off, you have 3 minutes remaining. This would generally be used for your Q&A.
Sure. Just one last final analysis.
The final analysis, like as you can see, we got the data of around 6,000 different customers from 8 different cities, and uh, basically the accuracy of a model that we did was 83.83%, and the recall score that we got was 78.17%. Now, this was actually the working prototype where we show the code, but like we are now open for the question.
So guys, the recommendations that you are getting is at a customer level or at a city level? What is the level of granularity at which the recommendation are coming?
So the customer, like of each customer.
So how many customers you tested this with?
The test data that we get.
Okay, how many customers were there in that test
Around
data?
20,
20.
25,000.
20.
25.
And is the, okay. And is the accuracy in the range of 80% for all 20 customers, or is there is a variation?
There like slight variations are found.
Okay.
How did you split your test and train data? What is the mechanism, logic you use for splitting?
So like simple splitting via like 80 and 20% for the first part, and then the test data, like we use the test data that the data was provided.
Okay, got it. And any other algorithms or that you discarded? Any specific reason?
Yeah,
Which one was the
like
closest one that you considered for apart from XGBoost?
we found that I guess uh, okay, like we tried basically 2 or 3 models, but the XGBoost gave the maximum recall score, and the evaluation was based on the recall score, so we choose that.
Okay. And the clustering part that you did, what were the key features that you used for the clustering portion?
The key features like sir, can you just elaborate the question?
What were the key features that were part of, were used for clustering? Like, did you use the RFM data, RFM metrics for clustering, or you use the basic
Yes, sir. The
attributes?
RFM, we used the RFM, and actually there was some charts regarding that. So we uh, created a separate RFM data, and then we used for it for cluster.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you to the judges. Also, we have two more teams. Can we give this team a big round of applause, please? This is Ada Grad. We're going to quickly break for a tea break.
So we need to give a big applaud for this team. They reached Pune, but one of their team had to rush to hospital, clinic, because of some problem. So they were in the clinic, and just 2 hours before they again went back to the hotel and prepared for this presentation. So a big applaud for that.
And on that note, we're going to break for tea. Congratulations to you, team Ada. We shall see you all back in a while. Ladies and gentlemen, we're breaking for 10 minutes. That was Ada Grad on screen for y'all. Come back in 10 minutes. We got to try and catch up with this schedule. So please, get yourself something to drink, wet your palate, and come back as quickly as you can. This, ladies and gentlemen, is Possibilities. It's a lovely evening in Pune. Once again, please do not sit around because we need you back here in 10 minutes. So make sure you go, get something to drink, put something in your belly, and come back as quickly as you can. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back to the seats. If we can have... If you're listening to the sound of my voice, I'm going to request all of you all to please come back and take your seats. We're running behind schedule on this one, and we would like to stick on time and come back on time. So please make your way back. Thank you very much. Please make your way to your seats. Please make your way to your seats. Can I ask all the participants to also call the IIT lady? Miss IIT, where are the two guys with you? Call them and say, guys, you're late. No, you don't have to leave. Just like pick up your phone and call them and abuse them and tell them to come here right now. Like abuse them. People, if you're listening to the sound of my voice, please pick up your cup of coffee if you're standing there with a cup of coffee and make your way to your seats. We want to wrap this up as quickly as we can. So please pick up your food, your cups of coffee, tea, and make your way and take your seats. If I can ask the team standing at the back there to send everyone in, use the magic word, say ba, 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 and bring everyone back in. Madam, I found your doctor and the other gentleman. They were drinking coffee outside. All right, we're going to quickly move on. Judges, are you good to go? Yes? All right, super. We're going to quickly move on. We have 2 more teams. We're going to wrap this up as quickly as we can. We have Team IC3. Can we pull up Team IC3? Team IC3, are you here with us? Hi.
Yeah, hi.
Yes, you can hear us?
Yeah.
Or me? Okay, can we push up his volume a little bit? Just push up his volume on the speakers. Can you say something?
Yeah, I can hear you. Fine.
Judges, you're good with that? All right. I don't know if you've been a part of the other presentations, but we'll play a sound. Can we play that sound for him, please? That sound will play at 7 minutes, after which you have time for questions, and that's only 3 minutes, all right? So just keep that in mind. The questions are really important. The judges will have a few clarifications that they would require from you. So I'm going to hand this over to you very quickly. I'm going to get off stage, all right? Team IC3, correct? IC3.
Yeah.
Your time starts now. Yes. We're going to pull it up right now.
Okay. So yeah, I'll start. Good evening, everyone. My name is Parth Cheulkar, and my teammates are Varun Mamta and Chirayu Meghnani. We are all third-year computer engineering students from Mumbai, and we are team IC3. So our challenge topic was the photo-based store profiling. So the basic problem description was to categorize the products with that store sells with the help of a photo. And the second one was to determine whether the store is small, medium, or large in size. So a short description about our solution. So we use something called as computer vision to help us better understand the store. Knowing the size of the store and the kind of products it sells would actually provide a good feedback into the personalization engine for customized products and offers to the store. So stores, as we all know, in rural India or in anywhere actually, exist in different sizes and shapes, and hence this makes this image processing and analysis problem a bit more interesting. So our approach. So let us assume here a scenario where we have a small kirana store, uh, say a grocery shop selling fruits, veggies, Maggi, shampoo, etc. And we try to categorize the products and find out the scale of the shop in the following solution. So for categorization of the products, we first split the images into training, validation, and the test set. Then we annotate the training data set, and applying multiple pre-processing techniques, we also augment the data set so as to increase the size of the data set in order to train our model on. Then we convert the annotations into a YOLO V5 format, which is basically a text-based format, and we train the model on those images. So the YOLO V5 model gives out the result as label IDs with its confidence score, and these can be used to categorize the products such as fruits, snacks, dairy, etc. along with their names. This is the flow in which our solution works. So firstly, we annotate the images, as you can see on the extreme left side. Then as a test data set, we pre-process the images, we resize them, we convert the image of the shop with products into grayscale color so that the actual commodities, the objects are highlighted. Then we crop the image. Then we do something called as image augmentation. Since currently we have trained this model on only 33 images, which were provided to us in the sample data set. So it's necessary to increase the size of the data set for the model to train. So that's why we're doing image augmentation. Then that output is sent to the YOLO V5 model, and then it performs the categorization. So currently our categories would be fruits, vegetables, say bakery items, dairy, etc. So this is how the annotated images would look like. Okay, so for now, we actually, due to a time crunch, we were able to implement only the first part of the solution. We did not do the store size thing. But yeah, so for the categorization, we used OpenCV. for object detection, reading images, manipulation, generating frames, images from a video or a photo, etc. We use YOLO, you only look once, object detection and product detection, TensorFlow for training pre-trained models and transfer learning, and TensorHub for the visualization process. So, as a description of our MVP, so our use case, our primary use case is a scenario where the shop is selling all kinds of items, and there is a huge variety, and say it's a huge cluster looking like. So, an annotated image will be used as a test data set for the pre-processing and augmentation. The pre-processed and augmented result will be given to the YOLO V5 model. The YOLO V5 model will then in return give results as label IDs. The label IDs will be linked with the following categories, with the respective categories, and will be used to categorize the products. So actually that's it, and now we are open for questions. Thank you.
Can we push up the mic of the judge?
Yeah. Do you have anything to see? Any demo?
Actually, we trained the model on RoboFlow currently, which is kind of a which is a kind of a service which allows us to train the models and in a particular format. Again, I said because of a certain time crunch, we actually had exams, so we did not get time to actually sit and implement the whole solution. So yeah, we're sorry about that, but.
Okay, so you have not done the second part, which is the store size prediction. But what is your approach for that?
Okay, so I did a little bit of research, and we found something as like monodepth estimation, like on neural network using monodepth. The voice is getting repeated, and like I understand. Okay, so that what it is. Like we did a very little bit of research as Parth said, like those are the time concept. But the first part also we just like looked over it, like what we could do, and this was only because the second part we didn't put in a lot of research on that. First, we are thinking would actually divide the data set like into the small, medium, large categories and let the model do its own task. But again, we couldn't get onto anything. Now we did get to anything, like no approach, like no research was done onto that.
Okay.
The pre-processing that you are trying to do before images go into YOLO, how is that helping the quality of or the accuracy that your model is generating? How much did the pre-processing help?
Actually, we so as we said, like we use RoboFlow. It's like a it's just like a service that allows you to train everything, train a model without any code. So from that, actually, we saw the map score at least increase, like the score increased from 35 to 50%. Actually, it prefers grayscale images. So that was the first task we did, and resizing those images. So that actually helped. And even the bounding boxes, creating the bounding boxes and then changing the rotation sphere, like they helped at least increasing the MAP score by at least 15%.
How many images did you annotate? What was your training data set?
Actually, so we were given like only 33 images and we did not manually annotate any of it. We are given only 33 images. We just mapped that into it, and that is the only pre-processing we did. Only the 33 images, because we didn't have enough time to actually sit on it and manually do it. But that was the approach. Mainly that was the approach. But actually, there were at least I think we were given around 800 images. But I annotated every single one of them, and then we have go into the next task. But for now, we only just took the 33 images that we had, which are already annotated. We just like mapped into it, and then we did our basic task. Yes.
Got it. Okay, that's it.
Thank you, sir.
Any more questions from the judges? No? All right, any from the audience? That's a no. Thank you very much, team. That was
Thank you so much.
Team IC3. Big round of applause for them. We're going to move on to the next team. We have Team Techies. Team Techies, are you there?
Yeah, we are there.
Hi there. Can you hear us clearly? We're cutting through?
Yes.
All right, super. Do you know the rules? When you hear the buzzer, that means you have 3 more minutes remaining, yes? And those 3 minutes will be used for your questions. Are you good with that?
Yes, yeah.
Super. I will hand this over to you. This is Team Techies, judges. Your time starts now. Are you going to share your screen?
Yeah, just a second.
Sure thing.
Okay, so we are good to go. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. We are Team Techies, and we are here to pose a solution for the given problem statement, that is suggesting relevant products for a store. So, for the team members, we are a team of three, and I am Maitri Vibhute, Reva Vader, and Poonam Naikodi. So, for the problem statement, we have to develop a machine learning system to determine relevant products for a store based on its past transaction history. So, the shop owner gets an understanding that which products are the most sold and a recommendation of the next purchase order of the customers. So, this will help the shop to keep the stocks and keep tracks of the products that are being sold in the shop. So, for the next slide. Yeah. So, what would be the advantages of this prediction? So, the first one would be avoiding scarcity of most buy products. So, because many Kirana stores aim at earning marginal profits and they eventually scale up those profits to earn the huge profit. So, if they know their highly valued products, then it will be helpful for them. Then the next would be warehouse management. So, they can manage their inventory. So, like discarding the surplus or like surplus if they aren't bought frequently. Then the next is valuing customers. So they can take care of the preferences of the customers. So for instance, if they know that ABC customers are regular, then they'll be able to make sure that the products that are frequently bought by them are in stock. Or let's say if they have home delivery service, then they can reach out to them with few of those recommended products. And the other one would be deciding offers and other marketing strategies, so like discounts or anything. Or if they suppose have the business at two different locations, then they would be able to effectively manage the products at both the locations. So yeah. uh, Poonam, you are not audible. You are
Just
not
make
audible.
sure, just make sure you are unmuted.
Your yeah.
Can you just
Poonam,
check your
your mic
mute?
is off.
Just a reminder, your time is still moving forward.
Okay, I'll explain her slide. So we have
Sure.
two approaches here. Yeah. First one is by a priori algorithm, and the second one is by naive Bayes. So in the first one, we would first do the pre-processing, then we apply the a priori algorithm, then we find the highest support or the conviction for the product, and then we do the recommendation based on the currently purchased products. Then for the second approach, we have pre-processing, then we apply naive Bayes algorithm, then getting the class and the probabilities, and then recommending the first head products for any purchase. So if we move to the next slide, here we have the a priori algorithm. So I'll explain in brief what is it. So the a priori algorithm, it uses frequent item sets to generate association rules, and it is designed to work on the databases that contain transactions. So basically, it extracts the frequent item sets from the whole data set, and with the help of these association rules, it will determine the strongly and weakly how two objects are connected. So it does this by the conviction value. Then moving to the next slide. Yeah, so for the approach which has the knife base, we did data pre-processing. So apart from label encoding and cleaning the data, we made a provision for accepting new customer, that is customer with new ID. So we did that by using Laplace smoothing, which is like which handles the zero probabilities. Then we had a transaction data as attribute, and we felt that it is relevant because there may be peak periods for the purchase. So for handling that, which is also not a categorical, we set a threshold date and we calculated the periods between all the dates and that threshold. Then the continuous and discrete data we handled by converting it to categorical by fixing the ranges. And yeah, we also checked that there are no, like every attribute is independent and there is no correlation among them because we had knife ways to perform. So why we did research and we came upon knife base. So it is very fast and good with multi-class problems. And if the assumption of independence is true, then it requires much less training data. And another significance is that it is not sensitive to the order in which the attributes appear. And after the research, we learned that SVM doesn't work well with multi-class categorical data. And also the research paper we referred, it suggested that knife-based outperforms decision trees and KNN because the association between the local probabilities and the global or the class probability that we get is very significant. And then decision trees and neural networks require high time complexity. So, so these are the implementation. Here you have the class probabilities and all the classes. Then we have the customers and their recommended products. Then we have like using a priori algorithm, we are predicting the most frequently bought items. And also if certain item is bought, then which is the next probable item to be bought, that too irrespective of the customer, like the customer. And these are the tech stacks that we use. And yeah, we'll move to the implementation.
Ladies, just double checking. This is your time for Q&A. Are we moving into Q&A? Yes? All right.
Yeah.
Judges,
Yeah. Okay. Right.
judges, would you like to ask your
Hello?
questions? Yes.
We are open for questions.
Could you be a little bit more clear?
Actually, she's having network issue.
All right. So shall we move on to the judges' questions?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Judges, over to you.
Yeah, what are the accuracy numbers?
Yeah. It was about 79.65.
That's for the test data or the training data?
Test it.
Test.
Okay, okay.
Did you found any variation between different cities when you tested the data? Ran some test?
No.
So
Like
your
variation.
model, you
It
created a
was
single model.
negligible.
It was negligible. Okay, got it. And in the naive base, you earlier in the feature type you have said that you have considered the transaction date. How did you then split your test and transaction data?
Yeah. So we converted transaction data into numerical ones.
Okay.
So we had a threshold date set, and then we calculated the period difference between that threshold and all the dates. So that is how we converted into numerical, and all the like with other numerical attributes, we converted it to the categorical by having those ranges, like 10 to 20 and all that. Like, and
Okay. Did you, let's say, if I have to find out items which are consistently missed for a customer, how would you find it out?
Yeah, in cleaning process we can do that like using functions, step and all. Like if there is a null value, then we can setting it to the zero. We can say. Am I audible?
Yeah, you were audible. No more questions from this side. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Congratulations, Team Techies. Can we hear a big round of applause? That was the last team for the evening, or for the day, I should say. Come on, a bigger round of applause for the ladies. Come on. This, ladies and gentlemen, is Possibilities. I'm going to hand over the mic to this gentleman, sir. If you could please take the stage. Dheeraj Arora, the stage is yours. A big round of applause for him. Welcome him back to the stage.
Can we get the presentation on? And can people hear me? Okay, very good. I'm assuming the people who have logged in online or virtually can also hear me across as we go ahead. Okay, so last or penultimate session of the evening, and it's all about business perspective and tech innovation. Yeah, that's what I'll try and touch upon very quickly. But before I do that, let's get a little nostalgic. Yeah, how many of us have done this? And I'm not so fussed about the stage. How many of us have done this in our lives? Raise of hands. Yeah, very good. I'm not sure if Bhupesh is on the call. When he hired me, he told me this is a company of young techies. I can see a lot of hands all about to retire along with me. How many of you have done this? Done it? Yeah, seen it? Oh, damn. Oldies buggers. Yeah, and how many of us have waited for this? Yeah, before we saw Spider-Man in the evening, 5:30 on a Sunday. Yeah, a lot of you. यार कहाँ बुजुर्गों में फंस गया मैं. Yeah, and how many of you have actually tried your hand on this? All of us? Oops. Okay. Now, there are times now when I have to actually open a YouTube to show some of these things to my daughters. I have two sweet little kids, yeah, both daughters, and I have to actually open a YouTube to show them this, and I would not be surprised that very soon down, especially by the time a younger one gets into 7th, 8th grade, some of these are shown in our history books. Yeah, but this was not too far back, guys. This was, what, 10 years, 15 years? And they were so much part of our lives. So imagine how this world around us has been changing. Yeah? It's changing in terms of who we deal with. Yeah, I was very recently reading an article, and it said there are at least 10 industries which are likely to get disrupted. Yeah? You saw the box on the picture? It is an industry which is disrupted. Yeah? Can we quickly name out a few more industries which have gotten disrupted? Telegram. Travel agents. Yeah? Libraries. When did we last visit a library? Yeah, bookstores. So many cable operators who still have a cable in their house. I do. My father just refuses to move to this thing. But otherwise, how many of you guys still have a cable at their home? Yeah, cable operators, Hathaways, etc. So imagine the number of industries getting disrupted, and the people you were dealing with till yesterday have suddenly changed. Yep. Also imagine how you are engaging with all of these. Right from ordering your pizzas, yeah, to checking your bank statements. How many of us do it now online, on our phones, going forward? Yeah? All of that completely changed. When did we last visited a bank branch? How many of you went to a bank branch in the last 90 days? Anyone? No? So it's changed in terms of who we are dealing with. It's changed in terms of how we are dealing with them. And it's changing in terms of what we are leaving behind. They call it data crumbs. Yeah? I started my journey with bakery biscuits, Britannia. Those are the only crumbs I knew when I started my life, my professional journey, but leaving those crumbs behind. Yeah? Now, when we are talking about who we are dealing with, and we said there are so many industries which are getting disrupted, there's one industry which is one of the largest with the largest number of people you deal with. Yeah, I'll call them very, very loosely intermediaries. So if you look at it, the travel agents, the libraries, the postal, the telegram, they were all intermediaries. Intermediary for passing on information, intermediary for selling a book, yeah, and so on and so forth. They were intermediaries, and actually they were those intermediaries who were not adding value. They were actually extracting value. And that's why they got disrupted. We're all here for FMCG. Does anybody understand, know how many intermediaries are there? Okay, how many outlets are there? Since all of you have been in Hackathon, I'm assuming you've gone through the website of ElasticRun. It boldly talks about how many outlets exist, FMCG outlets exist in this country. Yeah, Sandeep spoke about it in the morning. Sandeep, are you listening? Nobody was listening to you guys. Okay, 10 million, yeah? 10 million, yeah? 12 million, not billion, 12 million outlets. Yeah, 10 million, 12 million outlets. Yeah, how many intermediaries? Take a wild guess. A few 100,000 distributors. Start counting. Almost double of that as sub-distributors. A few 100,000 wholesalers. Yeah, super stockists. A few 100,000 salesmen. And so on and so forth. So to serve 10 million, there is at least a million large network. Yeah, and it is one of the largest networks, which is yet to get disrupted, but should, yeah, as per what we have seen in the past. We touched about this in the morning, robotization of mundane tasks. Yeah, and somebody asked, does that leave us with loss of jobs? No, it releases capacity to actually solve for more complex jobs. And that's what challenges a human mind. And most of the resources that have been released, and there is enough and more data in the industry, most of the resources that have been released to do mundane jobs have been, and more than that, have been used to solve for complex problems going forward in any country, in any industry, in any business. Yep. And the lines of online and offline are blurring. Yeah, we touched upon it in Tan's session. There was a lot of work which was happening on UI, and we saw in terms of how we use the UI itself is changing. And you know, how many of you have seen Star Trek? Yeah? How many of you have been keen this thing of Star Trek? The first time a mobile phone equivalent was shown in Star Trek, the first time a thumb or you know, access card entry was in Star Trek. How many of you follow Captain America, etc., and how the UI and AI are converging? And my belief is whatever is shown in Hollywood someday comes reality. Yeah, and that's what is happening when it comes to the way UI and AI is converging. And there's a good study by I think Deloitte or something. It talks about AI will be the next UI. Yeah, you might want to read it. It's a different perspective in terms of how it is coming. And it's not just about data, it's just not about technology. It is about digital ecosystems which are now evolving. And the organizations which are moving from these silos and becoming part of the ecosystem or building their ecosystems are the ones which are becoming or building more and more moats and are becoming most and more successful. Yeah, so that's how the whole thing seems to be emerging as we're going along. But what does this mean for the FMCG world? Yeah, reach is no longer a big barrier. Yeah, with the likes of ElasticRun, yeah, you can order a pack from Amazon and it still gets delivered next day with 99% accuracy. Yeah? So reach is not a barrier, but more importantly, it is getting so modularized as we are going that you know, it will not be a competitive advantage going forward. And you talk to some of the industry leaders in FMCG, especially in distributed trade markets, distribution no longer is a competitive advantage for the brands. Yeah. The mighty are getting disrupted. 2009, which were the top 5 market cap companies. And look at what it was in 2019. All of them were IT companies. But none of them, which were in 2009, actually survived to be the top 5 market cap by 2019. Just a decade. Yeah, just like those phones, yeah, just like those postal services. This is a reality. Yeah. We again touched upon this. It is not about the 2 biggest MNCs winning or fighting against each other. It is both the MNCs or the top 2 brands losing to large number of smaller and smaller brands because reach is not a barrier. Yep. Omni-channel activation, and I removed the video here. This was an activation done by Lakme as a brand. Yeah, Lakme Fashion Week is one of the largest fashion events which happen. They launched a brand offline, and on the same day it was available on Nykaa platform. So as it was being unveiled in the fashion show, it was going live for purchases onto the platforms. Yeah, and that's how brands are now harnessing the omni presence and omni consumers as they go along. Search is the new shelf. Yeah, how many of us search at least one product every day? It is the new shelf. Yeah, it is the new shelf. There used to be time, I remember as a kid, going to a mall was like a picnic. Yeah. Today, you want to check anything, you just take out your phone. You're spoiled by that 5-inch screen. Yeah. Social listening and search are now getting plowed back for innovation. Brands are building capabilities of doing social listening. There are Google Trends. There are so many such data points. Today consumers search for something, and when onion oil, how many of you have ever used onion oil shampoo? But when it became a rage, she has. Yeah? Consumers were searching for it. Yeah, and come rainy season, you will see the spike in searches for mosquito repellents and all the hygienic food and more and more soaps and hand washes. Come winter, you'll see a spike in data points of lotions, and there's specific ingredients consumers are seeking. There's specific benefits that the consumers are seeking, and those are now going back into the brand development funnels from a product lens. Yeah. And how many of us have heard of FMOT? Yeah, A.G. Lafley defined what is called as the first moment of truth in P&G. Yeah. The world moved from FMOT to ZMOT. It's now moving to what is called as a UMOT. Yeah, ultimate moment of truth. The first moment of truth used to be when you would see the product on the shelf and decide whether you want to buy or not. ZMOT happened when you saw the feedback even before seeing the product. And how many of us have actually read the ratings and reviews of a product before buying it? Yeah? Last 30 days, how many of you have done it? Yeah, so many of you. That's ZMOT. And when you start contributing to that experience, when you start writing reviews, when you start giving feedbacks, you give those thumbs ups, those likes on Facebook, etc. That's the UMOT, ultimate moment of truth, when you start contributing to creating that ZMOT for the consumer. Yeah? Ratings and reviews have become such a big data point, and there are studies which are now saying that CX, as it is called, consumer experience scores, ratings, reviews, they will become as relevant or as important a lever of growth as price and promotions. Yeah, there are consumers today, and 86% of the consumers today pay higher for a product which has better experience scores, which has better service, and so on and so forth. Yeah? Data. Yeah? And last mile obviously trumps all. We have seen all the jugaad that happens in India, but there is various structured solutions which are coming in, and I don't know how many of you have ever been to China, and I know there's a lot of word around China, but the kind of innovation which is happening in aggregation, in in last mile, in China and some of the other parts of the world are mind-blowing. Yeah, so that's the other one which eventually trumps all of what we just said. Yeah, and a lot of innovation happening in packaging. We heard about some of it in the morning. And data and tech have actually, in this journey, you go back 2 decades, data and tech used to be seen as a cost center. Yeah, some of the people who have been in business or in organizations for long, there used to be, white papers made in terms of why we should adopt a particular technology, why you should invest in data. And from there, with all of this, today data and tech have come to the center of plate for any business and any organization. So what does that mean for data and tech into business? Yeah, the journey has been data and tech was used to simplify processes. Yeah, and we asked those questions in some of these sessions. But it is not about simplification anymore. Today, the tables have turned, and data and tech is actually being used to amplify the business, no longer just simplify. Yeah, what it brings onto the table is how business can be amplified, multiplied through what is being made available. Yeah, that's the first big shift which is happening in terms of how the role of data and tech has changed in the industry, in FMCG, etc. And second, yeah, and now comes the reverse pressure. Yeah, all this while the conversations have been that tech should keep pace with business. We as tech should keep pace with respect to what we want from it to do. As consumers, as users, as business. However, what it is changing to now is we have to keep pace with tech. How many of you have struggled in the last few months to really keep pace? How many of you really understand how cryptocurrency works? We see a news on cryptocurrency every single day. How many of us really understand how it works? Anyone who wants to take a session after this on cryptocurrency? No? It's cryptic. Yeah, that's the answer. Since you have been asking a lot of questions, next round I will ask you questions on cryptocurrency. Yep. Yeah. Okay. So how many times our parents, my father included, have said, "Ke yaar ye kya hota hai? Ye Twitter kya cheez hai?" Has anybody's parent has ever asked? "Yaar ye Instagram kya cheez hai yaar?" Yeah. So yes, day before my father asked, "Yaar ये credit card का cloning करके ये पैसा कैसे निकाल लेते हैं किसी का? यार तुम्हारे पास तुम्हारा credit card है, how did it get fudged?" So somebody, last year, I lost some money through some online transaction. He's like, "What happened?" And I said, "Cloning हुआ था." कहते हैं, "यार ये cloning कैसे हो सकता है कार्ड का? तुम्हारे पास तुम्हारा कार्ड है. How does it happen?" Yeah, how many of us have heard these questions? Yeah, we have. Yeah, we have. And take my word, the day is not far when you will ask these questions from your kids. I end up, I moved to ElasticRun, yeah, and I was always a Oh, yeah, we are in a Microsoft session. So I was always a MS guy, a Microsoft Windows platform. And we have a lot of things on Google, and I really struggled. And my younger one is now 8. She actually knows more about Google platforms than I do, because the school is on Google Classrooms, etc., etc. And I had to take a session from her. Yeah, so the days are not far when you will go back and ask your kids that beta ye kaise hota hai. Yeah, so let's be prepared mentally. But it's a challenge. It will be a challenge for us to keep pace. But the way technology is evolving, even businesses will have to keep pace, because technology will start amplifying a lot of things. Yeah, and that's the difference, and that's the shift which has happened between technology trying to simplify for business versus now technology becoming the center of plate, as I said, and amplifying businesses. Yeah. The only watch out in this entire journey, and I think Satya Nadella did it, when he took over as the helm of affairs, and our friend can guide us more, there were a lot of projects running which were not necessarily leading to what the consumer wanted. And that's something we touched upon when Hari spoke in the morning. It's just that we will have to keep pace, but ensure we funnel it and keep consumer at the center. We ensure that whatever we are doing, we are either solving a problem or ensuring that it is serving the consumer or the customer better. Yeah, and that's where the entire transition will happen. And since this is almost the end of it, I think I leave you guys with enough food for thought, so that when we meet again for the next hackathon, yeah, we think it from this line, because no problem can be solved from the same consciousness that created it. We need to see this world afresh. Thank you so much, and sayonara.
Dheeraj Arora, ladies and gentlemen. Can we hear a bigger round of applause for him? That was quite fantastic. Do you all have any questions for him by any chance? Anyone? Apparently we do. So we'll give you a hand mic if you don't mind. Can we give him a hand mic? Okay. Yes, your question. We're having a mic come up to you. Just introduce yourself, tell us who you are, and ask your question.
So hello, my name is Som, and I'm a participant of this hackathon. So sir, you talked about the importance of the reviews that are there on various platforms, right? But sir, how, like there are very many fake reviews all, right? Like I've seen like some, suppose if a new brand comes it, okay? And then they pay for the good reviews that are put up. So like the genuine customer will get distracted, don't you think with that?
I'll answer this question in two parts. Yeah. One, technology can replace what we want to do. Technology can never replace human intention. Abhi wo wala artificial intelligence aaya nahi. Yeah. So what you're questioning is not whether technology can do the right thing or not. You're questioning the intent. Yeah, and that's where the responsibility of the technology, the responsibility of the technology owner, and the responsibility of the organizations come in. Yeah, that's part one of my answer. Second, a lot of these things lead to noise in data. Yeah, and next time maybe in the hackathon we should put together how can we reduce the noise in data where we are seeing intentional issues. Yeah.
Thank you.
Anyone else with questions, or can we wrap the session up? All right, thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. It's been a lovely day. Thank you so much for being with us. It's been a fantastic event also. We have this gentleman to my left, Saurabh Nigam. He's the co-founder and COO of ElasticRun. He will be taking stage in a bit. It seems like the judges are done because all of them have shown up at the back, which is good news and bad news. And so we're going to get to that in a little while, but we're going to have Mr. Nigam take over. He's waving and saying hi. Y'all can wave and say hello back. Just wave and say hello back. It's just getting mic'd up very quickly. It's been a good day, hasn't it? It's been a long day, but it's been a good day. Lots of interesting learnings for all of us. And it's very interesting to do these hybrid events where there are all of y'all on ground, and of course we have people tuning in from across the country. So, yeah, the stage is yours, Ms. Nigam.
Hello. Oh wow, okay.
The lights, right? It's the lights.
Doesn't help, it's fine. Great, wonderful. I've been in and out of this room throughout the day, and I must tell you that the amount of energy, passion, and enthusiasm all packed in one room I have not seen for a long time. Really appreciate all the effort that you guys have taken in making this happen, and for all the wonderful contributions that you've made to the possibilities cause. Thank you. I know it's been a long day, and I will not keep you waiting anymore between you and your prizes. But very quickly, so what is the possibilities cause, right? Has anybody asked this question to anybody here so far? Can anyone tell me what is possibilities all about? Anybody? What, some of you have been doing this for more than a month now, right? Nobody's asked this question?
Possibilities to fill the gap which we are facing in the industry. Let's say the industry is not booming up or we are able to see some gaps. So possibilities where we can find a solution to solve a problem or to build upon it, to give solution to make it right, to make it easy.
Right. Anybody else?
Yep. Different ways of solving one problem. So there could be 10 number of people participating in giving different solutions to solve one single problem. That could be a winner.
Wonderful. And?
So along the lines of what that gentleman said, coming from an outside person's perspective, I've been looking at a lot of teams present, and a lot of them, like he said, are solving for the same problem, but there are so many permutations and combinations, and there are so many things we still haven't seen. And the only way we can actually come up with multiple solutions to real-time problems, real-time solutions to real-time problems, is by brainstorming in sessions like these. And that, to me, was the possibilities.
Absolutely. Great. Okay. So if you take a step back and try and understand, and I know this thing really is about you, not about us really for now, but it's important you understand this to put the concept of possibilities into perspective, right? So take a couple of steps back, and I know Sandeep spoke in the morning on what is it that we are trying to do as ElasticRun, right? We are completely reimagining, redesigning, rebuilding the supply chain pipelines that are connecting businesses on this side, the denser areas, urban tier 1 metro areas, and connect them into rural geographies which have been broken. These pipelines have been broken for years and years, right? and these are not real pipes, right? These are not roads, bridges, or highways that we can build, but we're trying to do this in our own way. What we're trying to do is bring together what it takes to deliver logistics services by aggregating existing latent capacity that exists across the country. People, manpower, space, connect them together, and orchestrate a whole bunch of processes that combine these three entities together and deliver outcomes for us, right? They need very clear, simple instructions that bind them together and make the outcomes happen. Outcomes could be anything. Could be last mile, could be B2B distribution, whatever, replenishment, whole bunch of things, right? And now, saying this is very easy, right? I aggregated these three guys, but actually going to the ground, making it happen every day from a people, process, and most importantly, technology perspective is the real game, right? It's for us every single day across making this very simple statement come to life. We're dealing with a whole bunch of problems every single day. It's like a problem statement bonanza for us over here every day. A lot of exciting, challenging problems across. So for example, let me talk about the distribution as a use case, which we're trying to deliver as an outcome from this concept. Now, what you need to ensure is that you're able to make it very simple and dumb-proof for the guy on the ground to go and talk to the kirana and be able to make the sale happen, right? Now, to make the sale happen, there are a bunch of things that can work behind to ensure he doesn't really need to put his head together to be able to say what is the right thing to say when he's standing in front of the kirana. That means a whole bunch of data crunching in the back end to tell him, hey, look, this kirana typically buys this, right? You have this stock available. There is a bunch of stuff that's lying almost near expiry. You've got to get rid of them as well, right? Who's going to tell him all this? Somebody thinking behind, making it very simple, intuitive for him, rather than me as a area manager or a city manager or somebody who's his boss telling him कि आज ये करके आना है, for example, right? How can I move from somebody telling him every day to he knowing on his own, right? The moment you do that, there is tremendous efficiency unlock that can happen like this for a very simple and only one component of the outcome, which is delivering sales, right? Then there is fulfillment, right? I know there is a certain amount of deliveries that need to happen every single day to make the fulfillment happen, for the promise of the sale that happened the previous day, right? Now, there are many ways you can do deliveries. You can have these vans doing their own jing bang, or you can have a very organized, predictable, optimized way in which these deliveries happen and utilize our vans in the best way, right? And then you need a whole bunch of technology again to ensure you're doing it the best, most precise, most accurate, most efficient way, right? There is a whole bunch of operation that goes on in every single warehouse that's delivering to this outcome. There are operations, receiving, picking, packing, shipping, going on every single day, right? How do you ensure that you can maximize the throughput, that you can utilize the space, that you can ensure damages and pilferages are bare minimum every single day in the entire operation, right? How can you study trends, patterns, predict, ensure you're able to fix this on the ground and deliver outcomes which are much more efficient and save money, right? There is pricing, there is planning, there is procurement, there is my relationship with suppliers who supply to me goods every single day across the 18 odd states, 300 cities where you're working every single day, right? How can I move to a point where everybody on the platform is completely in sync with what I'm expecting and in sync with what I've been doing in the past, right? And for us, every single day, it is these problem statements, these inefficiencies waiting out there to get peeled layer by layer and reach solutions is what we deal with every single day, right? Your contributions today will help us getting closer to some of these problems that we're trying to solve every day, right? And that's the reason I said thank you very much for contributing to our cause of possibilities, right? Thank you once again. Great. So, yeah, before I move on, I just wanted to quickly check if you have any questions so far. Okay, let me continue and we'll take another pause quickly. So, from a business outcome that we will generate eventually, once this pipeline is set, right, is a whole bunch of things that are waiting out there to happen. We have begun and taken one specific business, say FMCG, is trying to solve for them with this pipeline. But once this pipeline is set, right, what are we connecting? We're connecting businesses to the consumption point. What is the consumption point? It's a kirana shop, right? Kirana shop, incidentally, also happens to be almost the only point of consumption for that geography, which is a deep rural geography, right? And once this pipeline is set, if you're able to connect and predictably, repeatably, precisely be able to fulfill demands of this person, there are a whole bunch of adjacencies that you can keep building. there is credit, there is data, there is e-commerce last mile, a whole bunch of things that can keep getting added. And some possibility which I don't even know today as we speak, right? And hence this network is about a whole bunch of possibility that can keep happening. And that's why we keep calling ourselves the network of possibilities, right? So take another pause. Any questions? It's a long day, you've been tired now. Okay, I won't take much time. Thank you very much once again, guys. And also thank you to Microsoft helping organize this for us. Tesseract, thank you very much for putting up this really jazzy show here. Hacker Earth, thank you for hosting us and spreading the word. Thank you very much. Suchita, Ashwin, thank you very much from the facilities team here. Vaibhav, Vishal, from our tech team, anchoring this Chahat, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Shripad, Hari, Tan, thank you very much finding time coming here, talking to us. Really appreciate it. Jury members, thank you very much spending time and judging the talent over here. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
And thank you, sir, those kind words. Can we give him a bigger round of applause? We're almost wrapping up the day in style. So I think it's time for me to start walking towards the stage. And I should invite the jury members to please join me on stage. Can we have the jury members with me on stage, if you don't mind? Mr. Sandeep Deshmukh, if you could join us also, it would be fantastic. Could we have mics given out to them, please? Gentlemen, please come up on stage. Can we have a big round of applause, because they sat here from the beginning all the way to the very end, been quite patient, a few times nudging me to do my job the right way also, and I really appreciate that. So gentlemen, what was the thought process with judging? What have you come up with? Just walk us through very quickly with what's been running in your mind so far. Can we have the mics unmuted, please?
Hello.
Yeah.
So right off the bat, right, we had a pretty structured way of scoring the participants. There were 5 areas where they were scored, and that made our life fairly easy. We didn't really have to be subjective. We had very clear directions from the organizers, from the team running this show. So that made our life easy. Yes, we did have to pay attention to each other's presentations, but it was very engaging to hear new ideas and new ways of solving the problem.
Yeah, so the parameters were the completeness, innovativeness, then how you are presenting the things, how the Q&A is going, and we saw very interesting presentations today. The way people put their thoughts to understand these complex problems and put up their solutions. Very impressed with overall submissions and the presentations today.
Vikram. First of all, congratulations to all the participants, those who are here, those who are not here, those who have made it to the final. It is an opportunity for all of us to contribute. We have a unique problem statement. So as a judge, we looked into the way you understand the problem statement, your interpretation, then we analyze it, your solution, approach to the solution, and how feasible it is. That is also equally important when you take it to the practical reality. So those were the judging criteria, and we thoroughly enjoyed throughout the day. So thanks everyone. Thanks ElasticRun team.
Thank you all participants. It was really exciting to sit through the day and look at the solutions that you have developed. What excited me at looking at your solution is the possibilities it can bring by solving small problem to actually achieve a large scale impact at the ground. These small tech innovations are actually making things possible. Like we had never imagined that 500 population, 1,000 population village in rural area would be able to get the similar kind of products and services that they are getting in the urban areas, right? We never imagined that we could make an impact into the retail store. We will provide opportunity for the retail store to earn more by making these products available at the right price, right schemes to the end part of the rural area, right? We never imagined that no one from the village has to leave their village and find an employment opportunity there, right in their village, right? So these tech solutions in small pieces, if we stitch together, it has a possibility of making a big impact, and that were the thoughts that were going through my mind by looking at the different thought processes of all the members. There were a lot of presentations where people have not only thought about the technical problem, but they also have elaborated the possibilities where the solution can be applied and used. So that was really good. And thank you all again for joining this hackathon. It's a representation of what tech can do to solve bigger problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Saurabh, could you do us the honor and join these gentlemen on stage, please? I would also request you to do the honor of giving out the second runner-up and the first runner-up. Can we have someone please step forward to assist them? All right, gentlemen. Yeah? No. Please, do stay there. Y'all are the most important people of the day. All right. Wait, just give us a moment very quickly. Can we start with the second runner-up? Could one of y'all kindly do the honor? We'll start with the second runner-up. No. The honor is yours, please.
No, I don't have the full names. So
Oh, you don't have the full names. All right.
you call out the names and I will just explain whenever they are coming up.
Are they coming up with the certificates? Yes, they are.
Yeah, I will wait just a minute.
Would you need a few more minutes? Yes? Gentlemen, would you kindly have a seat in the audience until then? Yeah? So this is the part where I pull up a mic and I do what I do. Can I change things up? Will you all give me permission to actually, instead of beatboxing, can I sing something for you all? Yeah? 3 people. Oh, okay. Anyone likes Coldplay? Any Coldplay fans in the house? Nobody? Coldplay? Yeah? Anybody likes Yellow? Okay. So everyone's gotten very uncomfortably quiet. Will you all sing this with me if you know this one? Yeah? Apparently not.
Start.
Look at the stars. Look how they shine for you. And all the things you do. Cause it was all yellow. I came along, wrote a song for you, and all the things you do, cause it was all yellow, yeah. Look at the stars, look how they shine for you, and all the things you do, cause it was all yellow. I came along, wrote a song for you, 'cause it was all yellow, yeah. So then I took my turn. Oh, what a thing to have done, 'cause it was all yellow, yeah, yeah, yeah. Your skin, yeah, your skin and bones turning to something beautiful. You know, for you I bleed myself dry. For you I bleed myself. I swam across, jumped across for you. Oh, what a thing to do, 'cause you were all yellow. I drew a line for you. Oh, what a thing to do, 'cause you were all yellow, yeah, yeah, yeah. Your skin, yeah, your skin and bones turning to something beautiful. You know, for you I bleed myself dry. For you I bleed myself dry. Yeah, 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 yeah. Please come back home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Please come back home. It's true. Look how they shine for you. 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 Look how they shine. Look at the stars. Look how they shine for you. And all the things you do, yeah. 'Cause you were all yellow, yeah. So I'm looking to the back of the room to see if anyone's saying, yeah, you're done, you don't have to kill any more time, but apparently I have to sing something else. Do you all, okay, what do you like? What do you all like? I can't do Hindi, unfortunately. I'm horrible at Hindi. Like, so bad. Yeah? I can't hear you. Do you all know what U minors is? Anybody? No? Oh, right, them. Oh, okay. Anything else other than that? Anything else other than that? I'm quite. Just throw out a bunch of names. Maybe I'll know one of them. Hey there, Delilah, Believer, Post Malone. Hey, man. Post Malone. Huh? Watermelon Sugar. Okay, apparently I'm really old because, you know. Okay. So there's a combination of something old, something. You know what?
I'll play something for you. Hold on. Do you all know this song? You're way too beautiful, girl. You know this one? Okay, so I'll mix that with something a little old. All right? Yeah? And if we have time, I'm going to look up a couple of these songs and see if I can play them. Yeah, look the chords up. Nobody's coming forward with the certificates. Come on. When the night has come and land is dark and the moon is the only light you see. No, I won't be afraid. No, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me. So darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Won't you stand now by me? Stand by me. 'Cause you're way too beautiful, girl. They only wanna do you dirt. They'll have you suicidal when they say it's over. Damn all these beautiful girls. They only wanna do you dirt. They'll have you suicidal when they say it's over. Now we started at the park, used to chill after dark. Oh, when you took my heart, that's when we fell apart. 'Cause we both thought love lasts forever. You say we're too young to get ourselves strong. Oh, we didn't care, we made it very clear. And they also said we could last together. She's very defined, oh, one of a kind. But you washed up my mind, you often get declined. Hold on, my baby's driving me crazy. You're way too beautiful, girl. They only wanna do you dirt. They'll have you suicidal when they say it's over. And now we are fussing and now we are fighting. Please tell me why I'm feeling slighted and I don't know how to make it better. You're dating other guys, you're telling me lies. Oh, I can't believe what I'm seeing with my eyes. I'm losing my mind and I don't think it's clever. She's very defined, girl, one of a kind. But you washed up my mind, you often get declined. Hold on, my baby's driving me crazy. 'Cause when the night has come and land is dark and the moon is the only light you see. No, I won't be afraid. No, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me. So darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Won't you stand now by me? Stand by me. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna do a little beatbox for y'all. We're gonna switch back to the old settings. You remember I taught you the different sounds before, right? And once again, there was no response. I should get used to this, I think. I should just stop asking questions. Okay, let me teach you a few more sounds. I'm going to teach you this very cool sound. It sounds like this. Anybody has any idea how you get a sound like that? Hey, someone did what? Lost stories, you said? Hey, man, you and I seem to have like this disconnection happening. Okay, so that sound, you get it, but you know when you're really tired at the end of the day and you go home and you're like, right? When you do that and you control like the oscillations of your lip, basically you tighten your lip, you're basically doing this. And you can do different notes on it. You can go. And so I get these different sounds. And it sounds super cool on the mic. It goes, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Vineeth, and this is beatboxing. Do you remember that sound? Thanks, man. One guy. Thanks. I'm going to go home and I'm going to think of that one yes and I'm going to be like, I'm famous now. Okay. Okay. So, yeah. How else can I teach you how to beatbox? All very difficult sounds. Should I just shut up and beatbox for y'all instead? I like that plan. Here we go. Everyone say beatbox. Beatbox. Now say beat box. Beat box. Very nice. Now say beat box. 2 words. Beat box. Beat box. Beat box. Beat the 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 box. You add a scratch. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. One last beat before I go backstage and pass out because I can't breathe properly. I did the techno beat before. I need all of y'all to work with me on this one. Everyone put one hand up in the air. Everyone put one hand up in the air. Move your hand with me, ladies and gentlemen. This is techno. Camera uncle, if you don't put your hand up, this cannot work. It cannot work. See, sitting in the middle, one shining head like that, you can't miss him. सर जी हाथ थोड़ा ऊपर कीजिए मेरा हिंदी बहुत अच्छा है एक गांव में किसान रघुता था that's how much I learned in the south okay hand up move your hand with me this is techno All right, I'm done. I can die a happy death now. Okay, but honestly, this has been a very, very nice event. All the people who came and presented, like big ups on all of you. Can we hear a big round of applause to all the people, all the participants? There were 60 teams initially, weren't there? 6-0 from what I remember. And then it came down to how many? 12 from today? 14 from today. So yeah, y'all in my books have already won. The entire experience has been a phenomenal one. Things like these, I wish things like these existed when I was in college. Hi, as you can see, I'm just talking random rubbish, you know, to kill time. No, I'm not. I actually mean what I'm saying. So am I calling these out? Sabika? I'm calling these out? I'm calling the judges on the stage. And I'm calling the winners. All right? This is true, we did. I'm a little lightheaded at this point in time, I apologize. Can I request all the jury to please come back on stage? Gentlemen, once again, a huge round of applause for these gentlemen, because they've been sitting on those seats from the morning. Much discipline. Mr. Sandeep, please do join them. Mr. Saurabh, please do join them. Yeah, please.
I'll just start.
Okay. So you want to add before or after they get on stage?
No,
While they're coming onto the stage. Alrighty then. Ladies and gents, are you good for this? Are you excited? How many of you are excited for the results? Come on, make some noise in the house. Make some noise in the house. Come on. It's been a long month. It's been a longer day, it seems. And it's time to announce the second runner-up. I'm going to ask you all, do you have any guesses as to who the second runner-up is? I should stop asking. I should just stop asking. Okay. The second runner-up, ladies and gentlemen, and he's going to tell you why. It goes to Team Techies. Can we hear a huge round of applause for Team Techies?
So, Team Techies presented online. So, we like their good understanding about the problem. They have shown a very structured approach, the way they have understood what are the important features, how to solve that problem in two different ways. And overall presentation and Q&A went very well. So that's why Team Techies is second runner-up.
Thank you for that, sir. Congratulations, Team Techies. The teammates are Maitri, Poonam and Reva. A huge congratulations to them. A bigger round of applause. Come on. The first runner-up, people, is Team Transform. Team Transform walks away. The entire team was one man. Tushar, come up on stage, man. Come up on stage. Congratulations to you. Sir, please.
So, Team Transforms again shown very good solution approach. The design is modular. It basically had a very good working prototype, and the entire thought process and extensibility was very well demonstrated into the presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Sandeep, do help with this also, if you don't mind. It's a lot for one man to carry. Make some noise for him, ladies and gentlemen. Walking away with 75,000 rupees. Much deserved, happy faces on stage. A beautiful way to end the day. Beautiful way to end the month. Congratulations once again. Make some noise for him. Clap for him, please. Tushar, do you remember our conversation from there? Just saying. I had a conversation with him, asking him how much he's going to win. And he gave me the amounts. He said, so just in case I do something under the table, is possible. It's like, we'll see. But honestly, it's much well deserved. Please give him a big round of applause. He was the first runner-up. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to announce the winner. I'm not going to faff on this. The winner is Team Pixels. A big round of applause to Team Pixels. They're standing up. They're making their way to the stage. Gentlemen, you are the winner of Possibilities. Gentlemen, if you could please do the honors and hand out. We're going to do this one by one, apparently. Smile for the picture, gentlemen. Team Pixels walked away as the winners this evening of Possibilities. Once again, a huge round of applause for the gentlemen on stage. Sandeep and Saurav on stage with them. Lot of pride in their faces at this point in time. A check of 1 lakh rupees in their hands. Sandeep and Saurabh, if you could do the honors and hand out the certificates. Make some noise for them, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise for them. Put your voices together. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Sandeep, you stay on stage. Saurabh, please stay on stage. We have special mentions. We have special mentions. Do you want to do the honors of the special mentions? I will call it out. Okay. They thought it was really important to call out these two teams because they thought they did a phenomenal job, and this gentleman should tell you why. The first special mention is the Strangers. Please tell us why, but before which, a big round of applause for the Strangers.
Yeah, so Strangers team also had a very interesting solution for our problem statement 3. It is complete, it is very well. The overall approach and the explainability and the presentation was very impressive. Congratulations, team Strangers.
And the second special mention, I apologize. Thank you. Big round of applause, big round of applause. Stand for a picture. Mr. Saurabh, please do join them. Okay, we'll be sending you Amazon vouchers. We'll send that to you online. So you walk away with Amazon vouchers this evening. A big round of applause to the Strangers. That man was terrified, by the way, before stepping up on stage. He was absolutely terrified. We were talking to him side stage and he got his nerves together, came on stage and he presented. So, fantastic job, man. Big round of applause once again. Clap for him. The next special mentions, and this would be the last for the evening, correct me if I'm wrong. No? Okay. Tiki Taka, you walk away with the next special mentions. Tiki Taka, if you're in the house, please come up to the stage. Do tell us why, sir.
Yes, so again, we were very surprised and very good to see the understanding of the problem that was shown, the structured approach that he has taken, and overall very, very well presented his case and the approach that he has taken. And special mention to the number of annotations he did to solve the problem.
Once again, Amazon vouchers will be sent to you, young man. Congratulations. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we're calling it an end to a fantastic event. Hopefully we'll see many more of these. Can we give this team a massive round of applause? ElasticRun, honestly, Sandeep, you and the team, Saurabh, you and the team. You're the face, you're the face. But yeah, the team, can we give ElasticRun a huge round of applause for making events like this happen? Put your voices together, make some noise for them, come on! Fingers crossed, a lot more of these, a lot more money also. It means fantastic. But yeah, solving problems, real problems with real solutions. Gentlemen, your team has done a fantastic job. You should give them a big round of applause, honestly. Yeah. Shall we call it an end to the evening then? Would you like to say anything or do we just...
Yeah, thank you everybody for taking your time out. I know daunting task for all the participants to carry on your colleges, your day jobs and still deliver something so fantastic. Thank you ElasticRun team for managing all of this. Thank you Microsoft team and thank you Hacker Earth guys. I think this has been wonderful, fantastic. This is first time experience for us, but I think this is an experience worth repeating and we look forward to doing that. Thank you everybody. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
While he makes his way off the stage one last time, we're gonna go hip hip hooray for every single person that presented today. I say hip hip, you say hooray. Hip hip! Hooray! Much louder. Hip hip! Hooray! Hip hip! Hooray! Hip hip! Hooray! Have a good evening, have a good night.